The guild leader mercilessly kicked the protagonist out, calling him useless and unworthy of remaining in their ranks. The hero silently left the guild and set off on an unknown path. In this world, dragons had become an integral part of human society, and people couldn't imagine life without them. They walked the streets, flew in the sky, and accompanied their masters. About 1,000 years ago, humans learned to breed dragons and have been using them in various ways ever since. Dragons were categorized into small, medium, and large types. Even small dragons were 2 to 3 times larger than a human. They were typically used for transporting goods and during wartime as mounts for riders. Medium dragons reached the size of a house and transported heavy loads over long distances. Large dragons, however, were considered the main combat force of armies and often had their own names. People who subjugated such creatures were called dragon knights. Over time, they united and formed their own guild. At this moment, a young man was walking through the city and noticed a dragon flying overhead. The young man's name was illyasviel. Looking up, he saw a 4-winged Vritra dragon. Vritras were known not only for their flight but also for their loyalty to their master and their endurance. They were commonly used for long-distance travel. Among the medium-sized species, Nidhogg stood out. They were valued for their loyalty and combativeness and were often used in war. Nearby, a woman was walking with her child. The boy pointed at the flying dragon and excitedly called for his mother to look up. The child declared that when he grew up, he would definitely become a dragon knight. Cillier smiled, as this was a cherished dream for many boys. The mother and son walked on, and Cillier turned onto another street. He admitted that fighting on a dragon's back was prestigious, and the pay for such work was decent. Ahead, a crowd had gathered, discussing what had happened with surprise. Cillier stopped and heard someone demanding to move faster. People surrounded a young man and his dragon, which was disobeying its master, standing still and growling softly. The blonde-haired guy was clearly unhappy with its behavior. Cillier immediately recognized the dragon as Terax, a small species often rented for travel. These dragons were valued for their comfortable ride and rough body. The dragon continued to growl, as if trying to say something, and Cillier watched it intently. The blonde-haired young man didn't understand what was happening and tried again to make the dragon move, but it wouldn't budge and kept growling. That's when Cillier decided to intervene. The blonde-haired guy turned around and allowed him to approach. Mistaking him for a client, the rider apologized for the inconvenience, but Cillier immediately made it clear that he wasn't there for a ride. After observing the dragon, Cillier guessed that its paw was hurting. The blonde man didn't immediately understand his words, so Cillier clarified that he was referring to the right hind paw, pointing to it. The rider knelt beside the dragon and asked it to take a few steps. The creature, trembling and limping, complied, after which the guy realized Cillier was right and asked the dragon when it had injured its paw. The guy scratched his head again and decided to suspend the rental due to the situation. Cillier meanwhile silently watched the scene unfold, not commenting on anything. The blonde guy asked if Cillier rented dragons and thanked him for his help. Cillier replied that he didn't rent dragons, then asked the rider to take proper care of his dragon. The blonde man was surprised by the request but nodded nonetheless. Finishing the conversation, Cillier continued on his way, walking past the injured dragon. The dragon thanked the young man for telling its owner about its pain. Cillier smiled, understood its words, and wished it a speedy recovery. Later, Cillier stood next to another dragon and noticed it was clearly not in the mood to work. He asked for the dragon to be given a day off to recover, but the man with the scar just scoffed at him, stating that dragons weren't capable of such emotions. Cillier tried to reason with him, but the other man only smirked and didn't take the young man's words seriously. The man was amused by Cillier's sympathy for dragons, which he considered mere livestock. This attitude angered the young man even more. From childhood, Cillier had understood the language of dragons. He couldn't speak with other animals, but for some reason, he understood dragons specifically. Thanks to this gift, the young man decided to become a dragon knight. Cillier spent a long time studying dragons, memorizing their characteristics, and eventually learned how to control them. However, instead of brute force, he preferred to ask dragons for help. People thought Cillier controlled them with his mind, which led to him being invited to the Lindworm Dragon Knights Guild. The Lindworm Guild held an S rank. Certificates and diplomas confirming their high level of skill were displayed around their emblem. Guilds were ranked based on the number of dragons and the strength of their riders. The highest was S rank, which required completing 3 extremely difficult quests with another guild or 2 quests with their own knights. Lindworm had passed the trials on its own without the help of other guilds. However, its knights forced dragons to work against their will. This completely went against Cilier's views, so working with them was something he couldn't stand. Less than a month later, he was suspended from work. Cilier was called a useless slacker who only made excuses, and he was disgracefully expelled from the guild. But the young man wasn't sad, he was actually happy with the outcome. After this experience, he decided not to get involved with guilds anymore. Freed from these conditions, Cilier felt relieved, but one concern still remained. Without a guild, he had to work for himself and find money to live on his own. After his expulsion, the young man became a freelance dragon knight. He spent his time at the city hall, where other independent writers took on various tasks. In addition to tasks for knights, the city hall also posted regular announcements from citizens and agencies. But due to his dismissal and lack of a personal dragon, Cilier didn't have a good reputation, so agency orders were unavailable to him. Anyone could take orders directly from the city hall. There were even tasks that could be completed by renting a dragon. As he looked at the wall where the available orders were displayed, one of them caught the young man's attention. He took the paper with the order details from the wall. When he read the details, the task involved raising and training a newborn dragon. Without wasting any time, Cilier went to the client. The man introduced himself as Patrick Forge, greeted the knight, and thanked him for being willing to help. Patrick awkwardly admitted that many people had turned down the task after learning the details. Cilier understood his situation and noted that taming dragons isn't always just about regular training. Before starting work, Cilier asked how exactly Patrick wanted to raise the dragon. The man replied that he intended to give it to his son for his birthday, which surprised the young man. Patrick explained that he had heard from merchants about the custom of getting a dragon when a child is born. Cilier agreed that it was a good tradition. If a dragon and a child grow up together, a strong bond forms between them, and over time, the dragon can become the child's protector. Patrick said that after buying the dragon, he invited various trainers, but for some unknown reason, it wouldn't listen to anyone. Cilier was surprised by this. So the man turned to the dragon knights, hoping for their help. Cilier understood the client's request and asked to be taken to the dragon, after which Patrick showed him the way. They left the mansion and walked through a lush green garden, where a small fountain was also installed. Before them, a small Tarrasque-type dragoness lay on the ground in chains, sleeping peacefully, oblivious to her surroundings. The man explained that he chose the Tarrasque species because they are compact and easily get used to people. Cilier agreed with Patrick, adding that this species is also used for transporting people. But despite this, she completely disobeyed the trainers. So Patrick asked the young man to try and do something to make the dragon listen to people, and Cilier said he would give it a try. He calmly approached and gently knelt beside the dragoness, not disturbing her sleep. He introduced himself by name to the creature and asked what her name was. The dragoness instantly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on the stranger. The dragoness immediately stood up and began telling the young man that she wanted to see her younger sister. The knight held out his hands and asked her to calm down. He asked the dragoness to explain what she meant by her request. She froze for a moment, unable to find the words, and was surprised that the human in front of her understood her perfectly. Cilier just smiled at the creature's articulacy. He nodded to the dragoness, saying that he understood her. She was surprised by this news but decided not to miss the opportunity to share the details of her situation. The dark-haired young man listened attentively, remaining seated. The dragoness sympathetically lowered her gaze, saying that she and her younger sister had always been together, but Patrick had only taken her. Cilier continued to listen and observe the distressed dragon. In despair, she asked Cilier to allow her to be with her younger sister. If her request was granted, she would obey the knight and do everything he asked. Cilier clarified with the dragoness if she wanted to live together with her sister. The dragoness replied that they had been together since they hatched, but then they were separated. Cilier pondered the difficult situation and explained that the merchant who took her actually wanted her to get along with his child. He asked if she would obey the merchant's son if her request was fulfilled. The dragoness immediately replied that she would, but only if her sister was brought to her. If that was done, she promised to fulfill the conditions. Having reached an agreement with the dragon, Cillier stood up and headed back to Patrick to relay all the information. The man anxiously asked the knight how the meeting with the dragon went and if he managed to find out anything. Replying that he had succeeded, he first asked Patrick where he had acquired this dragon. Patrick replied that he had gone and bought her from a dragon merchant. The dragoness, meanwhile, lay on the ground, awaiting further actions from the humans. Cillier asked Patrick not to waste time and to find out from the merchant if he still had another one of the same species as the one he bought. The knight added that the other dragoness the merchant had was the younger sister of the one in chains, and the man was quite surprised by this news. The young man said that the dragoness would do everything if he brought her sister to her, concluding that this was the reason for her disobedience. The man scratched his face, hearing that the young man understood what the dragoness was telling him. He didn't go into detail and asked the man to do it as soon as possible. The man nodded excitedly at the knight, letting him know he would fulfill the request. After some time, the dragoness was waiting for news when suddenly, something caught her attention. She saw before her an identical dragoness, held in chains by a blonde young man who was also accompanied by Patrick and Cillier. The dragoness immediately realized it was her biological sister and moved forward with joy. The sisters tried to run to each other, but chains held them back, preventing their escape. The blonde young man held the dragoness and asked her to calm down. Cillier requested that the dragoness be released and the sisters left alone for a while. Patrick silently nodded to the knight's request and asked the blonde youth to release the small dragon. The young man obeyed. As soon as he released the chains, the dragoness instantly ran towards her older sister. The older sister waited for her approaching younger sister. As soon as they were close, the dragoness exclaimed that she was very happy to see her again and that she was all right. When they met, the dragonesses hugged each other, openly expressing their joy at the long-awaited reunion. The older one confessed that she had feared she would never see her younger sister again. They didn't want to part, and the younger one kept repeating her older sister's name. Cillier was touched by this reunion and couldn't help but smile. The man next to him also expressed his astonishment, and Cillier simply looked at him with a smile. The knight replied that it was because they were sisters who had been separated for a long time. The man watched the scene and pondered, noting that they behaved exactly like humans. Cillier did not comment on the similarity. Recalling how dragons were treated in Lindworm, he simply shook his head silently, completely disagreeing with Patrick's conclusions. Cillier, observing Patrick's reaction, concluded that the man understood the dragons' strong attachment to each other as soon as he saw them together. He managed to grasp their feelings, even without understanding their words. Patrick called Cillier to discuss payment for the work done and headed towards his mansion, but the two dragoness sisters immediately approached Cillier. Noticing their approach, he turned around. The older sister began to thank him for helping her reunite with her sister. The younger one had just learned that it happened thanks to him and also thanked him. They jointly said that they would follow all his instructions, still happy about such a positive turn of events. The knight knelt down to them and only asked them to befriend the merchant's son. The older sister seemed to remember that this was what the young man wanted and laughed cheerfully. She assured him that they would get along with the merchant's son and help him as long as they weren't separated again. The younger sister, standing nearby, just smiled and said nothing. He patted both of them on the head and asked them to try their best with this task, and the sisters nodded contentedly. The young man got to his feet and walked towards the mansion, leaving the dragonesses alone in the garden. Cillier and Patrick stood at the entrance of the mansion. The man, spreading his arms, joyfully expressed immense gratitude to the knight for his help. He still couldn't believe that Cillier had managed to find common ground with the dragon. After all the trainers Patrick had hired couldn't do it, and he was ready to give up. He called the knight an incredible person. But Cillier asked the man not to separate them from each other in the future. Even when they grow up, they should be kept together. Otherwise, the dragonesses might stop listening to Patrick's commands and he would have problems again. Patrick agreed with the knight's words and remembered them. When he returned to the garden, he saw both dragonesses sleeping peacefully side by side, snuggled up to each other. He smiled at the thought that they were now together in peace. As he set off on his way, he remembered again that he had been expelled from the best guild, Lindworm. However, he didn't regret it. On the contrary, he was pleased with this outcome. Because he understood the dragon language, he could also understand their feelings. From that moment on, the young man promised himself to help and protect dragons, never deviating from his own principles. Returning to the town hall, Cillier headed towards the announcement board. He knew he needed to work to earn a living, but at the same time, he also remembered building his reputation, which would be important in the future. Near him, two young men were actively sifting through requests, and one of them, offering a large reward, caught their attention. His friend couldn't find the announcement, so he pointed to the paper. But he didn't like the task because it involved looking after a dragon, and he suggested they shouldn't take on the job. His friend agreed with the guy's opinion, and they dropped the idea. Meanwhile, Cillier listened to the guys from the side. As soon as they left, he approached the task they had been discussing. Reading the announcement, he was surprised by who the client was. He took the sheet from the wall and decided to try to complete the task. An unknown voice inquired if the person was still working on their letter. The maid, holding a tray, addressed her mistress, who was surprised by the number of letters she had managed to write. But the girl, sitting in the chair, was only annoyed by the upcoming meeting. She added that no matter how many letters she wrote, it would take a long time before any dragon knight would take on this task. She held a pen in one hand, and on the table lay several finished letters and one open sheet. She was uneasy at the thought that if they delayed the delivery, the situation could only worsen. She stretched out her arms and leaned back in her chair, sighing as she gazed out the window. The young woman, dressed in rich attire, wondered with dismay if there was a knight who could rescue her from such a predicament. Cillier decided to head to the client's location. He had, of course, imagined that the sender's residence might stand out. He stopped and looked up awkwardly. Before him stood the client's luxurious mansion. Cillier paused at the gate, examining the building. It had 2 floors and there were windows on the roof. The task was simple. He was assigned to deliver a letter, and the reward was high-quality dragon equipment. A maid met him at the entrance and led him inside. She placed a cup of tea on the table in front of him. He admitted that the equipment might be useless for an unemployed knight without his own dragon. He sat on the sofa, awaiting the client's instructions. A young woman sat across from him, dressed in a luxurious gown with long gloves on her hands. She introduced herself as Katerina Marielle and was the client. Katerina sat opposite him with her arms crossed, looking down at the young man. Cillier greeted the girl and was about to introduce himself, but Katerina immediately interrupted him, noting his youth and questioning whether he could handle the assignment. He looked at the girl, puzzled. She asked him if he could handle dragons. The young man awkwardly replied that he had experience with them. Katerina continued to inquire about the specifics of his professionalism with dragons. The knight replied that his work depended on the dragon itself, and in his mind, he confirmed his own suspicions about the reason for such questions. After hearing the young man's answer, she pondered and continued to assess him with her gaze. Ultimately, she agreed to accept his help, adding that he wasn't the only one she had sent this request to. Cillier noted that the letter to be delivered was very important, which she confirmed. Taking a cup of tea, she lightly blew on it to avoid burning herself and explained that she had written several letters in case one might not reach the recipient. The Marielles were a noble family with many estates. Katerina was clearly much wealthier than Sir Patrick, whose order Cillier had just recently completed. The knight had a question, and the girl immediately turned her attention to him. He was curious about the letter's contents. Katerina, surprised by the knight's inquisitiveness, assumed he was going to interrogate her. But Cillier immediately dispelled her concern, replying that if he knew the letter's contents, it would be easier for him to deliver it. He felt that Katerina wanted it to reach its destination as soon as possible, and he would need to think carefully about how best to protect the personal information. After some thought, Katerina agreed with the young man's words. With a slight smile, she replied that the letter was of a romantic nature. In other words, it was a reply to a love letter from Baron Bouquet. Cillier showed no reaction to the lady's answer, only falling into thought. He assumed the lovers communicated through letters. Katerina only replied that it was difficult to maintain a romantic relationship between two families. She wanted to elaborate on the Baron himself, but quickly changed her mind and sighed. Katerina told Cillier he would have to go to Libo and asked how long it would take him to deliver the letter. Libo was located in the city of Provençal. He wondered what distance he would need to cover. After a quick calculation, he smiled and told the girl he could deliver the letter in 1 day. The girl was surprised by his quick calculation and shared that other couriers could only deliver in 3 days. She was impressed by the knight's professionalism, smiling at his prompt response. Katerina quickly reassured him that the time didn't matter as long as he could deliver the letter. She left this duty to the knight and rang a small bell. A maid entered the room and handed Katerina a tray with one of the letters. The girl took it, then passed it to Sillier, asking him to bring proof that he had completed the task and he would receive his reward upon his return. The knight took the letter and set about fulfilling the order. Returning to the city, he needed to find a shop where he could rent a dragon for this task, as he didn't have his own. He had not expected the assignment to be of such a high caliber. The young man assumed that this was not only a commission from the Mariel family, but also involved the Bauk family. But gathering himself, he decided he was obligated to complete it as best as he could. Sillier arrived at the shop where he could temporarily acquire a dragon. He entered the building and was met by an elderly man sitting at a table, examining some papers. Noticing the visitor, he adjusted his glasses and greeted him. The man asked Sillier what kind of dragon he was looking for. Next to the table was an open passage to the dragon enclosure. Glancing there, Sillier asked the seller if they had wyverns. He added that he needed a fast dragon for one person and without cargo. The man stood up, led the young man towards the entrance, and said they had 3 specimens. Stepping into this spacious open-air area, he saw dragons of various kinds. Some stretched their snouts out to greet him, while others continued to watch the young man without getting up from their spots. Sillier walked past, giving them a warm smile. The man pointed out the wyverns to Sillier. The knight replied that he would choose a suitable dragon himself. The man understood the young man and left the area. Each knight handled dragons in their own way, and some preferred not to reveal their communication methods to outsiders. But he assumed that the owner of this place was already used to guests like Sillier. The man, meanwhile, patiently waited for the young man's choice while 3 dragons conversed among themselves. They immediately noticed the client approaching them. They joyfully exclaimed at the young man's arrival, sharing the news with each other. Sillier, however, remained standing and observed them. The dragons assessed the young man with an exclamation, noting that he looked dumber than the previous client. But since Sillier understood the dragon language, he immediately replied that they had been quite rude and that he was not dumb at all, though he still smiled at their childishness. They laughed, explaining that he looked silly, but then their laughter stopped and realization dawned. The dragon was shocked that Sillier could understand them. The knight continued to observe the dragon's reaction with a smile on his face. He answered affirmatively, which astonished the dragons at such a human talent. They speculated and asked the young man if dragons had raised him since he understood their language, but Sillier rejected that idea. The dragons questioned Sillier about how he managed to learn their language, but soon shifted the conversation to the purpose of his visit. He told the dragons that he wanted one of them to help him complete a task. He urgently needed to deliver a letter to a distant place, so he asked the dragons who among them flew the fastest. One of them volunteered to help the young man, but first inquired about the letter's contents. She asked if it was a love letter he needed to deliver and repeatedly questioned the young man, to which he replied that it was. One of the dragonesses continued to question him about who the sender and recipient of the letter were, a boy or a girl. The young man briefly replied that the letter was from a girl to a boy. The dragoness immediately became enthusiastic and decided to help the young man send the love letter to the Baron. The young man clearly did not expect such a strong reaction from the dragoness and was shocked. She asked the young man to accept her help and choose her to transport the letter. Sillier was surprised that the letter itself motivated the dragoness to take on such a job. The other 2 dragons conversed among themselves, pointing out the dragoness's strange temperament and doubting what good could come from human relationships. But they assured Sillier that she was indeed the fastest of them all. He turned to the dragoness and asked if she really flew faster when it came to letters. The dragoness smiled and confirmed that she did. Sillier pondered the dragoness's words. He approached the shop owner, who was standing near the other dragons. Sillier announced that he would be renting the rightmost of the 3 dragons. The man asked the young man if he was sure about his decision. He suggested taking the middle dragon if he needed to get there faster, but Sillier declined the offer, saying the dragoness on the right would be perfect for the job. The man was surprised by the young man's unusual choice, but didn't try to dissuade him. Sillier rented the dragoness for his task. They looked out at the green landscape, preparing for a long flight. The dragoness asked the young man to hand her the letter. He didn't quite understand why she needed it, but he gave it to her. She sniffed the letter, which still carried Katarina's scent, and became even more enthusiastic. Cillier was already on her back, hoping everything would go smoothly. The dragoness began to pick up speed, making it hard for Cillier to hold on. She continued to enjoy the letter, appreciating the girl's handwriting. As they took off, a magnificent view of the city unfolded before them from above. Cillier appreciated the dragoness's temperament. Wyverns are very fast dragons despite their small size. He flew to Libo on the dragoness via the shortest route. He slightly leaned his head down to look at the city view. The dragoness managed to take the young man to the city very quickly. This was thanks to the letter she held in her teeth, absorbing all its scent. Thus, they arrived in Libo in half a day. The dragoness landed on the ground and Cillier dismounted. Before them stood a magnificent mansion, surrounded by high fences. Inside, they were met by the Baron himself. Taking the letter, he pressed it to his cheek, delighted that it had finally reached him. He abruptly turned away from his guests, asking them not to disturb him, and dismissed them. Cillier, in his thoughts, assessed the young man, seeing a resemblance to Katarina. The butler handed Cillier a new envelope, which he immediately gave to the wyvern. The dragoness delivered the young man back to the city in the same half-day. Thus, he successfully returned to Lady Katarina and reported to her that his journey had taken half the usual time. The girl was amazed at how quickly Cillier had delivered the letter to her beloved and successfully completed the task. She rose from the table where the Baron's envelope lay, noting the delivery speed and praised his abilities. Cillier simply thanked the girl for the compliment. The girl paused and asked the young man's name. Cillier introduced himself by name. The girl smiled at this introduction. She let him know that she would definitely remember him and would inform him if any tasks came up. Cillier himself was glad he had completed such an important mission. He left the mansion and continued on his way. The dark-haired knight headed to the dragon market. He decided to check out the dragons for sale at the market. He was surprised by the high prices. It would be inconvenient for him to rent a dragon every time. He wanted to buy his own dragon, with whom he could build a trusting relationship and tackle any job together. He decided to look around the market and check out the dragons. He lowered his gaze and noticed an unusual dragon. At this market, a Balor dragon was being sold for a surprisingly low price, which caught the young man's attention. The dragon with a dark mane was sleeping on the ground. The owner of the dragon market noticed Cillier and greeted the young man. Cillier immediately asked the owner why the Balor was being sold at such an extremely low price. The Balor's price was no higher than the rental cost of any other large dragon. He also noticed that the dragon's sale advertisement looked quite worn, which made him very suspicious. The market owner chuckled awkwardly after the young man's words and tried to explain the reason. Cillier quickly questioned the owner about the dragon's condition, asking if she was sick or had other complications. The man dismissed his assumptions, explaining that she had no physical flaws. In fact, she was very good compared to other Balors. But Cillier still didn't understand the reason for her low price at the market and asked what the problem was. The man sighed, trying to find the right words. He scratched his beard and said that the dragoness was very lazy. Cillier was surprised by such a reason. He continued, saying that she often failed to carry out assignments and advised the young man not to buy her. But Cillier asked for permission to look at the dragoness more closely and received consent. They walked past several dragons behind fences and approached the sleeping Balor. The dragoness didn't react to the approaching people and continued to lie on the ground. The man left Cillier alone with the dragon and stepped aside. Balors are often used for transporting goods. While they aren't fast, they are very resilient thanks to their strong muscles, and they also have wide backs that can carry items. Furthermore, Balors are herbivorous dragons, so any member of this species will feast on grassy meadows. This greatly simplifies their care. Cillier quietly approached the dragoness and greeted her but received no response. He apologized for disturbing her, but she didn't react to his words at all. He bent down slightly, sat next to the dragoness, and told her he had discussed her with the merchant. He was curious why she didn't want to work. But the dragoness continued to lie there with her eyes closed, which confused the young man. He called out to her again. Cillier asked her if she would talk to him. In response, the dragoness slightly opened one eye and stated that he wouldn't understand her anyway, so she saw no point in talking. The knight noticed her calmness and suggested they start their conversation over, without any misunderstandings. This time, the dragoness opened both her eyes and fixed her gaze on the young man. She slightly rose from her spot, surprised by what was happening. The dragoness was surprised that the young man could speak Draconic. He smiled, amused that she had only just noticed. She wanted to ask him how he managed to learn their language, but he assured her that it wasn't the most important topic right now. He asked the dragoness to share her ailments so he could help her. The dragoness, lowering her gaze slightly, said she wanted to sleep. She was no longer looking at him but down, and he asked her what she meant. As it turned out, to maintain her strength and function normally, the dragoness needed to sleep at least 12 hours a day. Otherwise, her body would quickly become exhausted, and she would lose the ability to fully perform tasks. Hearing about this unique trait of the Balor, the young man was greatly surprised. Usually, dragons are so powerful that 2 hours of sleep are enough for them to fully rest. Moreover, there are some who can continue moving even while they sleep. The dark-haired knight noticed the dragoness already nodding off and smiled at the cute scene. He realized that every dragon is unique in its own way and has its own peculiarities. He approached the dragon and proposed a deal. Cillier would allow her to sleep 12 hours a day, and in return, she would have to help him with his work. The dragoness doubted his words and stated that he was lying to her, but he assured her he wasn't, adding that if her need for such long sleep bothered him, he would have already taken another dragon. The dragoness clarified if he would truly allow her to sleep for so long, to which she received confirmation. But he reiterated his condition. In return, she would need to work diligently. Such was the agreement. The dragoness stood on her paws and stretched to her full height. She was almost as tall as the young man, but much larger. She said she would believe his words. Cillier approached the market owner with the money. The owner asked if he was sure about his choice and warned him that they did not offer refunds in any case. With a satisfied smile, the young man assured him that he was confident in his choice and added that dragon knights have their own methods for working with such special dragons. Leaving the money, he and the dragoness walked out into the city and slowly wandered through it. He asked the dragoness to give her a name, explaining that it would make it easier for them to communicate with each other. A look of astonishment appeared on the dragoness's face at her master's request. She agreed, but was sure that people usually refer to dragons by numbers, not by proper names. Cillier explained that since he understood her, there was no point in using numbers. The young man suggested the name Louise to the dragoness and asked for her opinion on his choice. The dragoness pondered the name. Thinking she might not like it, he immediately asked her, but she found the name appealing, saying it felt quite unusual. It was surprising for her to have her own name. Louise admitted that despite her mixed feelings, she liked the name given to her. The dark-haired knight relaxed, knowing that Louise was pleased with the choice. The dragoness herself gave a shy smile. Finally, the hero and his companion arrived at his home. The house was modest and not very large, but he still presented it to Louise. The dragoness asked where she could sleep. The guy replied that there was a garden behind the house where she could sleep wherever she wanted. However, the garden they entered was completely empty. There were no special fences for dragons, only bare ground. He apologized to Louise for the conditions and quickly explained that if he had known he would be living with a dragon, he would have rented a bigger house. He hoped she would be okay with the situation. However, the dragoness assured him that if she could sleep, she didn't care about the condition of the place. Cillier was only amused by how much of a sleepyhead Louise turned out to be. He asked her if she was going to bed, noting that it was getting late, and added that they had no work for today. Louise silently looked at the young man. She called out to the guy, intending to ask him something. She again asked the guy if he was sure about his decision when he acquired her. Cillier patiently assured her that he had no doubts and asked her not to worry about it. Louise merely called her master strange, to which he briefly replied that many people had told him the same thing. She stepped forward, feeling the ground beneath her. Calling Cillier to follow, she initially mispronounced the word master, which the guy noticed, but then corrected her pronunciation. Looking up, she said she was going to share something with him. He was immediately interested and asked for clarification on what exactly she was going to show him. The dragoness just smiled at the guy but didn't answer. She replied that it was her personal secret, then suddenly took a battle stance. A loud and prolonged roar erupted from her chest, echoing through the garden, deafening and catching Cillier off guard. The sound was so powerful that the ground practically cracked from the vibrations. Certain glows emerged, which Cillier immediately noticed and called them spears of light. He wondered where Louise got such power. But Louise herself didn't know and stopped her scream, adding that she had been able to do that since birth and discovered this ability by accident. The guy was confused by her answer. The knight admitted that he had seen about 100 Balor, but none of them had an ability like Louise's. After her scream, only smoke remained, which gradually dispersed in the wind. He concluded that Balors do not possess such an ability, but Louise interrupted him. Her expression turned sleepy. She said that using this ability made her extremely tired. Deciding not to bother the dragoness with his questions, he accepted what he saw and noted that she expended a large amount of her dragon energy. Louise yawned lazily and agreed with her master's assumption. As she drifted off to sleep, she added that if her master wished, she would use this power. Sillier asked her not to overexert herself with it. He stroked the dragoness's dark mane and thanked her for sharing this ability with him. The dragoness smiled at her master and nodded in response. Morning arrived. Sillier went out into the garden and greeted the sleeping dragoness. He told her he would go into town and look for work for them today, not forgetting to ask Louise what she wanted to do. Louise, with her eyes closed, briefly replied that she only wanted to sleep. But he decided not to stand in the way of the dragoness's wishes and suggested they take on some task after lunch. Until then, he allowed her to sleep as much as she wanted. Louise, opening her eyes slightly, nodded at her master's plans. As he headed into town, Sillier realized that the dragoness hadn't immediately believed him when he told her she could keep sleeping, but eventually, she trusted him. He entered the town hall and approached the bulletin board. Now, owning his own dragon, he could look at cargo delivery quests. However, his attention was diverted by an unknown female voice calling him from the side. He saw a girl with short cropped hair in official attire standing before him. He asked if her name was Rosa, to which he immediately received confirmation. She waved at him in greeting. Rosa informed him that she had been waiting for him, saying they had a special task for a night. She asked if he had a moment for the details. The young man and the girl moved to an office where they sat at a table to talk. Sillier was curious why he had been chosen for the task. She explained that it was thanks to the high praise of Lady Katerina, who had spoken highly of Sillier to the town hall. Sillier immediately remembered his former client and was surprised by the unexpected compliment. She continued her speech and emphasized that only a few freelance knights ever received such an honor from the lady. Sillier sighed and admitted that he had tried his best to complete the task given to him. That's why Rosa decided she could entrust the prepared mission specifically to Sillier. The young man inquired about the nature of the task. The matter concerned a missing person who needed to be found. The young man wondered if dragon knights could handle missing person searches. Rosa briefly replied that they could. But she informed him that this was no ordinary job. Sillier became wary at these words and listened more carefully. The girl added that he was obligated to keep all the details of the assignment in the strictest confidence and not reveal them to anyone. She revealed that it wasn't just any person who had disappeared, but a member of the royal family, a princess, whose status made the situation particularly dangerous and significant. Sillier asked the girl to clarify what she meant by saying they needed to save the princess. However, Rosa folded her hands on the table and refused to reveal any details due to the extreme secrecy of the mission. But Sillier managed to put the pieces together in his head and realized that this missing princess could be their future queen. He asked her to explain the mission in detail. The girl asked the young man if he knew Mount Himuya. Sillier confirmed if it was north of the city. The knight guessed that this was the mission location and asked the girl if his guess was correct, to which she nodded in response. Rosa shared details about the area around the mountain where the convoy transporting the princess had disappeared. She added that this was the mayor's version of events. Sillier assumed that not much time had passed since then, which the girl agreed with, clarifying that it happened last night. They didn't know the details, admitting that they might not even be important for completing the mission. They needed Sillier's help just to scout the area. That was the extent of the mission. She asked the knight for his opinion, never taking her eyes off him. It took Sillier some time to process what he had heard and come to a decision. Ultimately, he agreed to take on and complete the assigned mission. He took Louise with him to travel on her and reach the mission location. They wandered through the green forest. Louise noticed the young man's concern, noting that his face had darkened. the young man sadly looked away. He shared with Louise that the princess was missing, and it was possible she might already be dead. Naturally, he was glad to be entrusted with such a mission, assuring her that if he could, he would definitely help, but he also admitted it was a great responsibility. Louise, in turn, responded to his worries by saying there was no point in thinking about it right now. She asked the young man if they were indeed heading towards the tall mountain, pointing to it, and received an affirmative answer from him. Upon arriving at the base of the mountain, they stopped. Cillier took a letter from his waist pouch. He took the letter written by the princess herself and, bringing it to the dragoness's nose, asked Louise to try and find the girl by her scent. The dragoness admitted she wasn't very good at tracking by scent, but decided to try and sniffed the letter. After sniffing the letter, she raised her snout and reported that she had picked up a trail. Cillier was surprised that she managed to detect the scent so quickly. This was because the princess apparently used perfume frequently, leaving a strong, lingering smell. Louise added that the scent was so strong that it wasn't difficult to pick up. Cillier shared with Louise what he had heard before. Dragons have an unusually developed sense of smell, and this was the first time in his life he had decided to use this natural ability of theirs in a real situation. He asked the dragoness to follow the scent. Louise was climbing the mountain, sniffing the air. Cillier was on her back, also scanning the area for the missing princess. He also noted the mountain's steep ascent and admitted he couldn't have climbed it alone, observing how easily Louise was scaling it. He praised Louise for her endurance and strength. The dragoness, in turn, smiled at his words and let out a joyful laugh. She asked her master if this was work, and he agreed. She then stated that she wanted a reward for such work and that he should properly compensate her. Cillier was surprised by the dragoness's request, but she simply nodded in response. He asked her what exactly she wanted. The dragoness turned her head to him with a smile and said she wanted a lot of straw. Louise was already dreaming of spreading the straw around so she could sleep comfortably on it. Cillier smiled at the dragoness's dreams and promised her that he would definitely buy her straw. The dragoness immediately acknowledged his words. She spread her wings and joyfully exclaimed after hearing him. Cillier held onto her to avoid falling off. Enthusiastically thumping her tail against the ground, dust rose around them from the dragoness's actions. She promised her master that she would give her all on this task. He watched the dragoness's reaction as they continued their journey. But then he remembered the words of a former colleague from the Lindworm Guild, who mockingly claimed that they had no sympathy for their tools, which darkened his expression. He was convinced that the people from that guild were too cruel to dragons. They would hardly believe Cillier's words. Suddenly, Louise stopped abruptly, startling the knight, who asked her what was wrong. They stopped at the edge, and looking down, the dragoness told him to look below. Louise informed the young man that the princess they were looking for was right at the bottom of a high and dangerous cliff. Cillier carefully looked at the steep slope, which seemed quite dangerous to him, and assumed that the girl might have slipped and fallen down the cliff. Louise looked down and noticed a certain scene. Above them, an overturned carriage lay on its side, and around it were the corpses of white horses and motionless people in armor, their bodies surrounded by pools of blood. Cillier asked the dragoness if the princess was inside the carriage, and he received an affirmative answer. Louise then asked him if they should go down, and the young man asked if she could do it. After her agreement, they began to carefully descend to the scene of the tragedy. As soon as they descended, the young man dismounted from Louise's back and surveyed the surroundings, noting that the scene looked horrifying. Before them lay the corpses of guards. Passing by them, they approached the carriage. But before Cillier decided to open the curtain of the carriage, his hands reached for a small satchel. He compared the crest to the seal on the letter and noticed the similarities. This was the missing princess's carriage. Looking back at the dead bodies, he braced himself for the worst, but hoped the princess was all right. He reached out to open the carriage door. However, at that very moment, something sharply pushed him away. Louise explained that a protective barrier surrounded the carriage, preventing anyone from touching it. Cillier didn't know how they should proceed in this situation. The dragoness thought for a moment and suggested they try to remove the barrier. The young man then suggested that she should be the one to deal with the barrier, as the dragoness possessed a special ability to destroy such obstacles. She agreed and prepared herself. Gathering all her strength, she roared towards the barrier, and a bright lightning bolt pierced straight through the protective shield, leaving only fragments behind. The knight thanked the dragoness, saying she had really helped him out, to which Louise let out a cheerful laugh. Now Cilia could touch the curtain and open it. He cautiously peered inside the carriage and saw a motionless figure lying on the couch. A young woman was on the couch. Cilia approached her, checked her breathing, and confirmed that she was still alive. He didn't notice any serious wounds on the girl and reported that she was fine. The dragoness explained that the barrier had protected her from harm, which was why she remained alive and unharmed. After that, Cilia gently touched the princess's shoulder and began trying to wake her up. The girl slowly and carefully opened her eyes and got up, while the young man watched her every move intently. She looked around, confused about her whereabouts, and then spotted the unfamiliar guy, letting out a loud gasp of fright. She tried to back away from him, demanding to know who he was and why he had intruded into her carriage. Cilia, in turn, tried to calm the frightened girl, assuring her he wasn't a criminal. He explained to the princess that he had been sent to find her, which puzzled the girl. Once she had calmed down, she looked up and thoughtfully gazed away from the young man, assessing her current situation. The scene was grim, mountains of her guards' corpses along with their horses. The girl lowered her gaze and finally composed herself, trying to find the right words. Cilia was surprised that the princess reacted so calmly to what she saw, admitting he hadn't expected that from her, but the girl only asked if anyone else had survived besides her. Unfortunately, no one had. The guy turned away and asked the girl to exit her carriage so they could descend the mountain and find a doctor who could help her. However, the girl asked him to check on the soldiers first. Cilia let her know that he shared her feelings, but informed her that only they were left alive and they needed to get her to safety as quickly as possible. He added that others would come for the soldiers later, and he extended his hand to help her down. Disappointed, the girl lowered her gaze and accepted his outstretched hand. As she stepped out of the carriage, something caught her attention. Cilia wasn't alone. He was accompanied by a dragon which patiently awaited its master. The girl was surprised by such an unusual companion. Cilia approached the dragoness and asked if she could carry 2 people on her back. Louise curtly replied that if he rewarded her with straw, she would help. Cilia smiled at his companion's persistence and assured her he would buy her an entire field. The princess watched this scene unfold. Louise immediately crouched down so Cilia and the princess could climb onto her back and get seated. Once they were on the dragon's back, they began their journey back. Cilia explained to the girl that balors are a calm species of dragon, so she shouldn't worry about safety. He decided to ask the princess again about her well-being. The girl looked at her savior with amazement. He called out to the girl, clarifying his question once more. Snapping back to reality, the princess blushed slightly and cleared her throat, which puzzled the young man. The princess peered over his back, observing the dragoness they were riding with the knight. She realized that Cilia was a dragon knight, which the young man immediately confirmed. The girl continued to question him, now moving on to the guild he worked for. But Cilia replied that he didn't belong to any guild, which raised questions for the princess. She was surprised that such a professional and talented person like him wasn't working in a guild. Cilia turned to the girl, surprised by her unexpected compliment, reminding her that they had only just met. The girl, leaning back slightly and resting her hand for support, quickly rephrased her words. When she saw Louise and the look in her eyes, she immediately noticed that the dragoness genuinely trusted Cilia and smiled herself. The knight, in turn, was surprised by the princess's perceptiveness. She continued, saying that she had heard knights who managed to earn the trust of their own dragons were considered the best in their field. That's why she was so surprised that Cilia wasn't part of any guild. The young man just smiled at her and replied that he had his own reasons for not getting involved with them. After these words, the princess decided not to bother her savior with any more questions and calmly accepted his answer. Upon returning to the city, they entered the mayor's office, where they were met by Rosa, who was surprised at how quickly he had found the princess. Accidentally addressing her informally, she apologized for her rudeness and asked the girl if she was the missing princess. She asked the newcomers to wait there and hurried to call her superiors. The princess awkwardly glanced at Cilia and confessed that she wanted to thank him for his help, asking how she could repay him. Cilia asked the princess not to worry about it, as he had already received his reward from the client. But the girl decided not to give up. As a token of gratitude, she handed the young man her personal handkerchief with an embroidered family crest and confessed that she would like him to accept this gift as a sign of her appreciation. If he ever needed the princess's help, he could see her by showing this handkerchief to the guards. The girl smiled brightly and promised to help Cilia however she could, if he ever needed it. The young man thanked the girl for such a valuable gift, bowing his head to her. Louise stood behind them, smiling as she watched the scene unfold. After completing the quest, the heroes said their goodbyes, and Cillier, wasting no time, went to collect his reward, as he also needed to thank Louise for her help. For completing this important task, the knight received 1,000 lira and smiled contentedly at the bag of money. Louise immediately called out to him. She smiled as she reminded the guy not to forget to buy her hay as a reward for her help. Cillier turned his attention to her. But instead of an affirmative answer, he let out a slight hum, deep in thought, which immediately puzzled Louise. The dragoness, a little offended, reminded her master that he had promised to give her a well-deserved reward. He quickly came to his senses when he saw his companion's disappointed look and said that it wasn't what she might have thought. Cillier explained that 1,000 lira was enough to live on for a whole month without any worries. Thanks to this, they could afford to buy something better than ordinary hay or simple straw, and Louise's eyes immediately lit up with joy when she heard those words. She asked what could be better than hay and straw, and the guy briefly replied that they would look for dragon furniture, like a soft feather bed. He was about to give an example but changed his mind, deciding it would be much better if the dragoness saw everything with her own eyes. He suggested they head to the markets where they could pick out a gift for Louise. The dragoness happily agreed and they set off. After traveling some distance, they arrived at the shops where they could look for something. Cillier, sitting on the dragoness's back, informed her that they had arrived. Louise gazed at the shop window, surprised that there was everything needed to care for dragons. She carefully looked at the special dragon equipment displayed in the window. Cillier, also examining the items, even noticed toys for dragons and doubted that Louise would need them. They stopped in front of one shop and decided to go in there first to see what might interest them. As Cillier was about to enter, he heard someone call his name from the side and turned to face the stranger. Standing before him was a blonde-haired guy dressed in fur clothing. The young man recognized Cillier first and was slightly surprised to see him in town. Cillier didn't show much emotion and simply uttered the young man's name, calling him Louis. Louis turned out to be an old acquaintance of Cillier's. He was a knight from the Lindworm Guild. The dragoness, standing nearby, watched their meeting with interest, and Louis asked Cillier if he was surprised to suddenly see him there. Without waiting for an answer, the blonde-haired man quickly assured him that he himself wasn't surprised by the encounter and boastfully announced that he was returning from a mission, reminding Cillier that he had been expelled from the guild. But Cillier corrected him, saying that he had left Lindworm of his own accord. Haughtily showing condescension to the knight, Louis offered to speak about Cillier in the guild so that he would have a chance to rejoin the organization. Cillier, however, was astonished by his old acquaintance's generosity. He found it hard to believe that Louis was genuinely willing to help others, noting that such behavior was rare for him. Yet, in his mind, he knew he didn't want to get involved with Lindworm again. Hearing Cillier's remark, Louis set a condition: he would have to abandon his principles. Cillier asked him to clarify what he meant. Louis smirked and replied that it concerned his sympathy for dragons. Louis explained that if Cillier gave up what he called his foolishness, he could easily return to the guild with the help of his blonde colleague. Apparently, they were even sorry to lose such a capable knight as Cillier. However, the dark-haired knight just smirked at these conditions. He immediately rejected the dubious offer, stating that he would not abandon his convictions. Louis looked at the young man, puzzled, and told him not to be stubborn. The young man doubted Cillier could accomplish anything alone and without the guild's help, adding that he was just trying to help his old friend in this situation. But his expression immediately changed when he saw a dragoness approach them. She called out to Cillier. With a very tired look, she asked her master what they were talking about and when they would finally choose a duvet. Cillier, having completely forgotten why he came, apologized to the dragoness. He decided not to elaborate on their conversation, only telling her that Louis had ordered her to stop sleeping 12 hours a day. The dragoness was surprised by such words from a stranger. Turning against the blonde man, she was surprised by his audacity and repeated his words, but instead of words, Louis heard a growl from the dragon. Louis suddenly got scared, noticing the enraged dragon nearby, and anxiously demanded that Cillier explain exactly what he had said to his partner. He also insistently demanded that Cillier calm his dragon, and the young man began to cautiously back away from both of them. However, Cillier defended himself by saying he hadn't done anything at all and directly asked if Louis had heard him order the dragon to attack. The blonde knight merely clicked his tongue in annoyance and admitted that Cillier had indeed given no orders to his dragon, adding that the young man always knew how to use the appropriate magic. But Cillier told him it was because he valued dragons, to which Louis casually waved his head and turned away from them, preparing to leave. Sighing, he decided not to continue the conversation with Cillier, as he was once again spouting such nonsense, and ended their unsuccessful dialogue. The dragoness, having calmed down a bit, asked her master what was going on with Louis, but Cillier replied that they simply didn't see eye to eye and asked her not to worry about it. As they ascended the stairs to the shop, he told her that no matter what Louis said, as long as she was with Cillier, she could sleep 12 hours a day, assuring her he would keep his word. Louisa smiled and exclaimed joyfully. They entered the shop. Inside, the shop owner greeted them, bowing his head to the heroes. He noticed Cillier had come with a balor and asked if they had anything specific in mind they wanted to find among the goods. Cillier replied that they were looking for a duvet for the dragoness. The young man bowed again before them and acknowledged their wishes, asking them to accompany the knight and dragon in their further selection. They entered a huge warehouse where another customer was already present with his dragon, choosing items he needed. Seeing a multitude of different accessories for soft duvets before her, the dragoness's eyes lit up with delight. She couldn't believe that such themed stores actually existed. Unable to contain her emotions, she ran towards the soft beds and pillows, and jumped into one of them, burying her snout first. Cillier became worried and called out to the dragoness. However, seeing how much she enjoyed the mattress topper, Cillier decided not to disturb her. Louise spun around the soft bedding as if she was about to fall asleep right there. He apologized to the seller, not quite understanding what had gotten into his dragoness, but the seller smiled and assured him that everything was fine. He said that customers were welcome to try any of the displayed items. Cillier breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the seller's explanation and thanked him. Meanwhile, Louise tried different featherbeds and stumbled upon something interesting. Cillier noticed her lying on something that didn't look like a regular mattress topper. The dragoness clutched a slime pillow with her paws. Cillier confirmed the pillow's name with the seller, who gave an affirmative answer. People could also use the slime pillow as a bed. This pillow has the elasticity of slime and is considered ideal for comfortable sleep. Louise was enjoying the bed's softness and couldn't bring herself to get up. She was really taken with this particular bed. Cillier noticed how much the dragoness liked the bed and smiled at her joy. He asked her if she really liked the bed that much, to which Louise happily replied that she was very fond of it and that it was much nicer than any hay. With a smile, he thought it over and decided not to spare the expense. He turned to the seller and asked for the price of the bed. The slime pillow cost 1,200 lire. He mentally noted that the chosen pillow and the bed itself looked quite expensive, so he asked Louise if she truly wanted this specific option. The dragoness, with a smile, replied that she did. But she immediately realized the bed was too expensive to buy and asked her master if he was sure about purchasing it. He let her know that everything was fine. It was important to him that the dragoness was comfortable and liked the bed. Hearing his answer, Louise exclaimed with joy and thanked Cillier. He approached the seller and informed him that he would be purchasing that specific item. The young seller thanked him for the purchase. He decided to share that it even seemed unusual to him. Cillier asked him to explain his surprise in more detail. The seller explained that he had heard there were dragon knights who could talk to dragons, and it seemed to him that Cillier was one of them. Cillier chose his words carefully and replied that his dragoness was already like a family member to him. He left the bag of money on the seller's table. The seller escorted the heroes to the exit and bowed to them in farewell, asking them to visit again. The heroes then set off on their way. As they walked through the city streets, the young man decided to share his happiness about their new purchase with the dragoness, saying that he was very glad she liked the bed. He apologized for her having to carry her bed on her back and asked if it was heavy for her. The dragoness didn't respond and continued on her way. But she stopped along the way and addressed Cillier with a question. She wanted to know if her master was truly happy about how things turned out. Cillier didn't quite understand her question. Louise explained that it was too late to talk about it, but she was concerned about the amount they had to give Cillier for her comfort. She added that 1,200 lira was much more than he had received for his previous job. She admitted that she might have been too selfish for wanting such an expensive bed. But Cilia quickly reassured her and stroked her mane, unable to hold back his laughter. He asked her not to worry about it, as it was his promise to her for helping him out in a difficult moment. She had helped him greatly in rescuing the princess, and he was only able to earn money thanks to Louise. He praised her for a job well done. He assured her that she deserved this bed as a reward. The dragoness's eyes widened at his words, and she simply nodded at her master. A radiant, joyful smile appeared on her face, and she sincerely thanked Cilia for his words, after which they continued their journey home. A few days later, the heroes were returning to the town hall, where other workers were leaving with bags of money for their completed tasks. The dark-haired knight praised Louise for her work, saying they had done an excellent job today. But the dragoness didn't react to the young man's words, which puzzled him. He touched her mane to get a response, but it was no use. Louise was very tired today, so she didn't even have the strength to answer her master properly. She just lazily mumbled that she wanted to sleep. Cilia calmed down, reassured that everything was fine, and remembered this particular trait of the dragoness. He noticed his dragon companion's sleepy state and remarked that today's work had drained too much energy from both of them. He scratched his head trying to find a solution to this small problem, as he still needed to collect the reward for the completed task. An idea came to him. Cilia remembered his promise to let the dragoness sleep in her own way and suggested she make her own way home. The dragoness lazily replied that she could manage it. Cilia decided not to delay Louise and sent her home, while he would collect the reward and follow her shortly. Louise asked the young man if he was serious about this decision, to which she received a positive nod in response. He thanked her for her work and didn't hold her back. The dragoness sleepily nodded at him and turned in the other direction. She slowly headed home, and the young man watched her go. The town was quiet at this hour, so the dragoness should have been able to get home safely without any adventures. But the young man still pondered this moment and allowed himself to reflect a little on the situation. After all, he was the only one who could send a dragon home alone because he understood the dragon language. The young man continued to think about this. He was surprised by the very fact that he now had the ability to send dragons out on their own, without his accompaniment. This meant that the dragons could now work independently without Cilia. The guy turned back towards the departing, yet yawning, dragoness and smiled after her, thinking about getting another dragon. A huge carriage adorned with grates and iron bars was passing through the city street. Inside this cage was a chained dragon, silently watching the people sitting outside, only occasionally moving its head. The passing girl the dragon was watching was sitting at a table with her companion, enjoying a piece of pie and sipping tea. The dragon's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. The dragon sat alone in the bard cell, admitting that he was hungry. Cilia returned to the dragon shop where he had previously acquired Louisa. The shop owner didn't expect to see a familiar face and decided to ask the guy if he had recently bought a balor from him. Cilia greeted the man and confirmed his suspicion. The knight thanked the seller for the dragoness, and the man, in turn, smiled warmly at the young man and said that he was the one who should be thanking him. The seller asked how the balor was doing, to which Cilia replied that she was doing quite well. He noticed the man's worried expression. Assuming he was concerned about a return, he quickly reassured the seller that he hadn't come to return the dragon. He explained that he and the dragoness had found common ground and she was doing her job perfectly. The reason for his visit to the shop was his desire to buy another dragon. The man's face relaxed and he smiled broadly after Cilia's words, thanking him for choosing their shop for his purchase. But the knight warned that he had little money left due to an expensive purchase he had made recently. The seller, understanding the young man's situation, informed him that, unfortunately, they didn't have any dragons for sale at the same price as the balor. Cilia gave an awkward smile in response and mentally scolded himself for coming to the shop so thoughtlessly, harboring vain hopes. He slowly reached for his satchel and carefully opened it. Pulling out a pen and notebook, he told the man that he wasn't in a hurry and to contact him if any information came up. Along with the pen and notebook, a family handkerchief gifted by the princess also fell out of the satchel. The seller noticed this and warned the young man that something had fallen. Looking closer, he noticed the embroidered royal crest on the handkerchief and was shocked by what he saw. Cilia bent down to pick up the handkerchief. The seller, still stunned by what he had seen, called out to him. The young man looked up at the man and asked what was wrong. The man, with a trembling voice and noticeable agitation, asked the guy if the handkerchief really had the royal family's crest embroidered on it. Cillier confirmed his thoughts and explained that he had taken on a quest a couple of days ago and rescued the princess. He looked at the handkerchief in his hand and added that it was given to him as a token of gratitude. Immediately, the seller slapped the table and addressed the customer formally. Softening his voice, he offered Cillier a discount. Cillier was surprised by this news and initially couldn't believe what he heard. The seller quickly assured him that he always did his best for customers and offered a convenient way to finalize the purchase. Smiling at the situation, he immediately understood how it all worked. The seller, noticing the handkerchief, now wanted to have good connections with someone who knew the princess and was therefore doing the knight a favor. The young man gladly accepted the seller's offer, for which he received the man's gratitude. The man led the young man towards the dragon stables for him to choose. He asked if Cillier had any preferences. Cillier thought for a moment and then asked if they had any sirush dragons. Sirushes are small dragons with 4 stomachs, 3 of which are not used for digestion and are more like folds. The more things sirushes consume, the more they inflate, resembling a balloon. The seller led the customer to the type he was interested in. Behind the fence sat a female dragon, her gaze fixed downwards. She noticed the young man who had already approached and greeted her. He introduced himself by name. The dragoness merely smirked and was irritably surprised that a human dared to speak to her, assuming he must be quite foolish to do so. Cillier was embarrassed by the dragoness's reaction and suggested that she didn't want to talk to people. The dragoness curtly replied that she didn't wish to engage in such things, and the knight asked why. The dragoness was about to explain that even if she answered, he still wouldn't understand her. But then it dawned on her that Cillier understood her perfectly and spoke the dragon language fluently, which greatly surprised her. She couldn't believe that a human could understand her and began to question him. He simply replied that he had possessed this ability since birth. Cillier told her he wanted to acquire her and asked for her opinion on the matter. The dragoness didn't understand why a human was asking for her permission and replied that he could just buy her. But he again clarified if she was sure about that. The dragoness sadly lowered her gaze. She sarcastically told him that it made no difference at all, calling the human race terrible, vile, and even worse than the monsters humans themselves feared. However, remaining calm, the knight explained that since they could speak the same language, he wanted to get her permission for the acquisition. He assured her that if she wasn't comfortable with it, he wouldn't go against her choice. The dragoness calmed down and looked at the young man guiltily, not quite believing his words. He added that if she agreed, they could leave together. The dragoness, however, didn't understand why the young man was showing her kindness and respect. He informed her that she would be working with him and noted her cuteness and beauty. The dragoness's cheeks flushed pink, clearly not expecting compliments from a human, and she slightly pulled away from him. Cillier, however, smiled at her reaction. The dragoness, lowering her gaze slightly, said she had one condition if he were to buy her. Cillier asked what her condition was. She asked him not to give her a new name. Since she already had her name even before she hatched, she didn't want to change it. The dragoness introduced herself as Colette. Cillier repeated her name, saying it was very beautiful. Standing up, he agreed to the dragoness's condition and invited her to come with him. Colette, nodding her head slightly, shyly said that there was nothing to be done and she agreed to go with him. But she added that he shouldn't get any ideas or think that she had even the slightest bit of affection for him. Looking away, her cheeks still held a rosy tint. Colette assured him that she would follow him only because he was willing to call her by her own birth name. Cillier smiled at Colette, noting that it was very meaningful to her. He was glad to meet her and looked forward to her help in the future. After signing the document for the dragon's acquisition, they left the shop together. The young man was pleased that it was still light outside. Before returning home, he suggested to Colette that they go somewhere, saying it was a place where she needed to work. The dragoness was surprised that she would have to work. Their workplace turned out to be a tall, steep slope at the foot of which the heroes stopped. Cillier carefully touched the cold stones with his palm. He pulled a small piece from a crack and asked the dragoness to collect the ore. Colette examined the unusual beauty of the stone with genuine astonishment. Cillier explained to her that they were standing before Mount Milrif, which was famous for its rich natural deposits of a special mineral called kebania. This rare stone is highly valued on the market and sells for a high price. as it can be used in a wide variety of conditions and for many purposes. He asked her to gather as much ore as possible into her stomachs and bring it to the city. The dragoness nodded, accepting the task from her master. Before leaving her alone, he asked her opinion of the work. Colette assured him that she would handle it quickly. He thanked her for her help, saying he really appreciated it. The dragoness simply replied that it wasn't difficult work. Cillier explained that of all the dragons, only she could handle such a task and asked her if she could complete the assignment without his supervision. Colette hastily replied that she could, but then stopped herself. The young man's words finally reached her, and she was surprised that he trusted her enough to leave her to work alone. Cillier quickly warned her that the job was actually not easy. He wanted her to collect ore here and take it to the general store in town. The knight hoped the dragoness could do it herself, but naturally, without overworking herself. The dragoness, however, still couldn't believe that Cillier was leaving her alone. He simply replied that he wasn't going to watch her, which only surprised the dragoness even more. Colette, intrigued, asked if she could slack off if he left, as if warning him in advance. But Cillier, with a bright smile, told her that he trusted her and added nothing more. The dragoness remained confused. She sarcastically asked if he was a fool to be so sure about it, but Cillier calmly assured her that she, of all people, could be trusted. Colette wanted to say something but decided not to argue with the young man and let him go, promising to complete the task. Back in town, the shop wasn't very surprised when they heard the young man's offer to sell ore, but they still agreed to work with him. Meanwhile, Colette began working and delivered the collected ore without the knight's supervision. He patted her head, pleased with the completed task, and was glad that she had done everything as he asked. After some time, Cillier brought Colette to his home. He asked the dragoness if she would mind sleeping in the garden, warning her that it wasn't luxurious but still had a place to sleep. Colette replied that it was much better than sleeping in the shop. Looking around the garden, she noticed another dragoness sleeping there and asked Cillier about it. He introduced her as Louise. The dragoness woke up from the unfamiliar voices and slowly got up, seeing the stranger. Cillier apologized to the dragoness for waking her. She replied that she woke up because she felt the presence of another creature and looked at Colette. The young man smiled and apologized to the dragoness once more for not warning her in advance that he was going to acquire another one. Colette greeted her and introduced herself by name. Louise told the dragoness that she herself had only recently been bought and hoped they could get along. She looked around the garden and pondered. Now they would have to live here together, to which the knight agreed. With his arms crossed, he sighed with a smile. The space was quite cramped for two dragons, especially with Louise's new purchase. But Colette didn't mind the conditions, and Louise agreed with her, saying that the main thing was being able to sleep. Colette was surprised that the dragoness loved to spend time sleeping and said it was strange. Louise was surprised by this reaction. Watching the dragons, Cillier mentally agreed that the garden was too small for two and he couldn't possibly allow another dragon to live there. Meanwhile, Louise yawned widely, which made Colette smile warmly. He realized that if he were to acquire another dragon, he would have to move to a more spacious location. The heroes headed into town. Colette noticed Louise starting to fall asleep on the way and was once again surprised by her sleepiness. The dragoness lazily said that she was still sleepy and wanted to catch up on her rest. Cillier quickly assured Colette that this was just how the dragoness was. Colette was surprised that the knight even dared to take on such a dragon. The young man told her that he had promised Louise 12 hours of sleep a day, and in return, she would do the work. He glanced at Louise and admitted that if he couldn't talk to dragons, he wouldn't have liked her sleepiness either, and he would never have known about that particular trait of hers. The same applied to Colette herself, which was why he hadn't given her a new name. He added that it was as if fate had brought the three of them together. Colette, flustered, looked away and declared that he had bought her for a cheap price. The guy was amused by the dragoness's reply and said that was also a reason. Continuing on their way, Colette noticed something. She stopped in her tracks, which piqued the young man's interest. He looked at the dragoness, who seemed troubled by something but didn't say anything. Cillier decided to ask what was bothering the dragoness, and she immediately snapped out of it. The dragoness shook her head and asked him not to pay attention to it, but Cillier persisted, insisting that he had noticed her staring intently at something. However, the dragoness refused to answer, claiming she hadn't actually been looking, and asked him to stop questioning her. Turning a corner, Colette cast a quick glance at Louise and Cillier, who were a little behind, and asked if her next job was in that direction. She hurried off, leaving the puzzled heroes alone. Louise bid the dragoness farewell. Cillier awkwardly wished Colette good luck with her work and didn't try to stop her. But he realized that Colette had been worried about something and had been looking at something specific. Looking around, he noticed something. It was a small shop with pastries and other sweets, which could have caught Colette's attention. Cillier praised Louise for her good work. He asked the dragoness to wait for him outside, as he had one more thing he wanted to take care of. The dragoness obediently sat on the ground and waited for her master. The young man entered the shop. It turned out to be a dragon shop. The seller, distracted from his papers, looked up and greeted Cillier as he entered. The knight asked if Colette had stopped by. The man confirmed that the dragoness had visited the shop and took a bag of lyres from the counter. Cillier was pleased that she had fulfilled his request. He had asked Colette to bring her first earnings to the shop. The reward was small, but he wanted to pay off the installment. Cillier informed the seller that Colette would bring him money from time to time as installment payments. The seller understood Cillier and was surprised that the knight had managed to entrust such a difficult task to his dragon. Moreover, she was doing all of this without his supervision. He praised Cillier's talent, and the young man, chuckling, thanked him for the compliment. The seller also added that Cillier was not only a good dragon knight but more importantly, a wonderful person. The young man asked for clarification. The man explained that he never would have thought the knight would make the payment so quickly, as many people delay their contributions for a long time, causing the seller a lot of trouble and difficulties. Now Cillier understood what the seller meant and smiled at him. He replied that it was the least he could do for the shop owner's kindness and expressed his hope for their long cooperation. The seller also noticed his good relationship with the dragons and how well he cared for them, admitting he was quite touched by it. He smiled broadly, saying that dragons were his valuable merchandise. The man inquired if the knight had enough space to keep 2 dragons at once. Cillier replied that both fit in his small garden, though he couldn't help but notice his interlocutor's perceptiveness. The seller then informed the young man that a couple of places for keeping dragons were available for rent in the city. There was a stable for 2 dragons and another for several dozens. There were only 2 places to choose from. Cillier noted the seller's knowledge about such places. The man offered to show him a good house, but only on one condition. The knight was interested in the seller's offer and asked for details, and the man admitted he had guessed that it might interest his client. It was a new building, but for some reason, the dragons didn't like it. The stable was very wide and spacious, so many dragon knights would want to move there with their dragons. Cillier, along with his dragonesses, had already arrived at the location recommended by the shop owner. Before them stood a tall building which was a dragon stable, and the area itself was protected by a fence. But for some reason, the dragonesses refused to go inside. The dragonesses, fixing their gaze on the tall stable, noted that their future home looked decent. Cillier explained that people rarely stayed there for long, much less dared to buy it. That's why the housing was rented out for next to nothing. But first, he wanted to hear the dragonesses' opinions about the place and find out what the problem might be. He stepped over the threshold and they began to inspect the area. The small building was meant to be the young man's own home. Approaching the tall stable, he told them it was for Louise and Colette. Louise was surprised by the stable's size, looking at it from bottom to top. Cillier asked them to go inside and look around, but upon entering, they felt something. To an ordinary person, the stable seemed normal, without any particular features. But the dragonesses' expressions changed, and they felt a sense of revulsion from the place. The knight saw their mood drop and looked at them, puzzled. The dragonesses declared that they didn't like the place. The dragonesses disliked the smell that permeated the stable. Cillier suggested that it was a special smell that only dragons could sense and asked them where it was coming from. Louise said it was from the floor. The knight clarified if the unpleasant smell was coming from the ground. The dragonesses, unable to bear the stench, quickly went outside. Following them out, he wanted the dragonesses to describe the smell in detail. Colette couldn't find the words, so Louise spoke for her, saying that dragons might have been killed in that stable and the place could have absorbed that smell. The young man sighed, understanding why the dragonesses felt uncomfortable inside the building, assuming something terrible might have happened there. He thought about it and suggested changing the soil itself to get rid of the smell. The knight asked Colette to bring different soil, suggesting some from the fields. The dragoness nodded and assured him that she could easily carry new soil in her stomach. He asked Louise to rest. The ground in the stable needed to be dug up, and Cillier took on that job. Louise only apologized that she couldn't help them. Work in the stable was in full swing. Cillier dug up the contaminated soil, after which Colette approached and he asked her to sow fresh soil. Holding a shovel, he helped put the soil back in place himself. It took almost the entire day to finish changing the soil. The knight sat down to rest and wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. He asked the dragonesses how they felt now. The dragonesses spread their wings and began to assess the renovated stable. Their tails wagged with joy, and Louise told him that they now felt comfortable. Colette agreed with her and added that it was worth all their effort. Cillier was pleased with the dragoness's reactions. It meant the problem really was with the soil itself, which repelled the dragonesses with its stale smell. Getting up, he left the barn and decided they would now move into this house. The barn was very spacious, like a palace. Louise was happy that she could finally get some good sleep. When everything was done, Cillier, pulling the cart, thanked his companions for their help. He especially thanked Colette, praising her work. The dragoness instantly blushed upon hearing the compliment. He brought a gift specifically for her and asked her to remove the cloth covering it. Colette's cheeks flushed even brighter, and her eyes widened at the sight. Before her lay a sweet scene: a huge cake, a scattering of pastries and cookies, and many tiny desserts. Louise noted that these were human sweets. Cillier turned to Colette, asking if these were what she had been staring at in town. He assumed the dragoness had a sweet tooth, so he ordered a cake that she could easily finish by herself. Colette, hearing that all these sweets were for her, was even more surprised by the unexpected gift. Louise, teasing her friend, wondered if she really liked such food. Colette, however, was embarrassed by Louise's remark. She walked over to the sweets. Approaching them, she shyly declared that she didn't really like them that much. Her tail continued to wag with joy, not hiding the dragoness's true emotions, as she kept making excuses, saying she didn't like sweets. Cillier just smiled silently. But in anticipation, Colette couldn't resist and admitted that life was already hard enough, and it would be a sin to let such exquisite food go to waste. A satisfied smile bloomed on her face. Cillier went to the city hall while Louise waited for him outside. He handed the papers to Rose, and she thanked him for his help. She noticed that Cillier had acquired a second dragon, to which he gave a positive answer. The girl added that free knights often couldn't even afford one, yet he had bought 2 dragons, not forgetting to mention his diligence. Cillier thanked Rose for her words. She asked him if he would continue working as a free knight. She offered him the option to join a guild if he wished. Cillier, having become a wanderer, had tried various things over the past period. After being expelled from the Lindworm Guild, he understood a lot about this world. All guilds and dragon knights shared the same views on dragons, treating them as mere tools. Rose apologized for the suggestion, remembering why he didn't want to get involved with guilds, but then offered him another option which piqued his interest. She asked him to consider something that might not have crossed his mind. In fact, instead of joining a guild, he had the opportunity to establish his own. Rose explained that a guild is a state-recognized organization, and in this case, she was referring to a community of dragon knights. She emphasized that dragons and their knights hold a special place in the world, and therefore, they are treated with respect. Cillier asked for a specific example to better understand the core idea. The girl replied that the main privilege of such guilds lies in tax benefits, which significantly sets them apart from other associations. The knight clarified if she meant the transit tax, to which she confirmed it applied. She continued, explaining that the tax on dragon populations is also reduced, and when a knight has several dragons, the difference is quite noticeable. Cillier was surprised to learn that there were taxes on dragons. Rosa added that depending on the guild's strength, the dragon's abilities could also slightly increase, which greatly astonished Cillier. Seeing his reaction, she quickly explained that at the highest guild level, dragons become a little stronger. But Cillier still admitted that it was already a great boost and asked how it worked. Rosa confessed that she didn't really understand it. She only added that the origins of such privileges were linked to an ancient agreement between the King of Gods, Romancier, and the Dragon King. MN, at least, that's what the legends claimed, but the girl herself admitted she had no precise information. Cillier was surprised to find out that guilds had their own advantages. He asked what he needed to do to establish his own guild. Rosa replied that first, he would need an official observer. She offered to help him, assuring him that there would be no problems with that. The young man thanked her for her assistance. She didn't forget to warn him that he would need to pay a deposit, which might be an issue. He would need to pay 10,000 lira as a deposit. Cillier noted that it was a rather large sum, but then he remembered something. He opened his satchel, recalling the reward he had received for his previous job. He pulled a money bag from his belt pouch and emptied its contents onto the table. Cillier explained that just yesterday, Colette had found a rare ore. The dragoness had found a strange stone and given it to the young man. He took it in his hand and examined it, not quite understanding what was so strange about it. Colette explained that it looked ordinary, but that morning it had been a completely different color. The young man was surprised by the dragoness's find and decided to take it to an appraiser the next day. Upon visiting the right person, the appraiser examined the stone and said it was a four-colored polylite. Cillier asked if it was a rare stone, to which he received confirmation. Adjusting his glasses, the appraiser offered the man 10,000 lira for the stone, which greatly surprised the knight. Rosa, after counting the coins, confirmed that Cillier had given her the exact amount and was surprised by his luck. He gave an awkward smile and admitted he hadn't expected to spend the money so quickly. She asked if he wanted to apply to establish a guild right then. Cillier replied affirmatively and was counting on her. After finishing the application, she handed the document and a pen to the knight so he could sign everything. Cillier took the pen and signed his name as the guild representative, his residential address, and the number of dragons, specifying their types. Rosa reminded him not to forget to write the name of the Knights Guild, which was important for its establishment. Without much thought, the young man wrote down the name. Once he finished filling it out, he handed the document to the girl, and she was surprised by the guild's name. Cillier had named his guild Dragons Above All. He nodded in response, as the name should reflect its essence. Rosa accepted the application, also signed her information on the document, and stamped it at the end. The stamp placed on the document began to sparkle, and tiny wings started to emerge from it. Cillier watched the magic in amazement and saw a small fairy appear above the paper. Rosa explained that this was the guild's fairy and served as an ID. Cillier leaned in slightly to get a better look at it. The fairy silently stared back at him. He asked Rosa what he should do with it, and she replied that it would follow him on its own, so he didn't need to do anything. The fairy then flew towards the young man's fanny pack. It went inside, which both the girl and the guy noticed. Rosa asked him to treat it carefully and placed a box on the table. Opening it, he found bracelets and collars inside. Rosa explained that these were devices for measuring dragon power. The guild rank would increase based on their readings. Cillier remembered that the dragons in the Lindworm Guild wore such bracelets. The sight of the bracelets and his old memories of Lindworm slightly puzzled him, which piqued Rosa's interest. He admitted that he didn't want to put collars on his dragonesses. Noticing the guy's gloomy expression, the girl advised him to go to the dragon workshop, where he could choose suitable collars for his dragonesses. Cillier stood in front of his dragonesses. They were surprised that he offered them jewelry. He told them he had visited the dragon workshop, where they also had earrings, bows, and anything else their hearts desired. The knight asked the dragonesses what they would like to wear. The dragonesses began to consider the guy's offer. Louise replied that she wanted a sleeping bag, which puzzled the guy. He wasn't entirely sure if sleeping bags for dragons existed and, with an awkward smile, admitted that it couldn't really be considered jewelry. Louise then suggested an eye mask. The knight suggested that he could have one custom made and asked her again if that was really all she wanted. Louise smiled and nodded at him. Leaning in slightly, he warned her that she would only wear it at night, but Louise didn't seem to mind and even pointed out that he always wore a similar mask. The guy was puzzled by her statement, saying that he didn't wear one. But he decided not to argue with the dragoness and asked Colette what she would like as an accessory. The dragoness averted her gaze from her master and was shy to answer him. She struggled to articulate what she wanted due to her intense embarrassment. She would like something similar to a ribbon, not daring to look the knight in the eye. He smiled at her and asked what kind of ribbon she would like. The dragoness continued to fidget in place and briefly replied that she wanted a cute ribbon. In his thoughts, Cillier noticed the dragoness's femininity but decided not to say it aloud to avoid embarrassing her further. He told the dragonesses that he would visit the workshop tomorrow and place the order. At the workshop, the young man was taking measurements of Louise's head, who sat still in place. The master approached Cillier and said that she would make the mask to the dragoness's size. The total order came out to 100 lira. Cillier asked for 2 masks, one as a spare. The master said he'd get right on it and the order would be ready in a few days. Leaving the workshop, Louisa and Cillier were pleased to have finished their business. Cillier looked warmly at the dragoness, who was temporarily wearing a collar. The dragonesses put on their collars without resistance, though Cillier still didn't like it. Louisa stopped, about to say something to the knight. She hadn't expected him to agree to an eye mask. The knight looked at her in surprise and said he had no reason to deny her wish. Smiling, she thanked her master. At that very moment, a glow emanated from Cillier's satchel, immediately catching his attention. Opening the bag, he pulled out a glowing guild card and began to read it. The card stated that his level had increased to 2. He went to the mayor's office and asked Rosa how this could have happened, surprised that the guild's level had risen so quickly. Rosa, holding his card, was also surprised, as levels usually don't increase that fast. She explained that he had registered a guild with 1 person and 2 dragons, and under those conditions, he should have only reached the 2nd level after a month. He understood the leveling system. If the guild had more people, the level would grow faster. Cillier began to doubt if there was some kind of error. Rosa asked him to wait a moment, then went behind a door to look up some information. She returned with papers, comparing them, and said there were no oddities. Cillier asked her to explain what could be strange. The girl, smiling awkwardly, replied that sometimes a knight would rent a dragon and temporarily link it to the guild, thereby increasing the guild's level, and then return the dragon to be rented out again. This was how some people tried to profit in a less than honest way. Clasping her hands together, she came to a conclusion. Rosa congratulated Cillier on the level up of dragons above all, and he thanked her. He asked if anything changed with the level increase, and the girl nodded. She handed the young man a document and asked him to give it to his fairy. The fairy, peeking out of the knight's bag, touched the paper with magic and unfolded it on the table. She drew something on it, which both the girl and the young man watched. When she finished drawing, it turned out to be a map of Povalsal. Cillier noticed a glowing dot in the middle of the city. Rosa replied that it was a map showing his registered dragons, which surprised him. She pointed her finger at the dot, explaining that it was near the administration building, meaning Louisa was nearby. The knight noted how convenient the map was. Remembering that the knight had more than 1 dragon, she couldn't find the 2nd one on the map, but the young man immediately told her that Colette was currently on Mount Milrif, which was why she wasn't on the map. The girl was surprised that he would send his dragons on errands alone. She moved the map closer and pointed her finger at Mount Milrif. The scale of the image changed, and Cillier noticed a glowing dot flash on the surface. It was Colette. The girl explained that new convenient features would become available as his level increased and asked him to do his best. Cillier took the card and happily noted its unusualness. Before leaving, he asked why his level had risen so quickly this time. Rosa herself didn't quite understand how the system worked, so she couldn't say for sure, but she did note that it was quite unusual. Upon returning home, he found Colette waiting at the entrance, coming back from work. The dragoness was surprised that he had specifically waited for her. He replied that he had found something interesting for her, which piqued her interest. He pulled a small package from his back. Colette initially didn't react to the package itself, but her eyes immediately lit up when she saw what was inside. It was a cute little bow, exactly the one she had asked the knight for. Cillier smiled and added that masks for Louise were still in development, but there were plenty of ribbons for sale. The dragoness couldn't take her eyes off the gift, continuing to glow with joy. Cillier was sure the bow would suit her and helped her put it on her head. Colette herself hadn't expected his help, which made her slightly embarrassed. After finishing with the bow, he smiled. He noted with satisfaction that the bow suited her. Colette, embarrassed, looked away and quietly asked if he really thought so. Pleased with the gift he had given, he complimented her, saying she looked very beautiful. The dragoness, not daring to meet his gaze, just smirked, saying she already knew that. Cillier didn't argue with her, and the dragoness thanked him for such a valuable gift, looking up at him. Cillier's waist pouch glowed again, which he immediately noticed. He pulled out the card but didn't see any level increase. Looking up at Colette, he saw the dragoness genuinely happy with the bow, unable to contain her overflowing emotions. He hypothesized that the more satisfied the dragons were, the more experience the guild accumulated. It was still early morning, and she was already swamped with tasks. Looking at the map, he figured she was just trying to prove herself. His companion responded that she had heard her laughing in the night. It had even made her uneasy and thought she was reminiscing about her master. As they slowly moved forward, he asked with a slight smile if she had really been that happy. He noted that she brought them good income, which was why he had praised her back then, and remembered how brightly her ribbon and guild card had glowed. Perhaps his guess was correct. He also recalled how much Louise enjoyed wearing her newly made mask. When they stopped, he told his partner he would go get them a new quest, but as he approached the board, he noticed a commendation from Lindworm. It stated that the kingdom expressed its special gratitude for the guild's achievements over the past year. Looking at the document with interest, he thought that despite their disagreements, he still admired them. After all, reliable guilds attract more clients, and decided that they wouldn't mind getting such a commendation either. Someone behind him heard his words and, with a chuckle, told him not to get his hopes up. It was Louis. He sarcastically reminded him that he had heard about his new guild and added that commendations aren't given to individuals, don't even dream about it. He continued, saying that after receiving the commendation, new people flocked to them, including B-rank knights with decent reputations. The young man knew that such knights already had a name for themselves and quietly agreed, "Sounds good." Then Louis ironically quipped that if he had stayed a little longer in Lindworm then, but he cut off his sentence and left. The young man wasn't bothered by it. He just exhaled and thought that he didn't want to go back to that guild at all. Pushing his way to the center of the crowd, he didn't understand where the noise was coming from and, apologizing, asked a passerby what had happened. The person replied that word around town was a dragon had escaped and was running loose somewhere, and now they were trying to catch it. He added that no one knew exactly where it was. Thanking him, the guy was confused. It was the first time he'd heard of a dragon escaping. He looked at his partner and realized he didn't want to disturb her. She looked very sleepy. Leaving her, he promised to quickly check in with the administration, but then something sharply crashed into him. Flying backward, he was surprised to see a dragon in front of him, begging him for salvation. The dragon complained that it couldn't stay there any longer. He quietly told them it wasn't safe here and instructed them and his partner to follow him. After hiding in a secluded spot, he asked if she was Ima. The dragoness was surprised he recognized her but confirmed it. He calmly stated that he remembered everyone he had spoken to back then. He also remembered that she was Sumi, a small breed but strong in battle, often found in guilds, and that she was listed with Lindworm at the time. He asked why she had run away. She, looking embarrassed, said that she hadn't been feeling well recently and had asked for a break, but it was no use. They still forced her to work. As a result, she almost got seriously injured. Moreover, she overheard the guild master tell another person that if a dragon messed up, they were no longer needed, and if they failed again, they should be disposed of. He thought with annoyance that nothing ever changes. Even knowing that dragons understand speech, they still say such things in front of them. She added that he often visited the stable, which is why she was waiting for him there. She asked him to take her in. He remained silent but wondered if Lindworm would discuss transferring a dragon to another guild. Suddenly, a knock at the gate interrupted them. The dragoness was scared, thinking they had come for her, but he stroked her and said everything was under control. He asked her to trust him and promised to take her from them. An old acquaintance was waiting for him in the courtyard. He irritably declared that the dragon was with him, and he knew it for sure. The other man calmly confirmed, yes, the runaway dragoness was indeed here. But he unexpectedly declared that he wanted to buy her. The other man didn't believe him and asked if he was serious. After receiving an affirmative answer, he doubted if he thought he would get away with it. The gentleman reminded him that their master had ordered her to be worked to death. Surprised, the other man asked how he knew that. The answer was short, there's no smoke without fire. He refused to return her and told him to relay his offer. However, the other man grunted in displeasure and said that no one would even listen to him. He forcefully pushed his interlocutor aside, entered, and shouted for the dragoness to come out immediately. He told her to come closer and declared that they were going home. The dragoness, waking up from his shout, decided he was her master's enemy. Without hesitation, she commanded him to die, opened her maw, and attacked. The man standing behind the attacker calmly stated that unexpected guests are always met the same way, no matter where you go. With an irritated click of his tongue and a disgruntled grumble, the attacker left, making his displeasure obvious. The man, without even looking at him, simply told him to deliver the message to the guild master. A short while later, he found himself at the negotiation table, facing the master of the Lindworm Guild himself, Dickie Rush. Dickie Rush immediately made it clear that he had been informed of the offer and, after clarifying the man's intentions, asked directly if he truly intended to buy the dragon from them. The answer was brief and unwavering. Yes, that was exactly what he intended to do. He couldn't just stand by and watch them continue to torment someone who was already completely worn out. As if sensing his hidden motives, the guild master simply exhaled and remarked that everything was clear now. Not wanting to prolong the discussion, the man reminded him that the dragon had long since ceased to be useful, meaning that resisting its departure was simply stubbornness. However, Dickie Rush interrupted him. Despite its uselessness, the dragon was still considered Lindworm's property, and no one intended to part with it without a good reason. When asked directly about the price, the master just smirked and declared that money wouldn't tempt him. He added that if someone asks for something, they should understand their place. Listening without objection, the man calmly stood up, then, confidently but without defiance, knelt and bowed his head. His request was voiced again not as an offer but as a firm decision. This gesture seemed to finally affect the master. For a moment he pondered, but then, standing up and waving his hand, he responded with a hint of weariness in his voice. Let him do as he pleased. As the man slowly rose from his knees, he noticed that the dragons had already returned, having approached unnoticed. One of them looked around anxiously, searching for a threat, while another tried to understand if everything had ended well. The man simply gave a short nod, and that was enough. Approaching the escaped dragoness, he gently stroked her head. Now that everything was settled, he told her she was free. She, not hiding her relief, thanked him with an unmistakable joy. When he asked what she planned to do next and where she wanted to go, she immediately replied that she didn't need to go anywhere. She just wanted to stay by his side. He accepted this warmly and greeted her anew, this time as a free companion. At that very moment, something strange happened. All three dragonesses suddenly began to emit a soft glow, as if something within them was responding to an invisible call. The man didn't understand the reason, but he felt a call, not an external one, but as if it was coming from the very ring he wore. When he opened his palm, he saw the ring shining in the exact same way, and in the next second everything became clear, at least to the dragons. They simultaneously realized what was happening. Something ancient and rare had come into effect. Right now in his hands, an artifact had awakened. Stunned by what he saw and not fully understanding what was going on, he asked his companions what kind of artifact had appeared in his hands. The runaway dragoness, looking at the ring, called it a secret dragon treasure, a relic shrouded in ancient legends. She began to explain that once, in ancient eras, the dragon lord, along with the king of gods, created this artifact, and according to tradition, it only appears in the hands of someone the dragons truly love. Still confused, he admitted that he had heard almost nothing about the dragon lord except his name, and asked what the dragons themselves knew about him. They replied that their knowledge was fragmented, but rumor had it that this dragon ruled in an era when dragons still held power over the world. His voice possessed an enchanting power, capable of captivating any creature, and the king of gods, romcom, admired him immensely. Coming closer, the dragons admitted that they were seeing this artifact for the first time in their lives, and the master, frowning, asked how they then knew it was that particular artifact. They merely explained that they recognized it as something innate, an instinct that couldn't be put into words. He looked at the ring, seeing nothing remarkable about it except its simple form. But noticing how confidently all three recognized it, he began to lean towards the idea that it was indeed a genuine treasure. Extending his hand, he told them that since the artifact belonged to dragon culture, it would be logical for one of them to wear it. Joking, he suggested attaching the ring to a belly. But the dragoness with the bow sharply objected, loudly expressing her fear that if she accidentally swallowed the artifact, it might even curse her. The other dragons confirmed that for a variety of reasons, they couldn't take the artifact for themselves, even if they wanted to. Realizing this, the master understood how serious this find could be and suggested that perhaps the artifact should remain with him. Curiosity spurred him on. He wanted to understand the ring's influence and carefully put it on his finger. The dragons, watching him, asked if he felt any changes. He, listening to himself, realized that nothing had changed yet. Suddenly, unexpectedly, his gaze fell on his companions, and then he noticed strange icons that had appeared next to them. The realization came instantly. He understood that the artifact had started working. The dragoness with the bow, with a hint of irritation in her voice, demanded that he explain exactly what had happened. Approaching her, he asked if she felt unwell. She, a little embarrassed, quickly assured him that everything was fine. He informed her that the artifact had told him about it above her head as well as above the others' heads. He now saw two indicators. One reflected physical condition, the other psychological. Turning to the dragoness with the bow again, he reminded her that she always worked alone and most likely just didn't give herself a break. He apologized to her for this. She, lowering her eyes, quietly repeated that she was fine. He, gently saying that he appreciated her efforts, asked her to allow herself to rest for at least one day so as not to make herself sick. Looking at the ring, he began to suspect that perhaps it wasn't a coincidence that the artifact ended up with him. Maybe its true purpose was to help care for dragons, preventing them from becoming exhausted. After she agreed to rest tomorrow, he mentally affirmed that this ring was not a weapon or a source of power, but a true blessing. For dragons, it was the best possible artifact. A few days later, as he was quietly resting in solitude, a persistent knock on the door suddenly echoed through the dead silence of the night. Not immediately understanding who could be calling at such an ungodly hour, he approached, opened the door, and saw a stranger in glasses standing before him. The man, bowing slightly, politely apologized for the late visit and called him by name, wanting to confirm if he was indeed the one he was looking for, Mr. Illyasviel. Upon receiving confirmation, he apologized again for intruding at such an inconvenient time. Tilting his head slightly, he stated that they had not met before and introduced himself as Laurent Fleury. His voice was restrained, but an urgency permeated it as he explained that he had come with a request. When the gentleman asked what the matter was and why he had approached him specifically, the guest unhesitatingly named Lady Mariette, the very woman whose letter he remembered in minute detail. The memory of it instantly resurfaced in his mind, eliciting a slight response in his heart. After letting the stranger in, he inquired about the nature of the request. The man, taking a seat and lowering his voice slightly, explained that one of the Dragon Knight guilds had suffered a heavy defeat during their last expedition. He knew that such expeditions were usually conducted against dangerous monster concentrations where the risk was high, but success promised glory and wealth. However, losses often lurked behind all of this. He asked how tragic the situation had turned out to be. The answer came immediately. The entire first squad had been completely wiped out. Not a single participant survived. The gentleman froze. He hadn't heard such news in many years, and his surprise was genuine. Laurent continued, according to that guild's charter, everyone was required to leave a will before an expedition, and now that no one had returned, these letters lay among the ashes, with no one left to collect them. That was why he had come. The gentleman, after listening to him, expressed doubt that he would have the strength to venture into such dangerous lands, but the guest immediately assured him there would be no danger. The guild had already assembled a second, powerful and reinforced squad to finish what they started. There simply wasn't anyone left who could handle collecting the wills. He added that this had happened in Danzig Valley, and the reward for completing the task was 5,000 liras. The gentleman, after considering everything, briefly gave his consent. Laurent then thanked him and, before leaving, added that there was one more important detail. He explained that while collecting the wills, the gentleman could dispose of any found items as he saw fit. The gentleman again briefly indicated that he had heard and taken note. The next day, after gathering everything necessary, he informed his dragons that their final destination was Danzig Valley, and that, accounting for sleep, the one-way journey would take 3 days. One of the dragonesses, turning to her master, asked him what the man had meant when he said he could dispose of all items as he saw fit. The surprised gentleman asked her if she had heard yesterday's conversation. When she agreed, he, only awkwardly remarking that she had good hearing, realized that the dragoness must hear his every move. Looking at her again, he said that the battlefield was simply a treasure trove. He explained that people go into battle wearing expensive armor and good gear, so taking these items from corpses and selling them for a good price is considered normal. The other dragoness, horrified by what she heard, asked with displeasure if people really did such things. He awkwardly confirmed that they did. He added that he once heard about a poor soul who was struck by residual magic from an item, so it's a life-threatening occupation. He also mentioned that dragons and their knights often use equipment far more expensive than that of ordinary warriors, so it could be rephrased as "take this as a reward." However, he himself wasn't too fond of the idea. Their journey was long through endless fields, dense forests, and under the scorching sun until they finally reached the Danzig Valley. Before them lay a mountain of fallen bodies, 20 humans and 30 dragons. He said with annoyance that it was a horrifying sight, a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Turning to the new dragoness, he said it would be easiest for her to spot an enemy and asked about the situation around them. She replied that everything was fine and she didn't sense any hostility. Opening his palm to reveal a capsule, he suggested the dragons split up and search everyone for these capsules, adding that if the client was to be believed, everyone should have one. Each of them agreed, briefly replying that they understood. The dragoness who stayed with him sadly reiterated that it was indeed an unpleasant job. He tried to cheer her up, telling her she could rest. But the dragoness refused, saying she would work too, and there was nothing to be done about it. He agreed and thanked her. When a dozen capsules were already in the bag, the dragons reported that they had collected them all. Then, addressing the dragoness Colette, the master gave her an order. She asked him if that was all and suggested they head home quickly, saying she didn't want to linger there at all. He asked her to wait a bit, explaining that he had one more task, or rather, a request. After a moment of hesitant silence, he finally asked the dragons to bury the fallen knights and dragons. They asked him, puzzled, and he replied that he didn't want to leave things as they were. He said it was too cruel. The dragons fell silent and he asked, bewildered, if they shouldn't then, but they replied that wasn't the issue. They asked him if they should make graves for the dragons too. The master briefly agreed. The dragoness replied that he was strange, and while she already knew it, he was still strange. The other dragonesses just giggled and agreed with her. He agreed, asking them not to be angry, saying that they had to spend time with someone like him. Looking at him with warm smiles, they repeated that he was strange but still very good and thanked him. She greeted him with slight trepidation and immediately apologized for such an abrupt summons. He showed no displeasure, understanding that if she resorted to a letter, something important must have happened. And indeed, she informed him that his guild had reached the 3rd level. This usually took months, but his progress had been much faster. He immediately understood what she was getting at. The guild fairy flew up to him, light, almost weightless, with a mischievous smile and a light dress shimmering in the sun. She quietly giggled as if she already knew what awaited him, but there was more than just cheerfulness in her gaze. He sensed a slight unease. When he asked if everything was all right, she admitted she was simply surprised. A single guild with only one knight had proven so productive that its successes were already being compared to historical records. He repeated her words about records but noted to himself that everything happening still didn't feel like his own story. When asked the reason for such success, he simply replied that he followed his guild's motto, dragons above all. He just took care of his dragons, that's all. But she didn't share his opinion. She felt there was more to it than that. However, with the new level, they now had access to the so-called backroom, a storage area enveloped by a special spell that allowed no one inside except guild members and their dragons. He wondered with interest how he could use this space with the powers of one of his companions. While he pondered, he could hear other knights talking outside. Some discussed his success with interest, others with clear caution. He felt awkward under their gazes. And it was at this moment that he noticed a carriage at the gates. A girl, a princess, radiant with joy, quickly jumped out of it. Her appearance was unexpected, but judging by her expression, she knew who she was looking for. Approaching closer, she expressed admiration for his achievements. In such a short time, he had become one of the most talked-about knights, perhaps even too quickly. He invited her inside to avoid unnecessary attention. Once inside, she immediately got to the point. She had a special request. She wanted to entrust him with the care of a particular dragon. He immediately became wary because if the request came from the princess herself, something important was behind it. When he first heard about the dragon hatchling, he didn't think much of it. But when she mentioned it was a phoenix chick, he froze. This was something entirely different. He double-checked if she was indeed referring to a divine child, and she gave a reserved nod. He couldn't understand why such a rarity was being entrusted to him. The princess, visibly flustered, tried to downplay the seriousness of the moment, first claiming she just wanted to see how he'd handle it, and then suggesting it was an investment in his guild's development. He thanked her for her trust. After that, they set off together. During the flight, she curiously noted how smoothly the dragon moved and how an instant understanding formed between her and the creature. He asked whether she preferred a carriage or flying. The answer was obvious. However, his dragoness, sensing the tension in the air, warned him not to overdo it if he was trying to impress her. He simply stroked her neck affectionately. Gratitude needed no words. Soon he brought up phoenixes. According to his knowledge, the species had long been considered extinct. The princess confirmed this, explaining there was a legend that phoenixes don't bear offspring but rather reincarnate themselves after death. Her story astonished him. The dragonesses, overhearing the conversation, chimed in. Even they, proud creatures though they were, admitted that phoenixes might surpass them. In their lives, there was no death in the usual sense. They were reborn, becoming stronger. The princess, encouraged, added that centuries could pass between rebirths. Perhaps now was that rare moment when one had reappeared, and if so, he might be destined to play a special role. He didn't know where all this would lead, but he felt something important lay ahead. 2 days of their journey had already passed. Here is a literarily rephrased fragment, maintaining the same style as the previous text, third person, no direct speech, with smooth dynamics and moderate emotional expressiveness. They stopped at massive gates leading deep into an ancient temple. The Lord noted with surprise that it was indeed impossible to reach this point by carriage. The ledges were too steep and the staircases too narrow. One of the knights was already there to greet them, solemnly welcoming the princess and informing her that everything was ready. She briefly thanked him for his service and immediately demanded to be led to the divine child. The knight replied that everything remained as it was and gave the order to open the gates. The princess gestured for the Lord to follow her. He asked his dragons to remain outside and followed her deeper into the temple. They were met by a wide, majestic corridor, flanked by stone columns adorned with images of ancient creatures. Torchlight reflected on the mosaic floor, and the silence felt particularly dense. Finally, they reached a spacious hall. In its very center, on a marble pedestal, rested an enormous skeleton, powerful, snow-white, with broad wings and an elongated skull. The man stopped, clearly bewildered. Before him truly lay only remains. The princess, without slowing her pace, approached and said that this was indeed the divine child, or more precisely, what was left of it. The skeleton had been there for several centuries, and all this time the country had guarded it, believing that one day it would rise from the dead. She turned to the man and asked if he understood what was before him. In response, he silently began to walk around the skeleton, carefully examining every curve of the bones, every crack, and every mark of time. Reaching the skull, he paused, placed his palm against it, and sighed. He didn't get more answers, only more questions, and then something changed. A quiet, ancient, and raspy voice addressed him as human child and began to speak, saying that no human foot had stepped here for many years. And from the girl, he added, came the scent of royal blood. The man looked at the skeleton with apprehension. The voice, however, seemed to have no doubt. It knew who stood before it, and, as if mockingly, it asked if the human understood it. In the next moment, heavy laughter echoed through the temple. The man barely resisted the urge to respond in kind. The skeleton continued speaking, calling his way of thinking ordinary, and immediately asked why he had come. The man replied that he had come to help revive what was called the divine child. The same legend was alive among the people. To this, the skeleton uttered a phrase full of ambiguity, that people themselves once knew how to bring them back to life. Then the man turned to the princess and quietly asked if she knew how to bring the dragon back to life. She shook her head negatively. The skeleton laughed again. Its voice was dry, but there was a strange warmth in it. It spoke of how weak human memory was and how unreliable books were if they depended on the will of kings and rulers. And then it asked the man to come closer. The skeleton, almost whispering, said, "It's simple, and to be reborn, it only needed fire. Just a flame, and it would return an infinite number of times." The man didn't immediately believe it. How could one burn something that was guarded as a national treasure? He hesitated and decided, before taking a step, to turn to the princess again. He warned her he was going to try to revive the child, and the result could be unexpected. She, looking at him calmly, left everything in his hands. He thanked her, then he lit a match. Her flame was tiny, almost imperceptible against the backdrop of the vast, gloomy hall. But when he threw it onto the bones, the flame instantly engulfed the entire skeleton. Tongues of fire flared brightly, dancing around the remains, and then the impossible happened. The fire began to change, as if obeying an unknown rhythm. The light grew brighter, the heat more palpable. From within the flames, a roar erupted, not malicious but triumphant. Before their eyes, a living dragon began to rise from the bones, from the fire, from the very ashes. Its wings spread with a thunderous sound, and its eyes glowed gold. The dragon proudly declared that it was finally recovering. The young man, looking at the dragon with admiration, noted that it was smaller than he had thought and asked if this was a child of God. But the girl, astonished and trembling, sat down. Unable to say anything, she could only stammer out an apology. The dragon playfully told the young man that it was all his fault. After all, he had forgotten to restrain his powers after 100 years. While the princess mumbled incoherently, the young man, repeating the dragon's words about not being able to restrain his powers, quietly said that the dragon was quite mischievous. Suddenly, the dragon placed its paw on his head and playfully ruffled his hair. The dragon said that he was the first human who dared to call him mischievous. The princess was amazed at how quickly they had gotten along. The dragon asked the young man his name. He introduced himself and then asked for the dragon's name in return. The dragon replied that he had no name and, laughing again, noted that he was the only son of God in the world, and that's what he was called, and he didn't need a name to stand out. The young man replied that it was inconvenient and asked the dragon if he could give him a name. Slightly bewildered, he repeated the boy's question and burst out laughing again. Laughing louder and louder, the dragon frightened the princess even more, because his loud voice even caused a landslide. The princess, flustered, turned to the young man, to which he replied that everything was fine and nothing terrible had happened. When they exited the chambers, everyone was stunned, and the guards immediately declared that it was dangerous for her to be there. Both the dragons and the guards stood dumbfounded, but the princess assured them that she was fine. Then the young man stepped forward and introduced the new dragon to everyone as a child of God, and the dragon reminded the youth that he had promised to give him a name, and the young man, flustered, apologized. The young man himself thought the child of the god would be completely different and asked the dragon if it was male or female. The dragon replied that they had no gender because, unlike others, they didn't need to reproduce. Then the Lord suggested the name Chris, and the dragon, happily agreeing, laughed again and repeated that his name was now Chris. But the Lord quickly stopped him, reminding him that landslides would start again. The Lord informed everyone that he had given him the name himself. He asked the princess if it was impolite of him, but the dragon interrupted him, saying he shouldn't pay attention to it, as he had acknowledged him and therefore wasn't complaining. He asked the Lord if he was free. The dragon offered to seal a contract with him, but the young man didn't understand what contract he was talking about. Then the dragon, realizing he didn't know about it, asked him if he was a dragon knight. He agreed, but it was clear that the princess didn't know anything about it either. The prince asked all his companions about the contract, but no one had any idea. The dragon, annoyed, stated that in just a few centuries, the concept of a contract between a dragon and a human had disappeared. Then the young man asked him again what that meant. But the dragon replied that it was better to show him once and asked him for a little of his blood. When the young man made a small cut, a drop of blood hung in the air due to the dragon's magic. The dragon also made a cut, squeezed out a drop, and magically connected their blood into a single circle. The Lord glowed, and the dragon declared that they were now bound, explaining that if a human binds themselves to a dragon with a contract, they can use a part of its power. The dragon, spreading its wings, explained that the gift the Lord received was the ability to control fire, but in his case, it required confirmation. He suggested he ignite himself, not as an act of self-destruction, but as an initiation. Flames immediately engulfed the young man. The princess, filled with anxiety, stepped forward to stop him, but the Lord remained standing calmly, showing neither pain nor fear. The flames didn't burn him. He said that everything was fine, that he felt good, and even the heat didn't touch him. Now he understood what it truly meant to control fire. The dragon laughed. He noted that this was his power and it was unique. Not everyone could withstand it. The young man thanked him. The dragon replied that the feeling was mutual and said it was for giving him a name. The impressed princess was surprised by what she saw, and clenching her hands into fists, she made a decision. Turning to the Lord, she declared that she had a request and wanted to invest in his guild. The astonished young man asked if she really wanted to do that. After she agreed, he thought in amazement that he couldn't have even dreamed of a member of the royal family wanting to invest in his guild. She clasped her hands together and asked him again, very earnestly. He awkwardly replied that he should be the one asking for such a thing and that he accepted her offer. She thanked him overjoyed. After the events at the temple, a lot happened, and the young master learned that he could form contracts with 3 more individuals, so he decided to do so with his 3 other dragons. At first, the other dragons couldn't get used to the fire dragon, but they soon got along very well. The dragon informed the young master that he could connect with any dragon, but the number of available slots depended on the free space within him. But the young man didn't understand and asked what that meant. The dragon replied that, simply put, he could write a certain number of words on paper, and it worked the same way with him. The boastful fire dragon began to praise himself again until another dragoness irritably snapped at him, and they got into a playful squabble. The fire dragon laughed and mimicked her, and she, unable to bear it, bit him on the neck. Thus, a friendly squabble began again, time after time. Their fun was interrupted by the young master, who asked the fire dragon how to find out how much space was inside him. The dragon asked him to prepare a glass of water. He told him to take the glass in his hands, close his eyes, and imagine he was in an empty room, and in that room he had filled everything with water. The dragon told him to imagine the room beginning to expand, slowly but steadily, becoming bigger and bigger, as if the walls were moving away on their own, dissolving into the air. In the young man's mind, this sensation was reflected in a strange way. The glass of water in front of him suddenly began to fill rapidly, as if an invisible force was pouring a stream into it. Alarmed, he jumped up, not understanding what was happening, while the fire dragon laughed, watching the scene unfold. The dragon, still laughing, told the young man that he hadn't been mistaken about him, and that his vessel turned out to be the best of all he had ever seen. Lost, he asked the dragon if this was his space. The dragon briefly confirmed it, stating that he could now make contracts with as many dragons as could fit in his inner world. He jokingly added that many girls could fit in the imperial square, but then admitted that the example wasn't the best. The other dragons also told him that if there was so much space, that was a good thing. After the last time when the young master used his ability and learned from the fire dragon about the possibility of making contracts, the dragoness with the bow approached him. She kept hesitating to say something, shifting from paw to paw. Meanwhile, the fire dragon continued to mimic her, calling her behavior a true influence of a woman's heart. She indignantly told him not to babble nonsense. The fire dragon tried to explain to the young man that he understood her, but she interrupted him and immediately bit him, and he instantly apologized. The young man asked if he could heal wounds with fire, and he confirmed that he could. The master decided to form his next contract with one of his dragons, and the fire dragon instructed them to shed some blood. Afterward, a circle glowed beneath them, and the dragoness, looking worried, said she had a strange sensation, like someone was scratching her throat. The master made sure she wasn't in pain. She shyly admitted to the master that he seemed cooler than usual, almost like a god. He awkwardly asked if she was serious, and then the fire dragon announced that the contract between them had been sealed. Suddenly, the master felt new knowledge emerging within him. This was the ability he had gained from her. The fire dragon explained that there are general skills and individual ones, meaning her abilities were individual. He sat down, intending to find out more, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he almost fell asleep for a couple of seconds. The dragons commented that his sleepiness was also similar to hers. He extended a finger, asking everyone to look at how the small wound on it had healed. He hypothesized that his ability was recovery through sleep, and that during sleep, recovery happened faster than usual. The fire dragon remarked that it was a pretty good magic. He thanked the dragoness for the ability and called over the new dragon to form the next contract. During the contracting process, she suddenly giggled, and he asked her what was wrong, but she replied that it was nothing. After it was completed, he suddenly felt that he had gained combat-related abilities. The fire dragon suggested he try out the ability on him. He assured the master that it wouldn't hurt him at all. The master, getting into a combat stance, declared that he wouldn't hold back then. Extending his hands forward, he instantly created a fireball. Impressed himself, he noted how convenient it was, and when the dragoness asked if her ability would be useful to him, he answered affirmatively. Then he asked the fire dragon how he was doing. The fire dragon, full of enthusiasm, suggested they try again. The young man himself didn't understand why the fire bullet only worked with 9 fingers. He tried to ignite the last one, his right thumb, but he just couldn't manage it. Then the fire dragon told him that the human right thumb signifies power. He asked if he hadn't noticed that all rulers wear a ring on their first finger. But the young man replied that he hadn't encountered such a thing before. The The fire dragon said it was a sign of a concluded contract. Then, the young man called over the third dragoness to form a contract. After the contract was finalized, he mentioned that he wouldn't be able to use the ability he gained from her right away. This was because anything he ate would now be converted into energy and stored in a different part of his body. As far as he understood, he could accumulate and use as much of it as he wanted. Pleased, he noted that such a skill would be especially useful for expeditions and thanked her. The fire dragon chuckled, saying he was lucky. The fire dragon joked that if he made even a slight mistake now, he'd end up as plump as his dragoness. This infuriated her and she immediately bit him, retorting that she wasn't fat. But the master didn't intervene, saying the fire dragon had brought it upon himself. The next day, a new client introduced himself to the master as Sebastian Bernard. The master formally and officially introduced himself, which made Sebastian feel a bit awkward due to such a formal reception. He extended a letter to the master, explaining it was an invitation from Moraniel. Opening the letter, the master realized it was once again from Lady Katrina and thought he should thank her. Afterward, he asked Sebastian about the actual task. The man admitted that it was difficult for him to ask, but he needed the master to procure dacite for him. He specified that the dacite should be about the size of a cocotte, and he needed around 100 pieces. The fire dragon interrupted their conversation with a laugh, declaring that it would be very interesting and that they would take on the quest. The master awkwardly apologized for his dragon's unexpected outburst. The fire dragon then told the master that he knew where the dacite was located and could show him. The master then agreed to accept the quest. The man gratefully remarked that it was very brave of him to take on such a task. The master inquired with the fire dragon about what dacite was. The fire dragon explained that it was a type of jewel, but people disliked it because they often ran into trouble when trying to obtain it. It was then that the master understood why it commanded such a high price. The dragon explained that dacite appears when moonlight fully falls upon it, causing it to sparkle brightly, which is why some also call it the night dragon's core. The impressed master thought it must be incredibly beautiful. Afterward, he reminded the fire dragon that he hadn't told him anything about where to find the dacite. But the fire dragon, with a sly giggle, silently led them to a scorching volcano. He then said that, as far as he remembered, this volcano was called Tonibit, and the dacite was inside. The fire dragon burst out laughing, saying that an ordinary person couldn't obtain it, but the young man could. The young man then remembered his new contract power and finally understood why the quest was given specifically to him. The dragon jokingly suggested he go in even naked, just like in a hot spring. Another dragoness asked the young man if he was absolutely sure, to which he replied that everything was fine and the fire dragon wouldn't deceive him. So he headed into the volcano. Once he was in the middle of the bubbling lava, he confirmed that it truly wasn't hot inside. The fire dragon praised him, saying he was happy for him and that it was very brave of him. As the young man pulled out the first dacite, he thought it felt like extracting something dense and viscous from the mud itself, something heavy, yet necessary. 100 pieces didn't seem impossible or exhausting to him, and without allowing himself to be distracted for a second, he continued to collect them one by one. He felt his body adapt more and more to the suffocating heat with each new movement, and the contract he'd made fueled him with strength, protecting him from fatigue and overheating. Meanwhile, the other dragons who had remained at the entrance to the crater began to express their displeasure, pleading with him in a whiny tone to hurry up. It was getting hotter and hotter for them, and the air around the volcano was rapidly thickening, as if the very landscape was breathing heavier. The young man, however, didn't stop his work, continuing to collect the dacite while mentally noting how much he had changed recently. He thought that in the past, he wouldn't have even approached such a place, let alone calmly worked in the heart of a volcano. But now he stood there, calmly gathering stones, and there was nothing out of the ordinary about it for him anymore. When the work was finished, the bag was tightly packed, containing exactly 100 dacites, each the size of a large cocotte. The dragon, with a slight upturn of his lips, replied that such was the human world. If you have strength and recognition, even the hardest work is valued differently. The young man thanked him, feeling that what he heard truly reflected the essence of what was happening. Late in the evening, in a dimly lit bar filled with the hum of voices, a group of young people gathered around a table with mugs of alcohol, animatedly discussing recent news about a new guild. Their conversations expressed admiration for its rapid success, hinted at its mysterious nature, and speculated that perhaps the guild members were hiding something from prying eyes. Among other things, it was mentioned with admiration that the queen herself had supposedly become the guild's patron, and many believed this explained their luck and rapid ascent. A new visitor entered the establishment, a figure in a thick cloak with a raised hood. Introducing himself as Six, he approached the young man and presented him with a business proposition. The young man, noticing the obvious unnaturalness of the name, remarked that it was likely fictitious, since the stranger himself wasn't even trying to hide it. The stranger continued, stating that he had a job for him to deliver a certain cargo. The reward he promised for completing the task was unexpected, 30,000 lire. The young man was frankly astonished. Such sums for simple transportation of items were rare and seemed almost absurd. He cautiously inquired what exactly he would be transporting, but the client evasively replied that he couldn't disclose the details, only adding that it was important to deliver the item to a strictly designated location. The mysterious client's words seemed unsettling to the young man, especially the fact that he was deliberately concealing the contents of the cargo. He sensed a trick, an unclear but palpable danger. Nevertheless, a growing curiosity enveloped him, gradually overshadowing his caution. Their conversation was interrupted by the intervention of the fire dragon, who, overhearing their dialogue, couldn't help but loudly comment on what was happening. He was drawn to how exciting it all looked and expressed a desire to participate. The master, agreeing that the task was indeed unusual, allowed the dragon to join in. The dragon, boastfully promising to get all the information from the client himself, stepped forward, assuring them that no one could withstand his pressure. The master hesitantly asked if that was a good idea, but the dragon just told him to trust him. Approaching the client closely, he defiantly demanded to know what the man was truly hiding. The dragon's unexpected pressure was so intense that the stranger, terrified, fainted and slumped to the floor, trembling. The master approached him with concern and asked the dragon what he had done to the man. The dragon, clearly pleased with himself, replied that he had only applied a little pressure, and now, in his opinion, the guy would definitely tell them everything he knew. Kneeling beside the frightened client, the master repeated his question about the contents. Struggling to find his words, still trembling, the client confessed that the cargo consisted of so-called dragon's tears, a type of spirit with a special effect. The dragon explained that it was a special substance capable of inducing sleep if brought near a source of fire, and it also caused hallucinations. The master pondered this, figuring that perhaps the effect of these spirits allowed a person to enter a state similar to a dreamlike sleep. The dragon added that the substance caused no physical harm, but despite this, it was officially banned by the king himself. The master asked the client if his task was secret and received immediate confirmation. He then turned to the dragon with a question: why were the spirits banned if they caused no physical harm? The dragon admitted that this was true, but added that the consequences were of a different kind. Due to the widespread fascination with these spirits, the country's demographics began to decline. People increasingly preferred to escape into sweet dreams, abandoning reality, and this led to serious repercussions. The master, processing what he had heard, calmly noted that in that case there was probably nothing that could be done. The dragon suggested that the ban might have been excessive and that there were people who genuinely needed such a remedy. The master, intrigued, asked who exactly might need it. In response, the dragon gave the example of an elderly man who had lost his wife, for whom the only way to see her again was to immerse himself in such a dream. The master, after a moment of silence, admitted that he also considered this possible, and perhaps the restrictions should indeed be more flexible, as not all people are the same. To the dragon's raspy laughter, the master collected his thoughts and decided to take on the proposed task. Without wasting time, the stranger pulled a map from the folds of his cloak and pointed to a marked location, where, he informed them, the item to be transported was located. Having received his instructions, the master immediately set off with his dragons. Upon reaching the designated spot, he looked doubtfully at the dark silhouette beyond the buildings, trying to determine if it was indeed Fort Nirko, the place from which the spirits were supposed to be taken. Many armed men were visible on the fortress walls. Approaching the gates, the master was met by a young man whose behavior betrayed his wariness. After handing him the paper, he expressed his intention to enter. The guy read the document and then ordered the gates to be opened. As soon as the master and his dragons stepped inside, the entire fort came alive. people became agitated upon seeing the strangers. A thin, one-eyed man with an intense gaze fixed directly on the master emerged from the dense crowd. He asked if the master was indeed the guild master, and upon hearing confirmation, declared that before they entrusted him with such an important task, he would have to demonstrate his strength. The master tensed up internally. He was confused, as the task was supposed to be a request from their side, not a test. Nevertheless, hearing that the fort had encountered many deceivers in the past, he understood the need to prove the seriousness of his intentions. Taking a breath, he assumed a combat stance and activated the abilities granted by one of his contracts. With a single movement, he unleashed a torrent of energy, and a fiery blast ripped through the air with a roar, soaring upwards. In an instant, the entire area was encircled by a blazing ring, with flames erupting outwards. The flames, which engulfed the area at his command, made a strong impression. The one-eyed man, smirking coldly, admitted that the master was indeed not bad at all. When the master asked if he was satisfied with the demonstration, the man nodded, indicating that what he had seen was sufficient. He told them to follow him. As they moved through the fort, the fire dragon whispered to the master with a sly chuckle that everything had happened just as he expected. He then asked with feigned concern if the master had used up all his energy reserves. The master, maintaining his composure, informed him that he had only used about a third of his strength and reminded him that, with the help of one of his contracts, he could accumulate magical energy, albeit slowly. This fight, he added, could serve as a good lesson for future encounters. The fire dragon snorted contentedly, praising him for his prudence. Looking around, he noted with displeasure how many wary and openly hostile glances were directed at them. Those who had called them now seemed to doubt their own decision. Without hiding his irritation, the dragon cast a predatory gaze towards the observers, and they, feeling the magical pressure, instantly fell silent. He found this amusing and burst into loud laughter. The master, noticing this, addressed him with a reproach. But the dragon, waving his hand, explained that he was just joking, and ruffling the master's hair, reminded him that they were now comrades. The one-eyed man, turning at their conversation, looked at the dragon with noticeable surprise. He admitted that he hadn't known the master had such a beast. However, the master, not wanting to prolong the conversation, immediately reminded him that they were not invited here for a chat and asked where the cargo was. The man clicked his tongue reluctantly but did not argue. He simply turned to his subordinates and gave them a command. While they were preparing the crates, the dragons conversed among themselves. They didn't understand why everything had stopped. The fire dragon, with feigned seriousness, explained that the man had obviously realized who he was dealing with and would now not risk provoking them. Another dragoness, observing the people's actions, said with a slight scoff that the reason was different. They were simply afraid of their master. When the subordinates brought and handed over the crates, the man gave them to his master and explained that the cargo needed to be delivered to a certain Jig in Manu, who would handle the payment. However, he also warned that there was an external checkpoint when entering Manu and the contents of the cargo might be inspected. The master would have to figure out how to bypass this on his own. As they set off, the dragons discussed the potential consequences. One of them expressed concern that if the spirits were discovered, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Then one of the dragonesses, less experienced, asked what a checkpoint was. She was told that in large cities, it's a standard inspection procedure on the outer perimeter, conducted to prevent illegal transport. It turned out that one of the dragons had encountered this before in the city of Rinterm. The master, listening carefully, thoughtfully remarked that it would be best to avoid any suspicion, as he didn't want trouble with the law. The cargo was temporarily hidden inside one of the dragons, but everyone understood that such a disguise wouldn't last long during a regular magical inspection. The master expressed doubt, wondering if Manu already knew about them and their arrival. As they passed a small river, an idea suddenly came to him. He turned to one of his dragons and said he would like to ask for her help, as he had come up with a plan. Upon reaching Manu, the master and his dragons carefully surveyed the surroundings. Quietly, he whispered to one of the dragons that he was counting on her help. However, they were interrupted when a knight stopped in front of them, blocking their path. The knight looked at the master and immediately asked if he was a dragon knight. After receiving an affirmative answer and seeing documents with the Dragon Frost Guild seal, he still pointed to the Mushufushu dragoness and cautiously asked what she had in her stomach. The master replied evasively, saying it was nothing unusual, but the knight sharply cut him off, stating that he wouldn't be the one to judge but the inspectors. Asking if that was all, he prepared for the inspection. At the master's signal, the dragoness opened her mouth and released a powerful stream of water, flooding the pavement in front of the guards. The knight recoiled in confusion, clearly not expecting such a large quantity. The master calmly explained that it was just ordinary travel water and asked if they could pass now. After receiving permission, he gave a reserved nod and walked on, quickening his pace. One of the dragons remarked with admiration how cleverly they had managed to pass the inspection. The master agreed, adding that such tricks don't always work, but they are very useful at the right moment. He also noted that although almost all the water had been released, something remained: capsules of dragon's tears incense. As he observed the bustling streets, he noted that Manu was noisier than Bursel. One of the dragons added that, according to rumors, the city was built by the guild master himself. The master pondered how the city was built. He wondered if he could one day create something similar, a city for dragons. Just then, one of the dragons pointed to signs with identical symbols. Intrigued, the master decided to check out one of the shops. Inside, they were greeted by a man with long hair. He immediately recognized who they were and asked about the delivery. The master silently signaled, and one of the dragons carefully produced the boxes. The man meticulously inspected the contents, confirmed everything was in order, and handed the master the promised payment. When asked if he wanted to recount the money, the master declined, stating that if he were cheated, he simply wouldn't accept the next deal. Leaving the shop, one of the dragons was surprised to realize they had effortlessly earned 30,000 lira. The master explained that such a price was paid for delivery specifically because of the incense's rarity and importance. He added that those directly involved in production likely earned many times more. This made him think it was worth looking into the matter further. Later, after settling into their house, the dragons noticed that the dwelling had a designated space for them too. The master smiled, remarking that it was a sizable city for a reason. One of the new dragonesses was surprised by how many merchants wanted to get their hands on dragon's tears. The master confirmed that if you could get the incense into the city, you could pretty much do anything you wanted. To the worried question of whether it was even okay to profit from a prohibited item, he replied that only the authorities considered it prohibited, and if there were people in need, then the supplies were justified. The dragoness agreed, saying that if it suited him, they wouldn't object. They didn't care about humans anyway. With slight annoyance, the master noted that they hadn't been told how the incense was made, and it was likely quite complex. However, the fire dragon chuckled and told him not to worry. When asked if he knew how it was produced, the dragon nodded, explaining that dragon's tears was actually just a disguise. The surprised master asked if that meant the incense wasn't related to dragon tears. The dragon clarified that the ingredients were indeed connected to dragons, but there was nothing mystical about it. The base ingredient was an ordinary Garian fruit, which could even be found in a vegetable shop. The master quickly understood and went to get some. At the market, he found a stall where he saw Garian for the first time, a fruit with a peculiar shape resembling a cow's horn. The saleswoman explained that only the inside was edible. The master bought a large batch, surprising her, and then informed the fire dragon of his purchase. The dragon instructed two of the dragonesses to swallow the fruits and hold them in their stomachs. The master clarified that only the inner pulp was edible, but the dragon explained that the human method wouldn't work for them. The fruits needed to be kept whole. For Colette, a dragoness with a special anatomy, he specified that the fruit should be stored in her first stomach. The master asked about himself, and the dragon replied that he didn't need food, he simply didn't have a digestive system. One of the dragonesses sarcastically called him useless, and he burst out laughing in response. When everyone wondered what to do next, the dragon said to wait a month. The master was surprised, so this is how dragon's tears are made. The dragon, demonstrating the Garian, explained that its thorns during the digestive process get covered in secretions, forming a hard shell similar to a pearl. That's how the incense is formed. The master was astonished by its simplicity. He noted that such a method only seemed easy to the dragon. Other dragons don't speak, and they would still have to patiently hold the fruit inside for a month. Turning to his companions, he apologized, understanding that the task wasn't simple. However, they chuckled and assured him they could handle it easily. The master thanked them and added that perhaps many already knew this method. But then it hit him, if he kept buying Garion, it might raise suspicions. The dragon agreed, suggesting it would be better to grow it themselves. One of the dragonesses stated that she could do it, but shouldn't if anyone saw her. The master agreed everything needed to be done secretly. Another added that they would need a plot of land. The master confessed that he couldn't manage it alone, but he knew someone who could. The next day, he once again headed to the Dragon Bazaar in Mano. Approaching a stall, he said he was looking for a gargoyle. The seller nodded and led him further inside. There, next to a creature covered in stone scales, the master stopped, bowed politely, and introduced himself. The young man unexpectedly admitted that he understood the language of dragons and wanted to communicate. However, the dragon's reaction was extremely reserved and cold. An awkward silence followed, during which the master cautiously remarked that the dragon seemed to be uncommunicative. The dragon briefly confirmed this, adding that he simply didn't like to talk. The master, noting his taciturnity to himself, got straight to the point. He expressed his intention to take the dragon with him and asked for his opinion on the matter. The answer was dry. The dragon indifferently allowed him to do as he wished. As they set off, the master tried to establish contact and asked if the dragon had any suggestions, but the dragon ignored him. Addressing him again, the master asked if the dragon could hear him. The dragon then explained that he thought the question wasn't directed at him. He added that dragons usually aren't given names, so he didn't care what he would be called. The master suggested the name Yui, and not hearing a clear refusal, he understood that the young dragon didn't object. Although the response was reserved, the master sensed a hidden agreement within it. With a slight smile, he said he was pleased to meet him. Next, he asked about the abilities of this type of dragon, and Yui, looking down, remarked that it would be difficult to explain. The master assured him that explaining it however he could would be sufficient. The dragon spoke of two skills. The first is that he disappears along with anyone he touches. The master was impressed by the invisibility, to which Yui clarified that the sound also disappears, but as long as he isn't touched, he remains unnoticed. The second skill, according to Yui, allows him to change the perception of his surroundings. The master admitted he didn't fully understand and suggested they demonstrate it in practice. They headed to the house where they were temporarily staying. Inside, the dragon surprisingly asked the master about the newcomer. He, looking embarrassed, pointed to Yui. The dragons apologized, saying they hadn't noticed him. The master assumed it was because of his small stature, but the fire dragon laughed and said that they had only seen the master initially. The master, not fully grasping the fire dragon's words, looked at his companions and formally introduced them to each other, gesturing to each one. He introduced the newcomer to the other dragons, emphasizing that he was now also part of their team. Afterward, he turned to the newcomer and asked him to demonstrate his ability, but the young dragon calmly replied that he had already demonstrated his second power. The fire dragon intervened again, clarifying with a slight laugh that when the three dragons first looked in that direction, they only saw the master himself, but not the little one. The master, frowning and slightly lowering his head, asked again if he had a second ability. The newcomer emotionlessly confirmed it, adding that his skill involved distorting perception, which made others see him differently. Intrigued, the master pondered for a second, then asked if he could, for example, make a corpse lying on the road invisible to those around it. The dragon briefly answered in the affirmative. Impressed by the possibilities, the master enthusiastically concluded that with such power, they could effectively camouflage entire fields. The fire dragon expressed keen interest and, observing what was happening, remarked that it would be quite curious if the master made a contract with the newcomer. Then the master, without delay, turned to the young dragon, expressing his desire to create a magical bond between them. Receiving a quiet agreement from him, he approached closer and, just in case, asked if he needed explanations about the nature of the contract, as he might not know all the intricacies. The young dragon replied without much expression that he felt no hatred for such things, and then, after a pause, added that the other team members also seemed interesting to him. The master thanked him, and the next moment, a magical contract was formed between them. Almost immediately after, he felt a new sensation, as if a fresh power had flowed into his consciousness. This was the power of perception. Full of impatience, he wanted to test it in action. The fire dragon suggested he use this skill on him as a test. Agreeing, the master focused, directing his powers to apply the new gift. Just a few moments passed, and the master's appearance began to change in the eyes of those around him. To all three dragons, he appeared as a majestic, formidable, and mighty representative of an ancient race, a Bahamut dragon. The fire dragon couldn't help but laugh, commenting admiringly that it was indeed an ability capable of manipulating perception. The others confirmed with interest that the Dragon King's form suited the master surprisingly well. A few days later, while in Bursel's office, the master brought up the topic of guild expansion, telling her directly that he wanted to establish another base. She asked, puzzled, if the guild had already grown to such a scale. The master replied that the growth was minor, but they now had a large dragon, making them 5 in the team, and the city was starting to feel a bit cramped. However, the true reason was their attempt to cultivate a mysterious fruit. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, she warned that it would be expensive and asked if he could handle the costs. The master responded that he wanted a larger territory. The young woman noted that the cost depended on the area, to which he specified that he needed a space comparable to a military fort. After a short pause, she stated that renting such a plot would cost 50,000 lira per year. Hearing the sum, the master was shocked, but the young woman explained that all land belonged to the king, which was why the price was so high. He then regretfully replied that he couldn't afford such expenses. Remembering his acquaintance with the princess, she suggested he ask her for help. However, the master looked away and refused, not wanting to involve the princess in his affairs. He knew she would help without hesitation, but he preferred to handle the matter himself first and thanked the young woman for her assistance. Returning to his team, he informed them that they would have to manage without a dedicated territory for now. The dragoness, in response, joked that they would now have a real homestead. The master, a little embarrassed, agreed, adding that they first needed to complete the fruit cultivation experiment. Turning to the gargoyle, he announced his intention to plant the seed and asked him to conceal it once it grew a bit. The fire dragon asked if the current number of seeds would be enough, to which the master confidently agreed, explaining that this was just a trial phase for now. The fire dragon then suggested not planting it outside but using a room instead. The master doubtfully noted that there wouldn't be any light there, but the dragon replied that it wasn't a problem and asked him to take a look. Before everyone's eyes, he began to gather light in the air, forming a fireball in the space. A bright, warm glow blossomed above their heads like a small sun. The dragon explained that this was Phoenix Flame, a living flame capable of giving plants the power to grow. The master asked if this flame could burn continuously to provide the necessary conditions for the sprouts to develop. After receiving confirmation, he worriedly inquired if it would be burdensome for the dragon himself. But the dragon merely laughed, assuring him that such a thing was nothing to him. Descending to the master, he warmly said that in 3,000 years, this was the first time he had met someone who worried about him. Calling the master his friend, he added that he shouldn't worry. For him, it was as easy as getting out of a chair. The master, looking at him with trust, said that he would then rely on his support. Everyone on the team was busy with their tasks when suddenly, someone called out to the master. It turned out to be the princess, and from her appearance it was clear she was in a hurry. He invited her inside and asked what task she had brought. However, she replied that he was mistaken in his assumptions. The princess explained that she had received a message from the city office stating that he needed land for a guild. The gentleman was about to decline and explain that he didn't want to bother her, but she interrupted him, indignantly declaring that there was plenty of land and she was ready to allocate as much as he needed. The gentleman, a little embarrassed, replied that it was too much. After a brief moment of thought, the princess firmly stated that she would do everything possible for him, as she wanted to be useful to him and his team. Seeing her determination, the gentleman eventually agreed. Smiling at her, he said that he would then rely entirely on her, and the princess, full of enthusiasm, promised that he could count on her for everything. Only 3 days had passed since their last conversation when the princess met with the gentleman again, this time with the results already prepared. She informed him that she had found a suitable territory. He asked with slight awkwardness if it had caused her any trouble, to which she replied with a smile that it hadn't. Moreover, she explained that she had long been looking for someone who could take care of this land and was now grateful to him for it. Then, looking out the carriage window, she said they had arrived. The gentleman, following her lead, looked out and was surprised by what he saw, a truly spacious territory stretched out before them. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that, according to archival data, a manor had once stood there. This meant the land had been cultivated in the past and thus could be suitable for farming. However, everything now looked neglected. The soil hadn't been tilled in a long time, and most of the buildings in the area had begun to crumble. The princess admitted with annoyance that she had wanted to find them a place where they could start working immediately without much preparation. But the gentleman quickly reassured her, thanking her for her help. He said the territory was still excellent. It had a bridge and water, everything needed to start construction from scratch. Hearing his words, she visibly brightened and said with relief that she was glad he liked it. Glancing over the entire area of the former estate, he noted to himself that almost nothing remained of the old village that had once belonged to aristocrats. Workers who received wages and grew crops once lived here, but now everything was abandoned. Nevertheless, the gentleman felt a surge of enthusiasm. He decided he would use this land to grow Garion, and, inspired by the possibilities, suggested they start by clearing the area. Clenching his hands, he summoned one of the abilities gained through his contract with the dragons and burned away everything unnecessary. This was the first step toward restoring the land. The princess, observing what was happening, was astonished. It was the first time she had seen his abilities in action. He explained to her that he had made a contract with the dragons and now a part of their power belonged to him. As he began preparing the fertilizer, he suddenly noticed that the princess was trembling strangely. Her face changed, as if she was struggling to hold back some emotions. He asked worriedly what was wrong, but she quickly waved him off, saying that everything was fine. Thanking him for his attention, she hesitated, then, with some difficulty, admitted that she had long wanted to be part of their guild. However, as a princess, she was forbidden from doing so. She looked down and her face showed how truly difficult this was for her. The Lord, watching her with sympathy, understood how much she was trying for their sake and decided he, too, should do something in return. Asking her not to move, he concentrated and used one of his new techniques, the one related to perception. As a result, her appearance completely changed. She looked like an entirely different person. The princess, examining herself with surprise and admiration, couldn't believe what she saw. He explained that now, in her new form, she could join their guild while remaining incognito. With a shy smile, she clarified, if she understood correctly, that she could no longer be called a princess. Upon receiving confirmation, she jokingly said she needed a new name. The Lord, after a moment of thought, suggested the name Jean. She happily accepted it, saying she liked it very much and thanked him with genuine warmth. He then noted that now, as a guild member, there was something she needed to know. He told her about his ability to understand the language of dragons and communicate with them directly. A little embarrassed but smiling, he added that he understood how strange it might sound. The princess, now Jean, replied that she had never heard of such a thing, but her voice held more admiration than disbelief. After the Lord offered the princess a new opportunity, they returned to the city of Bursel together. On the way, she was still pondering what had happened and, slightly confused, tried to clarify what exactly should now be clear to her. In response, the Lord, without giving a direct explanation, politely asked her to wait a moment. He called one of the dragons, intending to visually demonstrate his ability to communicate with them to the princess. His idea was to let the princess ride on the dragon's back for a short while, during which he would translate her thoughts, thereby proving that he could indeed understand the language of dragons. He turned to the dragon, wanting to know her opinion on this idea. However, her answer was unexpected. With a slight sigh of regret, she apologized and admitted that she wasn't sure if she had the right to disclose thoughts that were not intended for outsiders. She also clarified that she herself had not expressed a desire to share them. The Lord, respecting her position, did not insist. He called the princess over and conveyed the essence of the dragon's words to her. The meaning was that during their previous ride, she had said things aloud that, in the dragon's opinion, should not be shared with anyone. The princess, hearing this, looked at the dragon in surprise, not understanding what exactly was being referred to. Then the Lord asked her a clarifying question. Had she said anything unusual aloud during the ride? At that moment, it seemed to click for her. Remembering something, she instantly blushed, and her reaction made it clear that she had indeed said something she would prefer to keep quiet about. Confusion completely overwhelmed her, and barely containing her agitation, she quickly exclaimed that it absolutely could not be spoken of. The dragon, however, hastened to reassure her, making it clear that she had no intention of revealing this information. For her, it was nothing more than a casual observation. Upon hearing this, the princess thanked her. The master then relayed the dragoness's further words. She believed that perhaps the princess and the master should discuss such important matters personally. Embarrassment once again overwhelmed her. Her words became increasingly muddled, her voice trembled, and stammering, she tried to say something about the impossibility of such a conversation, after which, changing the subject, she laughed uncertainly. Nevertheless, there was an admission in that laugh. She now had no doubt that the master could indeed understand the language of dragons. The princess expressed her admiration for his abilities. She concluded that it was precisely because of this unique trait that dragons trusted him so much, which explained why they followed him. The princess confessed that she had previously thought she was only communicating with a dragon hatchling, and only now realized that everything happening was the result of his unique gift. The master shared that he had previously told his former guild about this. However, despite his honesty, they rejected him and expelled him from the organization. Hearing this, the princess expressed her sympathy. She was surprised by how cruelly he had been treated, especially considering that his former guild was considered top tier. The master thanked her for her kind words and admitted that he was now even grateful to those who had once rejected him. He understood that it was through this experience that he had arrived at this current moment. Glancing at the dragons nearby, he noted to himself how important it was to be with those who truly trusted him. He then turned to the princess and solemnly announced that he was accepting her as a new member of his guild and would rely on her. Upon hearing this, the princess felt joy and encouragement. After the conversation concluded, they shook hands. The princess, looking directly into the master's eyes, confidently made it clear that he could fully rely on her. Only 1 month had passed, but the changes in the territory were already noticeable. The previously neglected, weed-infested, and cluttered space had transformed beyond recognition. Now, one could run at full speed across the smooth and cleared ground without risking tripping or getting caught on the remnants of old ruins. Work was progressing intensely. The master, observing how his vision was gradually coming to life, began discussing the next steps with his guild members. After listening to him, the fire dragon, who had been carefully monitoring the processes all this time, reminded them that 2 dragons still had the trial Gariana fruits in their stomachs. He suggested retrieving them and checking if they had ripened over the past month. Following the instruction, the dragons went to retrieve the fruits and soon returned, carrying a neatly prepared basket. The master accepted it with slight excitement. After all, these were the very specimens that had been set aside for testing. Looking inside, he saw that the fruits looked magnificent, a rich color, even shape, and clear signs of ripeness. The dragons, joyful, reiterated that they had managed to produce the precious incense, dragon's tears. They were surprised at how Gariana could take on such an unusual form inside their stomachs. The master said that it must have been difficult for them to constantly keep them inside, and he thanked them for their efforts. Later, upon closer inspection, he remarked that the incense, however, didn't look particularly appealing. To this, the fire dragon replied that amateurs wouldn't understand and he could guarantee the quality. He added that the manhwa merchants would surely appreciate them and offered to show them the goods. The young man returned to Jigo's shop and met with the seller, apologizing for the unexpected intrusion. The seller asked what he needed today, and the young man replied that he wanted him to look at his goods. As he approached to inspect them, the young man added that he had made them himself. He timidly clarified that he didn't have many yet, but if they were accepted, he could make more. The seller knelt down and carefully examined the goods. He was amazed by the high quality and admitted that he had never seen anything like it before, adding that he had no complaints. He double-checked if the young man had made them himself. The young man simply replied that he knew someone who was knowledgeable about such things, and that person had advised him to keep them in dragon stomachs for a while. The seller listened carefully and said that he was lucky. The young man responded that his dragons were very capable. He asked the seller if he would take them, to which the seller asked in return if he could guarantee such quality in the future. The young man looked questioningly at his dragoness, and she said that if he asked, then yes. Turning back to the seller, he declared that there would be no problems. The seller, after a moment of hesitation, said he would buy them for 1.5 times the price, then corrected himself and stated, twice the price. The young man was shocked, and the seller added that the price was fully justified and the quality matched it. Opening the cash register and handing the young man a bill, he explained that it was a church note and could be cashed at any small church. He added that its value was 10,000 lira and it was an advance payment. The young man thanked him and accepted the bill. Sometime later, he was at another meeting, this time with a different young man. The other man introduced himself as Rossin Laurent, stating he was from the Laurent Trading Organization and was pleased to meet the head of the Rising Guild. With a smile, he declared that he was confident their guild would reach even greater heights and added that he wanted to get to know them better. The young man thanked him and asked for the true purpose of his visit. The trade representative agreed and replied that he had brought him some goods. Taking a small chest from his bag, he placed it on the table and asked the young man to look at one of the sacred relics. He added that, as everyone knew, these were usually the remains of sacred creatures, often sold as fakes. But what was before him was genuine, and of course, it couldn't be fully appreciated in the box, so he asked him to look closely first. The young man opened the chest and saw a small bone inside. The other man agreed and explained that it was the bone of the Dragon King, who ruled all dragons. He very loudly added that over time it would become more and more expensive, and therefore it was better to acquire it now. But the young man replied that he understood and would think about it. Then, from the window, the voice of the fire dragon was heard, intervening again and interrupting the young man's doubts. He declared that he advised buying the bone and guaranteed that he would not regret it. So the young man, listening to his friend, declared that he would take the bone. Stepping out into the courtyard to the fire dragon, he said he didn't know what the dragon was promising him, but he hoped it would be worth the money spent. His dragon friend then replied that it wasn't just any dragon bone. As he touched the small chest, it suddenly burst into flames and the bone visibly transformed into a blade that had been hidden by mimicry. The dragon explained that it was a phoenix horn, and that was its true name. He also added that there was even a part of himself inside this blade from a couple of deaths ago, and that humans called it a divine item. He clarified that such items were called divine because divine beings once used them, and such a thing couldn't be obtained easily. The young man, bewildered, asked the dragon what its use was. The dragon replied that it literally made people cry tears of joy. He told him to break the blade and put it inside himself. The young man clarified if he meant he needed to eat it and what would happen to him afterward. The dragon replied that he would be able to survive one of his own deaths. The astonished young man, examining the blade, understood why it was from the phoenix itself. The dragon jokingly told him not to worry and that it tasted fine. But the young man said that wasn't the point. The point was that there was only one such item and it wouldn't work if he only ate a part of it. He said he wished he had 4 of these for all his friends, and the dragon burst into loud laughter. After he finished laughing, he said that the young man was very interesting because, though mortal himself, he prioritized dragons. He hadn't thought such people existed and suddenly declared that as a token of gratitude, he would grant his wish. Tearing off his own paw, he burned it, telling the young man not to worry, and took the blade from him. After cutting up the severed paw, he handed over a huge blade, saying that it was the updated phoenix horn. He asked the young man to return, saying that he would soon see everything for himself. When the dragon brought him, the young man, puzzled, asked him what he was going to do. The dragon replied that the center was right here. The young man was still confused, and the dragon ordered him to stick the updated phoenix horn into the ground. When the young man fulfilled his request, a bright light suddenly blinded him. A massive beam of light, piercing through the clouds in a cylindrical shape, shot upwards from the horn. The dragon replied that his wish was now granted, and as long as they remained in this territory, none of his friends would die, and if they were in danger, they could come here. The young man, astonished, said that it was unbelievable, but judging by the scale, it was possible. He thanked his friend. Inspired that no one would die in this new territory, he looked hopefully at the stream of light. Thus began their new story, the story of their guild. Showing the princess around the area, the master told her that they only had a house and a building for dragons so far. He informed her that they had already moved from Bursel and now had a new place called Pasran. The princess, looking around in surprise, noted that his house seemed much more modest than the dragon building. The master, not arguing, agreed and explained that there would be no guild without the dragons, and he had simply miscalculated when building his own house. He later added that he planned to expand the territory as soon as he could accumulate enough funds. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by an alarmed dragon, who reported that a guest had arrived and was waiting at the gates. Approaching the gates, the master saw a young man who said that they would like him to come with them. The master cautiously asked if something so important had happened. But they replied that they didn't know exactly what was going on. The master, hoping nothing serious had occurred, still agreed to go. The princess suddenly declared that she would go with him, and he, thinking that she would hardly be recognized in her new appearance, agreed. When he knocked and entered the office, she apologized for the sudden summons and asked who he had come with. He replied that it was a new member of the guild, and her name was Jean. She, with a slight smirk, said that he had managed to pick up some lady. Examining her more closely, she remarked that the newcomer's manners were very good and she was most likely the daughter of some merchant. She had a feeling they had met somewhere before, but the master interrupted her and asked what had happened. Her gaze changed and she said that she intended to ask him to clean up after others. She confessed that the Lindworm Guild had failed their mission. The master asked what they had done and she replied that a disaster had occurred at the dragon pasture. The workers had managed to evacuate, but the dragons themselves remained. She added that she felt very sorry for the dragons and that she had given Lindworm the task of rescuing them, but they had failed. The master, exhaling heavily, said that he now understood why she had turned to him. Suddenly, two other adventurers burst into the office, from the very guild that had once expelled the master. One of them, the commander of the third squad, snorted discontentedly and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Addressing her, they demanded to be given a chance to explain everything. They tried to convey that if the mission was taken away, their reputation would suffer. When asked what they proposed, they launched into details, but the master cut them off. He declared that he would leave immediately and asked her to provide all the necessary information. She agreed, saying she would do so, and just as one of the adventurers was about to protest, the master, already leaving, called back to them that they had better deal with the paperwork, as they had wanted. He added that the lives of the dragons were at stake and his first priority was to head there. The adventurer tried to stop him, but the master instantly burned his hand with magic. While he tried to put out the flames, his comrade was confused, not understanding how their former guild member had managed to gain such power. After leaving the office, the master addressed his dragons, informing them who would go with him and how. He warned them that something might go wrong and asked them to be ready for it. They replied that they understood him and would do their best. One of the female dragons asked what she should do, and he said her task was rescue and battle, and guarding the house was also important work. Turning to another female dragon, he told her she could sleep for now, they would still need her strength. Then he turned to the gargoyle, saying he wanted to clarify something. He suggested they might need to infiltrate somewhere unnoticed and asked if the gargoyle could make it so they wouldn't be detected. The gargoyle replied that with humans, no, but with dragons, yes. Then the master asked to be turned into a wall, and the gargoyle replied that he would try. Surprisingly, in an instant, the master merged with the wall, becoming invisible. But he was warned that if he moved, he would immediately be visible. The master asked if the gargoyle could adjust this for him, and the gargoyle replied that he could, but would get tired quickly. Then the master, patting him on the head, said there was no need to overexert himself, and he would only ask for it in a critical situation. An hour later, a huge feast was prepared. The princess, surprised, asked what they would do with all of it. The master replied that it was all for him, and that one of the female dragons had a contract where everything eaten turned into energy. Impressed, she asked if he thought he would need that much power. He answered affirmatively, stating that the battle would definitely not be easy. She brought him water so he wouldn't choke on such a large amount of food. The female dragon, watching him, said it seemed he would soon find no joy in food, but she couldn't help. The gargoyle, however, said he was a strange man. He told her not to strain herself, yet he was sitting there choking on food. The female dragon, addressing the others, asked them not to let the master down and added that if anything happened to him, she wasn't asking them, she was demanding. The others fervently replied that they would give it their all. The fire dragon, joining them, said that their master was an excellent leader. He, addressing the master, said that he wouldn't go with him this time, but he would give him something for the journey. Stopping on their way, the dragon, with slight irritation, asked the master how much further they had to go to their destination. The master, remaining calm, unfolded the map and after carefully studying it, replied that if they went past the Eclipse River, somewhere in the vicinity of the Nurive Mountains. The journey would take about half a day more. The dragon, snorting discontentedly, remarked that it would have been much simpler to choose a direct route without unnecessary detours. But the master explained that in such a case their legs might ache badly and suggested taking a more gentle, albeit winding, path. Then the dragon, sighing, offered for him to ride on his back so as not to waste energy. Noticing that the master was breathing heavily, he solicitously asked him not to overexert himself. The master thanked him for his concern and replied that he would manage, adding that it would be difficult for the dragoness herself to carry him then. She frowned slightly and asked him about the other dragoness, adding that even if she refused, he could simply give an order. The master immediately understood that she was reminding him about the rings of obedience and firmly stated that he disliked such methods. He admitted that he could force dragons to do things against their will, but he didn't want to use such a technique and, in fact, never wanted to resort to it. The dragoness laughed and said that she understood how he felt about them, and she even liked his stubbornness and principles. Through her laughter, she added that he was too hard on himself, and the master became slightly embarrassed. Just then, the gargoyle accompanying them abruptly stopped him. The other dragoness immediately called out to him, warning him of danger, and he managed to jump back in time. The attacker turned out to be his former guildmate. The indignant master asked him what he was doing, to which the other replied that he should be asking him that. He threatened the master, saying that if he went any further, he would have serious problems, and reminded him that their license was on the line. The master reminded him that their guild should be busy resolving the situation, not creating new conflicts. But the adventurer replied that it was none of his business and added that the master hadn't changed a bit and his guild was still terrible. The master calmly stated that he would save the dragons himself without resorting to the help of those who didn't wish to participate. The adventurer immediately ordered his dragons to attack him. The dragons whispered among themselves, discussing whether they could trust the master. The master's dragoness firmly said that she trusted this man more than anyone, and her voice sounded confident. Then the dragons decided not to attack and said that he could go if he was truly intent on helping. The master thanked them, and they replied that the adventurer himself had long annoyed them and they also wanted to go with him. But realizing that this would cause trouble, they decided to stay and hold the adventurer here so he wouldn't interfere. The adventurer demanded more and more fiercely that they kill them, but the dragons ignored him, not reacting to his threats. Then he decided to take extreme measures. With a wave of his hand, he tightened the rings of obedience, and the dragons cried out in pain, unable to resist. Their gazes changed, and they now stood ready to attack. But the master's dragoness rushed to calm them, not wanting them to act under someone else's control. The adventurer gave the order again, and the master, managing to dodge, disappeared under a smoke screen, vanishing from sight. The adventurer, noticing his movement, pointed again, and the dragons lunged once more. They were strong enough, and the master had only one option left. He yelled at the gargoyle to immediately hide both him and himself, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. The mage himself was left bewildered, not understanding where they had disappeared to. The master knew that as long as the dragons were under the adventurer's control, they couldn't act freely. Suddenly, the rings on them began to smoke, and the master himself appeared right behind the adventurer. He tackled him, pinning him to the ground, not letting him get up. The master's dragoness asked her kin if they were all right. With tears, they replied yes and complained that their master had used a technique and they couldn't do anything about it. The dragoness, enraged, wanted to harm the adventurer, but the master stopped her, saying he wasn't worth it and that they needed to save their strength for the rescue. She repeated how wonderful her master was, her voice filled with pride. Meanwhile, back home, the fire dragon was trying to convince another dragoness not to worry about the others. She asked him what he had given the master. He replied that he had given him his phoenix horn, and they immediately understood he was referring to the horn that ensured no one would die as long as the fire dragon existed. They wondered with interest when he would use it and what that moment would be like. At the same time, the master had already reached the desired pasture, ready for the next step. Standing before the massive, gloomy gates entwined with barbed wire, the master couldn't help but feel that this place resembled a prison. The steel doors, covered in rust and dents, loomed over them like a wall between worlds. The barbed wire stretched around the perimeter seemed to warn that entry here was not for the weak. The dragons exchanged glances, agreeing with his feeling. One of them quietly said that where they came from, everything was completely different, free, spacious, without fear. They were uncomfortable and their voices carried anxiety mixed with confusion. The master sensed this mood and understood that something dangerous awaited them ahead, perhaps even something beyond reason. But suppressing his unease, he firmly stated that they needed to move forward and asked them not to fall behind, no matter how difficult it was. Stepping across the threshold, they found themselves in a place where complete chaos reigned. Everything around them was in ruins, walls cracked, ceilings collapsed, and the air was thick with dust, smoke, and tension. It seemed as if the very space here was suffering from a recent battle. The dragons immediately sensed that many other dragons were present, their aura lingering in the air like a premonition. Moving deeper, they noticed claw marks on the walls, deep, ragged, as if left in fury and pain. The destroyed parts of the building looked as if the ceiling hadn't just been broken, but bitten off, torn from within, as if someone had tried to break out. From these marks, it was clear that dragons of at least 6 different species had been here, each with their own characteristics, each leaving their unique trace. Some marks were wide, like from the paws of giants, others thin, but with terrifying precision. Suddenly, one of the dragons called out to the master, who turned around, alarmed and tense. From the shadows, as if from the very earth, an enormous winged beast emerged towards them. Its claws were monstrously long, and its wings were of different colors and shapes, as if belonging to 2 different creatures. It had 2 heads, one with curved horns and the other with a toothy maw, both staring at them with predatory interest. Its body was covered in scales that shimmered between green and crimson, and its movements were fluid yet menacing. This was a chimera dragon, a creature seemingly pieced together from fragments of different species, embodying savagery, power, and ancient wrath. Standing before Cillier was a 2-headed dragon with a single body, a monster combining traits of different creatures, in other words, a chimera. As Cillier observed the chimera, he understood that if it was here, a pasture must be nearby. However, the chimera had already noticed the presence of unknown guests. Upon seeing Cillier, it let out a roar, preparing to attack. Noticing the impending threat from the enemy, Cillier ordered his companions to take cover from the chimera's attack, as it had already begun to gather flames. Fire erupted from its maw, directed at the heroes. The flames struck Yui. Cillier, seeing her get hurt, cried out her name. The chimera's heads prepared for its next attack, gathering all their strength. The heroes noticed this, awaiting Cillier's next move. Cursing, Cillier prepared for a counterattack, channeling all his power into his hands. He directed his strength and attacked the chimera, causing a massive impact and a surge of energy. After the strike, the air filled with smoke. Cillier asked Yui to disperse it, and the dragoness agreed. While the chimera was distracted, Cillier decided to retreat to avoid further problems. After moving to a safe distance, they continued to observe the monster among the ruins. It was looking in another direction, not noticing them. Emma, slightly confused, asked why the creature was acting so strangely. Cillier didn't know the exact answer, but suggested that the chimera might be connected to the mystery. Emma asked him to elaborate, and Cillier proposed they examine the area. They surveyed the surroundings but didn't see any other dragons. Cillier pointed to a single track. He reminded her that the track Emma found led to where the attack occurred. He explained that there weren't 6 dragons here. Instead, there was only one which had combined 6 into itself, the chimera itself. Emma understood his thought and suggested the tracks belonged to a chimera. Cillier confirmed it. Emma turned away, confused, not fully grasping what was happening. She continued to stare at the creature, unable to believe such a thing could happen to dragons. Yui looked down and quietly asked what they should do in this situation. She added that their goal was to save these dragons. Cillier pondered their next move. Sighing, he said that perhaps everything could still be resolved through dialogue. Emma and Yui exchanged uncertain glances. Emma asked again if it was really possible to talk to a chimera. Cillier replied that in this situation they had to try everything possible. He asked his companions to keep their distance so they wouldn't get hurt, while he would try to approach the chimera and talk. Emma tried to dissuade him, thinking it was too dangerous. Cillier hoped everything would be fine, but if not, he was counting on their help. Smiling at them, he explained to Emma that as soon as he gave the signal, she would need to distract the chimera. He asked Yui to observe. They agreed, reminding him to be careful. Cillier walked towards the chimera. The chimera's heads noticed the movement and stared directly at him. He tried to make contact, asking if the dragons could hear him. But in response, he only heard growling and another impending attack. One of the heads tried to grab him, but he dodged. another was already about to spew flames. He dodged the fire again and tried to speak, asking if they understood him. The dragons calmed down, glaring maliciously at their opponent. Cillier clicked his tongue and urged them to answer. He assumed they might not understand him. Cillier had always managed to make contact and talk to dragons to understand and help them, but this time he didn't know what he was doing wrong. The heads just growled at him. He began to suspect that these were no longer dragons, which was why they were reacting this way. Nevertheless, he shouted at them, asking if they wanted to return to their former lives. Finally hearing the dragons' voices, he stopped and listened to them. They asked Cillier to kill them. The guy froze, realizing he had finally gotten an answer from them. The dragons repeated their request once more. Cillier couldn't understand why they were asking for death. The dragons said they were suffering, that the pain was unbearable, and all they wanted was peace. Cillier noticed that the demons' minds had already begun to leave the chimera's body. They pleaded with him again to end their torment, but he still hesitated, watching in silence. Steeling himself, he realized there was nothing left to do but fulfill the dragon's last wish. He lunged at the monster's open mouths, knowing it was a risk. Unclenching his fingers, he surrounded them with fire and uttered the name of his technique, full release. A torrent of fiery blows surged into the mouths, causing a powerful flash. The flames erupted from within, exploding the monster. Before dying, the dragons thanked Cillier for keeping his promise. A stunned Cillier and the dragons themselves watched the flash. Finally, the creatures were freed from their suffering. Amidst the explosion, Cillier noticed a core. He jumped towards it and tried to extract the phoenix horn with the tip of his knife. When everything subsided, only ruins and smoke remained. Through the rubble, fur with small horns appeared, and a paw broke free. One of the chimera's heads emerged from the pile of debris. With astonishment, the survivor, looking bewildered at the heroes, asked how she managed to survive such a powerful attack. Seeing the survivor, Cillier smiled and replied that it worked because he had planned it from the beginning. But after such a sudden awakening, the dragoness, who also combined features of other animals like canines, began to lose consciousness. Frightened by the former chimera victim's condition, Emma asked if she was okay. The dragoness only grunted, indicating that everything was fine. Cillier was already leaning over her. He checked her breathing and assured his companions that everything was all right and there was no need to worry. Calming down, Emma confirmed that the dragoness was alive. She added that it was thanks to the power of the phoenix horn, which Cillier had used earlier to keep her alive. Cillier replied that it was the only way to free the dragoness from her hybrid form. Looking at the exhausted dragoness, he couldn't promise anything, but assured them that if all went well, there would be nothing to worry about. Yui lowered her gaze. Looking at the dragoness, she asked what kind of species she was. Cillier didn't fully understand the question, but Emma immediately grasped what Yui meant. Cyril examined the dragoness and couldn't say for sure, as he had never seen such a species. Emma agreed with Cillier's conclusion, and Yui just grunted in approval. The guy remembered her old appearance when she was part of the chimera. He assumed she had been modified, but soon dismissed that thought, looking at the dragon. Emma stated that the dragoness looked normal and asked about the next course of action. Cillier decided to keep her appearance a secret. He turned to Yui, asking her to conceal the dragoness, especially in places where there might be many people. Yui wanted to clarify if she just needed to make the dragoness look like an ordinary creature. The guy stroked Yui's head and replied yes. She agreed to Cillier's request. Yui wanted to say something else. She noticed that there were still weakened dragons somewhere in the ruins. Cillier and Emma immediately reacted to their small companion's statement. The guy declared that they needed to leave immediately to help them. Yui stood opposite Rose, stating that there were 31 dragons in that location. Adding that there were some they couldn't save, the girl thanked Cillier for his help. She mentioned that the rescued dragons were currently with the doctors. Cillier thanked Rose for the information, saying he would handle things from now on. She lowered her gaze slightly but maintained a smile, praising the young man for his work. He had worked well but quite recklessly, putting himself in danger. However, the girl reassured him that even so, he had done a good job. She shared that the other group had failed, unlike his group, which had successfully completed the task. Thinking about the other group, the girl assured him that people would talk about them for a while, but then the conversations would die down. Cillier shook his head and added that the members of the other group had already started arguing, so it no longer mattered. Rose asked him to relay such information to her and she would be able to deal with it. Cillier thanked her. The girl was about to tell the young man something. Looking away, she asked if anything had bothered him during the mission. He just looked at her, puzzled. But from her gaze, Cillier understood what she was getting at. He merely confirmed that he wanted to keep it a secret from others. He confessed that he had destroyed everything that could pose a threat. He couldn't control his power. Cyril added that the destroyed place couldn't have been restored anyway. Convincing herself that he had indeed confessed, the girl shared that she understood him. She apologized that things had turned out that way. Cyril, with a slight smile, asked her not to forget about his reward. Rose heard the young man and thanked him once more for his work. Later, Cillier brought in the dragoness, who had already recovered her strength and looked much better. Chris, bursting into laughter, greeted the new guest, calling her a little one. She was stunned by the majestic dragon's words. Chris praised Cillier for his brave decision to bring the surviving dragoness to the guild. He stated that it was an artificial dragon, and all evidence had been destroyed. Cillier was convinced of his theory, but the dragoness was shocked after hearing this. Chris let out a heavy sigh, realizing that even after all this time, people were still conducting such experiments. Cillier asked the dragon how long ago this had been developed. Chris, deep in thought, stated that he couldn't say for sure if all the experiments were successful. Chris was surprised by Cillier's question. Cillier, not fully understanding the reason for Chris's surprise, looked at the dragon with a puzzled expression. Chris first mentioned that he didn't know what species the surviving dragon was. Hearing Chris's conclusion, Cillier was convinced that the surviving dragon was a new species. Chris added that this species resembled the ideal that humans had been striving for. Cillier asked how such a species could have been invented. Chris then prepared to share his theory. The dragon told the survivor that when Cillier defeated the mixed dragon and used its horn, all 6 or 7 species combined, and that's how she came to be. Cillier, not entirely believing what he heard, questioned the validity of it, asking if it was even possible. Chris mentioned that it was just his hypothesis. Laughing cheerfully, he added that Cillier had indeed used its horn for that purpose, so it wasn't surprising that something like this could happen. Cillier looked at her and asked what they should do now. The dragoness reacted to the young man's question. Seeing the dragoness's confusion, he assured her that he would protect her. The dragoness repeated what he said, her face frozen in a frightened and sad expression. She asked Cyril if they wouldn't treat her cruelly, which surprised the young man. Trembling, she added that she didn't remember her past life very well. However, she had been in pain and distress all this time. The young man assured her that she wouldn't face such treatment from him. Seeing how the dragoness was trembling, he assumed she had gone through difficult and terrible conditions to be in such a state now. The dragoness repeatedly asked the young man if he was telling the truth. He replied that he was. Asking again, Cillier stroked her head, trying to calm her down. Once she had calmed down, the dragoness smiled, realizing there was nothing to worry about anymore. Cillier said that from now on, she would be with them in the guild. He asked if he could give her a name. Delighted by the offer, the dragoness allowed the young man to give her a name. After some thought, Cillier came up with an answer. He named the dragon Chanel, smiling gently at her. She was happy that her name was now Chanel. Chris approved of Cillier's actions, adding that Chanel would now feel safer and more at ease with him. Chris addressed Chanel, getting her attention. He advised them to form a bond contract between her and Cillier. Cillier asked the Phoenix why this was necessary, and the Phoenix just smiled contentedly. He replied that the contract would strengthen their connection. Understanding what the dragon meant, Cillier agreed with him. Drawing a symbol, he said that a drop of Chanel's and Cillier's blood was needed. Their drops of blood fell onto the drawn symbol, emitting a glow. This glow, appearing in front of Cillier, endowed him with a certain ability. Chris asked if the young man liked his new power, which appeared after concluding the contract. Suddenly, Cillier was enveloped in light. He looked at his hand, and a glow emanated from it. This was the power of transformation. The light completely engulfed the young man. His body began to change shape. He became a creature covered in scales with a long, flexible tail. Even his fingers grew thick scales and claws grew instead of nails. The changes astonished him so much that he could barely comprehend what he had become. Chris laughed merrily, seeing Cillier's extraordinary transformation. Chanel remarked that Cillier had become completely unrecognizable, looking at him with astonishment. Cillier transformed into a dragon man, Chris described. The dragon continued to watch in surprise, seeing that Cillier combined the appearance of a dragon and a human. Cillier realized that he had gained this power after making a contract with Chanel. His appearance now resembled a chimera. He could now combine human and dragon forms. As he examined himself, he wondered what he was now capable of in this transformed state. Transforming back into human form, Chanel was surprised by what she saw. Cillier didn't even have time to do anything before his human form returned on its own. Chris asked what was wrong, seeing the hero's puzzled face. He continued to look in surprise at the transformed body. He mentioned that his energy ran out as soon as he transformed into a human, which made Chris burst into loud, cheerful laughter. Not much time had passed, but his energy was already depleted. He noted that a significant amount would be needed for another transformation. Chris added that it would be good to test his abilities in his dragon form. Taking a deep breath, he decided to go shopping to buy enough to replenish his energy, but the dragon ignored his words and looked back. Asking them to wait, he abruptly flew out of the building through the window, leaving the young man bewildered. Upon returning, Chris brought a dead bull with him and presented it to Cillier. Looking at the future meal, he agreed with the dragon that it should be enough to restore his energy. After eating the entire bowl, leaving only bones, he placed the utensils on the plate. Chanel was surprised by the young man's appetite. She was astonished that Cillier had eaten everything, leaving only bones. The young man just patted his stomach, surprised himself. He told Chanel that besides her, he had made many contracts with other dragons, which is why he possessed numerous abilities. The dragoness was surprised by the number of contracts Cillier had made. Cillier added that the other dragons should be returning soon, and he should introduce his new companion to them. Chanel smiled and expressed her desire to meet them. Looking around, he decided to try out his abilities by transforming into his dragon form. They went outside not far from the building. Cillier, after preparing himself, instantly transformed into his other form. Inspecting his body, he noticed that his physical strength had significantly increased. Chris also pointed out these changes. The dragon suggested that Cillier fight him, which made Cillier hesitant, as it wasn't easy for him to decide to attack such a majestic dragon. In response, the dragon just laughed, adding that he was the strongest. Cillier would be nothing more than a small pebble to him, unable to cause any harm. Cillier smirked and accepted the offer. He asked Chanel to move away from the battle area so she wouldn't get hurt. Cillier looked around and noticed that Chris was already preparing for the fight. Getting ready, he was about to attack the dragon. But Chris insisted, asking him not to hold back and to fight with all his might. His first strike landed towards the dragon's face, leaving the dragon wary. Upon receiving the blow, he was slightly thrown to the side. Cillier warned him that this wasn't all and prepared for his next attack. Spreading his legs and getting ready, he focused on Chris's gaze, who was also looking at Cillier. He attacked with a series of blows to the dragon's torso. Chris held his ground this time, observing Cillier's abilities as he continued to strike his torso. He mentioned that Cillier was doing well with his new skills, so much so that he couldn't even regenerate fast enough. With a smirk, he asked if Cillier could keep attacking him, but Cillier didn't give up and prepared for his next move. However, his human form suddenly transformed back on its own, leaving Cillier no chance to try out other abilities. Checking himself, he stated that his energy had run out again. Chris stopped attacking and also noted the young man's words. Even after eating an entire bowl, it wasn't enough for Cillier to maintain his energy for a long time. The consumption was too high. But he also said that the fight had been good, catching the young man's attention. He had managed to surprise Chris, who expressed confidence that when Cillier was in his dragon form, he would become the strongest among humans. Cillier liked the dragon's attitude. He noted that such power could be useful if a serious situation arose. He looked around and approached Chanel, thanking her for the ability she had given him, but he noticed that something was off. Chanel, watching the battle, was so overwhelmed that she felt dizzy. She couldn't keep up with the movements of the dragon and the young man during the fight, and her eyes started to hurt. Chris chuckled slightly at the dragoness's reaction. The dragon remarked with a smirk that given Cillier's caring nature, one wouldn't expect him to possess such power. A few days later, Cillier was strolling through the city with Jean, who seemed quite impressed. The princess, having witnessed Cillier's transformation, was still reeling from surprise. She said that his dragon form looked noble, almost like a deity. Cillier looked at her and asked what she meant by divine. After heading to the city, he showed the girl his new form, thanks to his contract with the dragon, and ever since, she's been incredibly impressed by what she saw. She went on to say that it was unbelievable for a human to acquire such power. Smiling genuinely at Cillier, she joyfully declared that he was the best dragon knight of them all. Blushing, Cilia thanked the princess for the compliment. He recalled that he used to only be able to speak with dragons, but now he had taken on their form and could transform into one of them. However, Cilia was unsure about something, and the girl noticed his hesitation. He explained that after gaining this ability, he needed to eat much more than before to maintain his energy longer during transformations. He was now consuming 3 times more food than everyone else combined. Jean was surprised by the sheer amount of food Cilia now had to eat. Sighing, he complained that he was already tired of the monotonous food in such huge quantities, and the girl agreed with him. An idea came to her. Smiling, she suggested he hire a chef, already preparing to recommend a good one. But the young man declined the offer. She was taken aback by his refusal and asked him why. He was about to explain his reasoning to her. He explained that if he were to choose a companion to cook for him, he would want to trust someone he could truly believe in. These words surprised the princess. Turning sharply away from him, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Blushing, she could barely believe his words that he would trust her with his food, which made her very happy. But Cilia thought Jean was angry, so he gently touched her to make her turn his way. She sharply replied that she would look forward to it. The young man didn't understand what she meant. She continued, saying that good food was directly related to his transformation. Admiring his form once again, she put Cilia in an awkward position. She would eagerly await the chance to help him, expressing her determination to the young man. He laughed, thanked the girl, and promised to do his best. He noticed that the girl really liked his dragon form. Suddenly, a group of guys with weapons approached them. Spotting the young man, one of the bandits remarked on his good looks and strength. He then noticed the princess next to Cilia, calling her a bonus prize after their upcoming fight. She reacted with confusion to his comment. Confused, Cilia asked who they were, which made another opponent laugh. They addressed Cilia as nameless and mockingly asked if he would do any job for money. Cilia began to understand what they were getting at. He sensed their prejudice but continued to ask who they were anyway. One of the guys laughed again in response, adding that Cilia had caused too much trouble for Furus. The young man realized who they were referring to, asking if they meant romcom. One of the opponents confirmed his question. He told Cilia that he could curse them in the next life. Preparing their weapons, he also added that the young man should curse his own foolishness for coming out without backup. Cilia noted that the guys had been waiting for this moment to attack him. Calming Jean, he told her he would transform into his dragon form for this fight. The girl pointed out that he would need energy for that. As he began his transformation, he smirked at the girl's remark. His opponents were mere humans, while he was transforming into an entirely different being with incredible abilities. Surprising his opponents with his transformation and quickly attacking, Cilia declared that such guys weren't worth a second of his time to defeat. After winning the battle, he returned to his original form, sighing after such quick work. The girl looked at him with admiration. She praised Cilia for a job well done. She carefully glanced over at the enemies. Before him lay a pile of defeated men he had just fought. The girl asked what to do with them and if they should inform their people to punish the bandits, but Cilia refused, saying that no one was hurt. However, the princess insisted on her suggestion, saying they deserved death for attacking Cilia, maintaining a cold smile on her face. He noticed the girl's anger and looked at the defeated men. He didn't know what to do with them, as people like them were precisely needed for the dirty work they themselves engaged in. The girl suggested calling Louise to figure out what to do about the bandits. Cilia asked them to wait before calling the dragoness. He still had some things he wanted to take care of first. They arrived at Cilia's destination. The girl immediately looked surprised at the building they approached. It turned out to be the romcom guild. She asked the guy if it was indeed that guild, and he confirmed her guess. He pointed out that this guild had repeatedly sent crowds of bandits after him. And now they had even dragged Jean herself into the matter. She looked at him. He couldn't forgive them for this behavior and decided to protect the princess from the guild. Upon entering the guild, Cilia apologized for the intrusion. A guy immediately reacted sharply to them. It was Louis, who instantly recognized Cilia. Cilia also recognized the guild member but didn't show the same surprise as Louis. Stuttering, Louis asked what Cilia was doing at the guild, watching him with a puzzled expression. Cilia immediately became suspicious of Louis, as he seemed quite worried upon seeing the uninvited guests. He told him they needed to talk and asked for the person in charge, which made Louis snap back. Seeing the situation grow tense, Princess Jean intervened, asking Cillier if they hadn't had enough negotiations already. She declared firmly, without revealing her identity, that the truth would remain the truth, and she intended to make public everything she had experienced with Cillier on the street. However, seeing Louis's reaction, Cillier immediately understood who was standing before him. It was the princess. Louis still couldn't believe what was happening, that the person before him wasn't just an ordinary girl but a noble figure. Jean calmly assured him that it was true, she was indeed the princess. She gave him a warning look, stating that she intended to tell the public everything she had seen and heard, putting the guy in a difficult position. Louis tried to stop them but couldn't bring himself to fulfill their demand. Cillier sighed, realizing Louis couldn't call the person in charge, and agreed with her suggestion. Adding fuel to the fire, he remarked that they weren't being listened to at all, and the only option left was to go straight to the government office. Jean didn't object. Maintaining her composure and resolve, she confidently declared that she would ensure the full truth about the guild's activities was revealed. Cillier noted to himself that everything was going according to plan. After all, if he hadn't intervened, Jean would most likely have seriously hit Louis. Louis, still stammering, hesitated to comply with their demands. Cillier pressed him, warning that it was his final warning. He continued to insist on meeting with the person in charge, threatening that otherwise they would leave, damaging the guild's reputation. Louis, lowering his eyes, gave in and asked them to wait while he brought the right person. He left in another direction. Inside a large office, the heroes sat opposite the person in charge, who was apologizing to the princess for the long wait. It turned out to be the guild's vice master, romcom, who had a strained look on his face. Upon seeing the vice master, Cillier couldn't help but comment that he hadn't expected an elder to come out. In response, the man reservedly said that he couldn't afford to be rude to the princess. However, the princess replied that what she had encountered earlier was quite rude treatment towards her. The vice master bowed his head to her, apologizing for the inappropriate behavior. He added that they should have been immediately notified of the princess's visit. The vice master apologized again, this time bowing his entire body before her, not daring to answer. Jean silently watched the vice master. Straightening up, the vice master reported that Louis had already informed him that he was behind the attack on the heroes in the city streets. He apologized again for the guild members' behavior and assured them that Louis had received his deserved punishment. Cillier briefly replied that it wasn't necessary, which made his interlocutor hesitate at what he heard. Cillier added that Louis had used people to attack him, but it was no big deal, as the most important thing was that the princess herself was present. Looking at Jean, he asked her what they had said to her. She relayed the bandits' words, how they had called her a bonus. Cillier added that they had humiliated her highness. The vice master was shocked by these words. He tried to justify himself, saying it was an accident as they didn't know who was before them. But Cillier interrupted him, stating that if the matter got out, a simple explanation wouldn't change anything. The vice master found himself in a difficult situation. He couldn't find the words to answer the heroes. Cillier thought to himself that if information about this situation reached the princess's father, the king himself, the guild would face serious trouble. The vice master, understanding the gravity of the situation, didn't know what to do. He also reminded the vice master about the herb incident and emphasized that if the truth came out, problems would be inevitable. The deputy adjusted his glasses and asked Cillier and Jean to wait as he prepared to get up from the couch. The deputy approached them and handed over a box containing 100,000 lira, hoping it would appease the princess's anger. Jean looked at Cillier with satisfaction, asking him what he thought of the deal. The deputy watched them with apprehension. Cillier agreed to the deal. Having reached a compromise, the heroes left the guild building with their winnings. After making sure the guild was punished for its antics, he looked at Jean, who didn't seem particularly pleased with what had happened. He asked her what was wrong. Jean apologized to him, explaining that she suddenly had an urgent matter to attend to. Cillier asked her again about the urgent matter, and Jean simply nodded. She asked Cillier if she could leave. After getting his consent, the girl walked away, thanking him and adding that everything would be fine with public affairs in the city. Cillier understood Jean and let her go, bidding her farewell. Meanwhile, Cillier was about to submit a report about the scoundrel to the government office, but suddenly something caught his attention. He saw a stall selling materials for dragons. Opening his bag and noticing he had enough funds, he pondered for a moment. The next day, the main work on the site was completed. Cillier thanked the workers for their help. 3 dragonesses emerged from around the corner, asking for Cillier's permission. He invited them inside where the work had been done. Emma, surprised by what was happening, asked what the workers had been doing and what exactly was being built. Cillier simply suggested they see it for themselves. Chris decided to be the first to look, laughing loudly. Before the dragons lay a renovated, spacious area with well-kept grass, their new cozy corner. The dragons initially didn't quite understand what had happened, looking around. Louise hesitated, admitting that she hadn't fully grasped the changes yet. But Emma exclaimed with delight that it had become much more comfortable, to which another agreed. Chris touched the ground and realized it was completely covered in new soil. The dragons noticed the ground was completely different, not ordinary at all. Cillier explained that he had specifically asked the workers to change it in this particular area. This ground was covered in blue grass. Emma was surprised by what she heard. Louise asked Emma if she knew about blue grass. Emma exclaimed, confirming that she did. She mentioned that blue soil in Dragonlands was an expensive material. She couldn't believe that this entire area was covered in blue soil, and Cillier confirmed her suspicions. Emma still couldn't quite believe it. Louise then inquired about the cost of this grass. Cillier explained that such grass cost around 20,000 lira. The dragoness was astonished by how expensive the soil turned out to be. Chris, smiling cheerfully, appreciated the immense investment the young man made for his dragon's comfort. This was where the dragons spent most of their time. Cillier wanted to make this place as comfortable as possible, even if it required significant expense. Chris admitted that as a dragon, he found such an approach hard to grasp, but he appreciated the effort. The dragon guessed that Cillier hadn't only spent money on the ground. Cillier confirmed his guess. A bright, sparkling crystal hung on the wall, which immediately surprised the dragons as well. Cillier said it was called a stayer. It kept magic in optimal condition. The dragons examined the device with interest. Chris, after carefully studying the crystal, noted that the air here was saturated with magic, as if a young dragon had been born nearby. Emma shyly asked if it was expensive. Cillier, remaining calm, said he bought the device for 80,000 lira. He had some extra money and decided to fulfill a long-held wish. Despite their embarrassment and surprise at the prices, the dragons were still happy with such a gift from their master. They thanked him for his thoughtfulness. Cillier, in his thoughts, didn't fully understand these changes in the area, but he realized he had done the right thing by investing in such expensive materials for his dragons. Voices drifted in from outside. They spoke of a noble person, and another voice confirmed it. Cillier turned towards the voices. Jean and an unknown elderly lady were approaching them. Seeing the unexpected guests, Cillier apologized to the princess for not greeting her properly. The princess replied that it was perfectly fine. Instead, she wanted to introduce her companion to Cillier. It turned out to be Countess Jurl, and Cillier froze when he heard her name. Bowing, he apologized and introduced himself to her. The woman stated her full name, Clara Jurl, and was pleased to meet the young man. He raised his head in confusion and looked at Jean. Jean, understanding his reaction, said that she had explained everything to the Countess. The Countess, in turn, calmly smiled. The Countess mentioned that she had been cooperating with the romcom Guild for a long time. Few aristocrats deal with dragon-related matters, as such connections usually bring profit to guilds. Disappointment flickered in her eyes when the conversation turned to the situation with the guild and the princess. Cillier felt confused. The Countess began to doubt whether she should continue supporting the guild. The Countess asked Cillier to tell her about the dragon Faust, smiling gently at the young man. Cillier was stunned by the Countess's request. It became clear that she wanted to cooperate with them now. Jean admitted that she was still angry with the guild and had no intention of forgiving it. Her face remained cold. Cillier realized that this was her urgent business. She intended to weaken romcom's influence. Her determination and ability to even attract Countess Jurl spoke for themselves. Cillier also noted her ominous smile. In his mind, Cillier admitted to himself that he wouldn't want such a girl to ever become his enemy. He hesitated and asked what would happen to the deal with romcom. Cillier also added that it would be great if this was something he could handle on his own. The young man's words caught Jean's attention. She called him over. The young man leaned in to listen to what the princess was about to tell him. In a whisper, she asked him not to worry about it, assuring him that everything would be fine. Smiling contentedly, she was confident that she had chosen the right person who could damage the reputation and harm the romcom guild. The young man awkwardly agreed with Jean, convincing himself that things were going well, as long as the girl wasn't exaggerating. No matter how he looked at it, Cillier realized that he didn't possess the same power and influence as the romcom guild. Therefore, he politely asked the Countess to reveal the details of the proposed deal. But the Countess looked back and wanted to show the young man something before discussing the agreement. She asked the young man to look at something, pointing to the carriage they had just exited with the princess. He glanced at the vehicle and realized the Countess had brought something with her. The Countess led Cillier and Jean to the carriage. Looking behind the carriage, he was surprised by the sight before him. It turned out the Countess had brought a dragon with her. Phoenix peered out the window, also assessing the dragon. It was a radon, a rather rare species. Cillier turned to Chris and inquired about the dragon's species, which made the Countess realize the young man was well informed about dragons. She smiled slightly, noticing his perceptiveness. The radon species isn't the strongest among dragons, but its beauty is unmatched by any other. The dragon's paws were in shackles, which clinked whenever the dragon slightly twitched its legs. This immediately caught the young man's attention. The woman, still smiling, asked Cillier for his opinion on the dragon. But he was saddened by what he saw, saying the dragon was very beautiful, to which the Countess agreed. She added that her family was prouder of this dragon than any other. Jean whispered to the young man that aristocrats kept several radon dragons as family symbols. The young man now understood the idea, thinking that one must have a lot of money to afford such a rare dragon, let alone its upkeep. Chris noted that this had become a common practice among aristocrats. The Countess had previously entrusted romcom with its care, but now she was asking Cillier to look after the dragon. Looking back at the Countess, he understood that she wanted him to take care of the dragon. Turning his gaze back to the chained dragon, he knew he could handle it. Cillier asked for permission to touch the dragon first, to which the Countess agreed. He approached the dragon. Before touching it, he introduced himself and asked for the dragon's name. But the dragon merely replied that, as an accessory to the family, it had no name, without even looking up at the young man. He knelt down, expressing his condolences for such a fate. He showed understanding for the dragon's difficult living conditions. Sadness was visible on his face, realizing the dragon wasn't living its natural life. The dragoness noticed that Cillier understood her words, which immediately resonated with Chris. He confidently stated that Cillier was his best friend and a very unusual person. Unlike Chris, she reacted calmly, surprised that people like him even existed in this world. When Cillier asked if he could look after her, she didn't give a direct answer. She was surprised he even asked for permission, given her current situation. To this, Cillier remarked that in romcom she was treated as special. It didn't matter to her, as she was ultimately bound in shackles like a bird tied to a cage. Cillier understood the dragon's feelings and asked if she wanted to be free. But her kind doesn't possess enough strength to survive in this cruel world. There's no place for them other than being chained. He didn't reply, looking sadly at the dragon. She continued. The dragoness pointed to the shackles, saying they were impossible to break unless they were very large. Cillier noted that these shackles contained magic, making them more resilient, and that they restrained the power of the dragons bound by them. But he understood that the dragoness had already given up and was limited in her freedom. He clenched his fist at such treatment of her. He decided to transform to somehow solve this problem. His transformation was noticed by the guests, which caused surprise. Jean called out to him, not understanding why the guy decided to transform into a dragon. The guy grabbed the shackles and with a single touch was able to open them, freeing the dragoness. The Countess clicked her tongue and asked the guy what he was doing, but Jean stopped her, assuring her that she should trust him. Returning to his human form, he smiled at the dragoness and announced that she was now free. She looked at her freed paws in surprise. He advised her to do what she had always wanted. The dragoness looked at him with surprise, hearing what he said. She stood on her slightly trembling paws. Looking at the sky, realizing she was now free, the dragoness spread her wings and flew away. Now her gaze was not as gloomy as it had been before. She was filled with happiness and the cherished feeling of freedom from her shackles. Cillier and his guests were amazed by the dragoness's beauty, watching her mesmerized. The dragoness landed after a short flight. She stood before the guy, saying that it felt good to finally fly after so long. The dragoness thanked the guy for finally freeing her and giving her freedom. The guy said there was no need for thanks. Looking at the dragoness, he noted that she was very beautiful. Cilia asked the countess what she thought of the dragon's appearance. The woman looked in amazement at the previously shackled dragoness, who was now free and radiating light. The young man says that dragons aren't meant to be chained up and have their freedom restricted. After all, they're much more beautiful when they're free. Jean was pleased with this outcome, and the countess agreed. She also agreed with Cilia's words as she watched the dragoness. Now she understood why His Highness showed such affection for Cilia. These words caught the young man's attention. She expressed hope that they would continue to stay in touch in the future should anything arise. Cilia bowed to the countess and thanked her for her cooperation. Jean was satisfied with the deal. The woman mentioned that payment for the contract would be made tomorrow. Cilia called out to the countess, saying he had a request. The countess, fully attentive, asked the young man what he wanted. He asked who would be providing food for his dragons. The woman was surprised that this was the young man's only request and said she would arrange for the person in charge of provisions to personally come to Cilia. The young man thanked the countess. She noted that Cilia was an interesting person and approached the dragoness. Jean called out to the young man. She asked why Cilia had acted that way. Meanwhile, the countess stroked the dragoness, remarking on how beautifully her mane shimmered. Cilia only replied that he wanted the dragons to have good food. Hearing his answer, Jean chuckled. She said that now she had no doubts about Faust's dragons. Cilia simply wished that caring for dragons in this world would be a natural process. The next day, the young man was in the city. Rose apologized for urgently summoning him. She said that a new assignment had come in for Faust's dragons. The girl added that the client specifically requested their help. The young man was surprised that only they were requested, expressing his appreciation. Rose joked that she was like a specialized registry for him, but she was still proud of it. Cilia appreciated her joke and laughed in return. He asked what he needed to do. The girl asked him to wait while she pulled out the assignment sheet, but instead of one, there was a list. The young man didn't understand what she meant by a list. She clarified that it was a list of tasks Cilia needed to complete. Stumbling over his words after hearing this, he asked how many assignments were on that list. She didn't know herself, so she simply decided to open the task sheet in front of the guy. There were 46 subjugation tasks and 97 collection tasks, and that wasn't all. Cilia also asked the girl what those tasks were about, which slightly puzzled her. Rose realized that Cilia didn't fully understand what was happening. Those present in the building with them noticed the young man. They all looked at them with smiles, which the girl and the puzzled guy noticed. It turned out that the news of the contract with the countess, who had previously been with romcom, had spread throughout the city. The countess realized she could rely on Cilia, not the guild, and so a ton of work fell on his shoulders. The young man sighed. But he decided to choose specific tasks. Rose understood him, advising him not to sell his power cheaply. She suggested that he refuse all clients altogether. The senders of these tasks simply wanted to have connections with Cilia. The young man was surprised that there were such clients. But crossing his arms, he admitted that he simply didn't want to get involved with a lot of work, because not only he but also his dragons would be doing it. The girl now understood why Cilia was so reluctant and remembered that he was naturally that kind of person. But the young man still asked the girl to let him look at the list so he could choose tasks. Rose handed the young man the list, adding that there weren't many details in these tasks. Cilia took the list, opened it, and began to look through it. He noted that there were many meaningless tasks, but one caught his attention. The girl asked what surprised him. He showed her the task he had been staring at while reading the list. This task turned out to be rescuing a dragon that couldn't get down from a cliff. The girl was surprised, as it was a rare case for a dragon not to be able to get out on its own, comparing it to something that usually happens with kittens. Cilia decided to take on this task. The girl asked if he was sure, as the reward for completion was only 5 lira. But he was persistent in completing it, as a baby dragon needed to be saved. He couldn't just pass it by. Rose spread her hands and decided not to hinder the young man's will. She just said that it sounded like him. Meanwhile, in an unknown place on a rocky cliff, a small dragon trembled in fear, continuing to wait for its rescue. Arriving at the cliff, the dragoness felt the ground to understand exactly where the dragon was. Looking around, Louise felt like the place was familiar, and Cilia agreed with her. He added that, according to the information, the cliff where the dragon child was located was the same place where they had rescued the princess. Louise asked the guy if she would have to rescue a dragon this time, to which he replied that she wouldn't need to. Since Louise knew the area, she had already provided her help, and Cillier said he would handle everything else himself. He hoped that he would be able to transform without any problems during this mission. Louise smiled at him, showing her understanding. As they walked through the area, the dragoness asked the guy what kind of child they needed to rescue. After her question, Cillier remembered why he had brought Louise along on this mission. The mission sheet stated that the dragon to be rescued belonged to the rare Balor species. Understanding what kind of species it was, the dragoness advised them to move faster to save the dragon. Upon reaching the cliff, they noticed a small figure standing on the edge. Louise realized who it was. She told the guy to look up and examine the figure, assuming it was the dragon child standing there. The dragoness felt sorry for the child who was standing there trembling, waiting to be rescued. Cillier asked if she could bring the dragon down. After examining the area near the cliff, she noted that she couldn't see any footholds that would help her get closer to the child. Moreover, the dragon was small, which could make the task even more difficult. The guy understood Louise and offered to do it himself, and Louise put her trust in Cillier. With a snap of his fingers, he transformed into his dragon form. Flying up to the cliff, he got close to the child, which surprised her to see the unexpected figure in front of her. He took the child in his arms and safely descended to Louise. Transforming back into a human, the dragoness remarked that she hadn't even had time to blink before Cillier had completed the task and saved the child. The little dragoness, meanwhile, looked at her rescuers with surprise. Louise noticed the child's interested gaze and asked how she was feeling and if she was hurt. The child in turn asked Louise who she was, addressing her as sister. As she was about to answer, something suddenly dawned on her as she looked at the child. Cillier noticed the change in the dragoness's expression and asked what was wrong. Looking at the child, she declared that the little dragoness was not a Balor. The guy was surprised by what he heard. It became clear that the found dragon child was a primordial species. Hearing this, Cillier couldn't contain his astonishment. He could hardly believe that he had just rescued a representative of such a rare species, and the little one looked at her rescuer with interest. Usually, the dragon's knights work with our artificially bred and considered aquaculture products. However, primordial dragons are wild species, untouched by human intervention. The chance of one appearing is 1 in 10,000. As Cillier continued to gaze at the rescued dragon, he admitted to himself that he had never seen a primordial species with his own eyes before. He noticed her interested gaze fixed on him. The little one kept staring at the young man as if studying his face. Cillier felt a little embarrassed and asked what was wrong. Suddenly, she asked him if he was her father, which left Cillier in a slight daze. He replied that he was just a human, but the child immediately interrupted him. As if she hadn't heard his answer, she continued to ask him why he had suddenly become human, since he had been in a different form before. Cillier didn't quite understand the child, looking at her with surprise. Louisa was about to voice her own theory. She said the child was talking about Cillier transforming into a dragon. The young man now understood what the rescued dragoness was referring to. He decided to transform back into his dragon form, which delighted the child. Jumping onto him with a hug, she confirmed that her dad was indeed standing before her. But the young man quickly returned to his original form, apologizing to her. It took too much energy for him to keep doing that. The little one was beaming with delight. Not taking an interest in the young man's transformation, the child simply continued to hug him with a smile on her face. Louisa suggested that the little one was so happy because Cillier was the first one who reminded her of another dragon. Cillier understood Louisa's thought. Since he was the first to appear to her in dragon form, she considered him her parent. Louisa expressed her surprise that the dragon child liked him, as this almost never happens in all her experience. The young man simply responded that in this case, he was just lucky. She thought that perhaps the child's parents were somewhere nearby. Cillier agreed with the dragoness's assumption. Kneeling down, he leaned towards the child and asked where she was born. Seeing that the child didn't quite understand the question, he rephrased it and asked where she was when she woke up. Turning away joyfully, she headed in the direction of the place where she was born. Cillier noted that the child moved quite quickly. The child had gotten too far from her rescuers too quickly, so Cillier, without losing a minute, got on Louisa and rushed after the fleeing dragon. The child was running too fast, which even surprised Louisa, but she couldn't keep up with her. The dragoness, panting, added that primordial species are especially good at short sprints. Since it's not beneficial for humans to have the dragons they typically own move as fast as primordial ones, they are trained to be unable to handle long distances. She asked the guy to keep an eye on the fleeing dragoness, who was already disappearing from sight. Cillier dismounted Louise and asked her to rest, to which the dragoness let out a satisfied sigh. Transforming into a dragon, he began to chase after the fleeing child. But she kept moving faster, so much so that even Cillier in his dragon form couldn't catch her. He realized that at this rate, he wouldn't last long in this form and started calling out to the child to slow down. Suddenly, she stopped at a specific spot and, joyfully calling out to Cillier, announced that they had arrived at her birthplace. Returning to his human form, he approached the child and surveyed the area. A cracked, medium-sized egg lay on the ground. He guessed that the child had hatched from it and asked her if that was true. The dragoness happily confirmed that it was. She added that after she hatched, there was no one around her, and because of that, she went looking for her parent and ended up on the cliff. She also noted that she was very scared to be alone. Cillier looked around and noticed that there was also an object lying on the ground. It was a claw. Cillier picked it up and examined it. He realized it was a piece of her parent's claw. The dragoness looked around and noticed something. Louise wasn't with them, and the child started asking where she was. Cillier replied that she was very tired from chasing her, so she decided to rest and stayed behind. The dragoness was surprised by what she heard and hurried back to Louise, heading in the opposite direction and simultaneously shouting apologies to her so she could hear. Resigning himself to the fact that Cillier would have to catch the mischievous child again, he transformed into a dragon, but the piece of claw he was still holding began to emit a certain light, which caught the young man's attention. From the dragon's claw glowing with a soft and bright light, this radiance transferred to Cillier's legs. He immediately noticed the changes, though he didn't immediately understand what had happened. Curiously, he hypothesized that the claw had changed the shape of his legs, granting them something more than just an appearance. It dawned on him that the claw had not only changed his legs, but also endowed them with new capabilities. He decided to test out his new power by starting to accelerate. It turned out that he could now move at an incredible speed. He started running faster than horses, which completely astonished him. However, after returning to his human form and catching his breath, he realized that such speed required a significant amount of energy. Exhausted, he leaned against a tree to rest after the day's work. A small dragoness was nearby and noticed her dad's worn-out appearance. She asked him what had happened. The little one's question prompted Cillier to steady his breathing, smile, and assure her that he was fine. The dragon girl hadn't come alone. Louise was with her, and judging by her heavy breathing, she had also had to chase after the little one. Seeing the dragoness's condition, the guy chuckled and said that the child had worn them out, but then something else caught his eye. Louise had also brought a bear carcass on her back. She explained that she had anticipated his fatigue and decided to bring him food to help him recover. The guy smiled at her thoughtfulness and thanked the dragoness for her help. Cillier ate with gusto, leaving only bones from the carcass. Standing up, he noted that after his last transformation, claws had appeared on his hands, which allowed him to move very quickly. He suggested they return to the city, and Louise agreed. But then the little one stopped them with questions, asking where they were going. Cillier replied that they were going home and asked if she wanted to come with them. The child enthusiastically said yes. Before leaving, he wanted to give the child a name. He asked the dragoness how she would feel about the name Lee, and if she would mind if he called her that. She in turn was delighted and happily agreed to the name. Upon arriving home, Chris met them, greeting the travelers. He noticed they had arrived with new company. Cillier was holding Lee in his arms. Chris immediately realized that Lee's appearance was that of a primordial dragon, a rare sight in their world. Seeing Chris, she began to introduce herself with her new name, saying she had come with her dad. Chris noted that the dragoness was quite energetic. Chris looked at the guy, surprised to hear the child call him her parent. Cillier, smiling awkwardly, said he would explain the situation. The dragon also noticed the changes in Cillier. Before explaining, Cillier asked for his horn. Chris clarified if Cillier was asking for the phoenix's horn and received an affirmative answer. Meanwhile, Louise and Lee were enjoying each other's company. Cillier knew why he needed the phoenix's horn. He hypothesized that upon transformation, he could gain the power of immortality, just as he did with the horn of the primordial claw. In the middle of the spacious field stood the dragons and their master. His chest was bare, but he stood calmly. The dragon's gazes showed wariness and interest in the young man's next actions. Yui, however, couldn't hold back her worries and expressed her doubts about his plan. Louise asked Cillier again if he was truly sure about his decision. Cillier nodded affirmatively and, without hesitation, commanded Louise to prepare for the upcoming training. Louise, lowering her gaze, still hesitated, but Chris intervened and told her not to be shy and just act. Chris chuckled and joked that for Cillier, with his new abilities, it wouldn't be more painful than a light bite, smiling broadly. Cillier didn't get the joke and just smiled nervously. Gathering her thoughts, the dragoness decided to act. As he began to accumulate fire power within himself, Cillier calmly awaited her attack. But before it all began, an unexpected guest suddenly approached them. It was Princess Jean, who caught them at this inopportune moment. Observing the scene, she asked what they were doing. Her voice caught the attention of Cillier and Louise, but Louise could no longer stop the attack and continued to gather strength. Unleashing a fiery blow, it pierced the young man's stomach clean through. What she saw shocked the princess. Grimacing in pain, he transformed into his dragon form. Jean had already rushed to her injured comrade, but she stopped after Cillier took on his dragon form. There were no longer any traces of a deep wound on his body. His regeneration worked thanks to the transformation. Once back in his human form, he sat on the grass surrounded by dragons and the princess. He had the phoenix's horn and wanted to check if the power of immortality would work in dragon form. Jean understood the young man's plan and sighed that everything had gone well. Examining the young man's body, she agreed that not even a scar remained on him. He agreed with her. Feeling the spot of the injury, he noted that the blow had definitely pierced his stomach, but after regeneration, it left no trace of a wound. He explained that in dragon form, he becomes practically invulnerable. Even if he's wounded in human form, he can instantly transform and all injuries will immediately heal. These abilities astonished Jean. Upon hearing his story, Louise felt a pang of sadness and asked if her power would now be useless to him. However, Cillier quickly reassured her that this was not the case at all, as her help was still very important. He explained that he had gained the power of immortality, but he knew there would be a price to pay. He was already feeling the consequences. His energy consumption was now enormous, even 10 times greater than before. Jean agreed with the young man's observations. Therefore, he assured the dragoness that her power of sleep and healing would help him with minor injuries. Louise relaxed after hearing this and expressed her joy at the news. But crossing his arms, he said that despite these changes, he needed to do something about his energy consumption, as it was becoming a vulnerable point during his transformations. After Cillier's words, Jean remembered why she had come to them, piquing the interest of both the young man and the dragons. She had read many different books from the castle library and discovered an interesting spice. Cillier, intrigued, asked what exactly she was referring to. This spice was called rainbow salt, also known as arc-en-ciel. Cillier had never heard of it before. The princess explained that it was difficult to process and ordinary cooks didn't use it in their cooking. Cillier assumed that if she had come specifically to tell him about it, then the product must indeed be important. The young woman added that the taste of the salt itself played a big role. When consumed, the salt gradually changed its flavor. This unique characteristic immediately intrigued Cillier. However, Jean didn't know how or when the taste might change. He realized that this spice wasn't for everyday meals, as its taste could change unpredictably. Nevertheless, he noted that for people like him who were bored with familiar flavors, such a spice could be perfect. Jean smiled, agreeing with his conclusion. He thanked Jean for such good and valuable information, taking her hands in his. The young woman shyly averted her gaze from his face, stammering that she was just happy to help him, not expecting such a reaction from Cillier. Cillier asked where arc-en-ciel could be bought, but the young woman didn't give a precise answer. She added that such salt was rarely found among cooks. It was either harvested manually or ordered through guilds. Her embarrassment in her voice revealed that it wasn't the easiest task. Cillier found this quite logical. With joy, the young woman shared that she knew a place where rainbow salt could be found. However, it was located quite far away. Cillier immediately offered his help in the search. He suggested they go for the salt tomorrow if she was free. The young woman smiled brightly at the offer. She agreed to his proposal. The next day, they set off to find rainbow salt. The princess rode on a horse while the young man sat atop the dragoness named Collet. he asked her to get some fruit. She pulled a banana from her mouth and offered it to Cillier. Before they left, the young man decided to bring Colette along, as she could always provide a sufficient supply of provisions. Jean noticed the banana in Cillier's hand and called out to him. Chewing the fruit, the young man turned to the princess and asked what was wrong. She pointed at the banana, stating that Colette had touched it with her lips. The young man didn't quite understand the princess's train of thought. The girl, embarrassed, was about to continue, suggesting it might be an indirect kiss, but she stopped halfway, averting her gaze. She remembered that Colette was a dragon, not a human, so there was nothing wrong with it. More importantly, she was once again convinced of how amazing Cillier was. He didn't quite understand what she meant by that. She explained that he had eaten food that had been in a dragon's stomach without any hesitation. But the young man clarified that dragons' auxiliary stomachs don't have gastric acid or dirt, so there was nothing to fear. Jean agreed with him. Jean explained that such behavior, taking a banana from a dragoness's mouth, would normally be considered strange, which surprised the young man. She added that if it didn't bother him, then in her opinion, it was simply amazing. But he still couldn't understand exactly what she was trying to say. Colette, smirking, glanced at him and asked if he wanted seconds. Cillier nodded in response, but at that moment his attention was diverted by an unfamiliar sound. Sounds coming from a distant part of the field caught Cillier's attention. He stopped and turned his head towards the source. Jean noticed the young man had stopped and asked what was wrong. Cillier replied that he had heard something strange. When he pointed out the noise, Jean also listened and caught the same unfamiliar sounds. She wondered if it was the wind, but Cillier immediately dismissed that idea. He declared that it was an unnatural sound and immediately headed in the direction from which the sounds were coming, despite Colette and Jean's attempts to stop him. Running towards the noise, he found a huge mud golem monster attacking a dragon knight with a naginata. Seeing the terrifying creature, Jean fearfully turned to Cillier, asking what they should do now. The young man calmly told her to leave the golem to him. He transformed into a dragon without hesitation and furiously rushed into battle, attacking the monster from behind. A lightning-fast lunge allowed him to pierce one side of the golem's torso, catching it off guard. The female knight didn't expect to see a dragon man in front of her, who had saved her. Having expended his energy, he returned to his human form. He knew he couldn't maintain his other form for long due to the rapid energy drain and tried to defeat the monster with a single blow. He caught his breath, and behind him lay only the monster's remains. The female knight was surprised that the young man had managed to defeat the golem with one strike. Thanking the young man, she introduced herself as Rosalie Rain and asked for the names of her saviors. Cillier and Jean introduced themselves. Rosalie looked surprised, as if she recognized who was standing before her. She asked if he was the Cillier from Faust's Dragons. The young man was surprised that someone knew him. The girl exclaimed that she had heard of him, saying that Faust's Dragon Guild was currently well known in society. She was amazed that such a famous person had saved her, which surprised the young man himself, as he hadn't expected to be popular. The knightess also noticed the horses the heroes had arrived on. Rosalie added that not every horse could calmly tolerate the presence of a dragon. In her opinion, the princess's horse was intelligent and brave. Cillier thought to himself that the horse was excellent on its own, and since it belonged to the princess, it couldn't be mediocre. As if sensing his thoughts, the princess declared aloud that she wouldn't expect anything less, which slightly embarrassed the young man. Cillier's gaze drifted to the rider, and he noted that true dragon knights like her were rare nowadays. His words caught Rosalie's attention. She smiled and looked at her dragon, who returned her gaze. She said that she was used to riding him, as her guild consisted of only one person. In these times, few people fight on dragonback other than traditional knights. Knights are usually assigned all sorts of tasks, so dragons are more often responsible for transporting cargo or going ahead for reconnaissance. Cillier mentally acknowledged that such work was clearly not easy. Rosalie, meanwhile, was preparing her dragon for departure. She said she had to go. As she mounted her companion, she admitted that she had been caught off guard. She had actually arrived in response to a request to eliminate a creature, but she was interrupted by the golem attack that Cillier had defeated. Thanking her saviors once more, she smiled at them as a farewell. Cillier understood and wished her good luck on her journey. Continuing their journey to find rainbow salt, Jean openly admired the knight they had just met. In her opinion, Rosalie looked almost like a dragon human when riding, and she dreamed of inviting her to her palace. Cillier was a little confused by the comparison, but he still agreed with the princess. Noticing his confusion, Jean immediately asked what had caused such a reaction. The young man admitted that Rosalie was indeed impressive, but added that her dragon seemed quite strange to him, though he didn't elaborate. The princess curiously asked if he was hinting at some strange preferences of the dragon. Cillier replied that there was nothing special about it and was about to add that he had once experienced something similar, but Colette abruptly interrupted him. She stated with slight embarrassment that he was different. Cillier didn't understand such a sudden statement from the dragoness. But he continued, saying that he wasn't talking about himself, but about a wyvern he had once rented. Colette became flustered after the young man explained his thought. Cillier didn't understand why the dragoness suddenly thought he was talking about himself. Colette, visibly blushing, began to desperately justify herself, claiming that it wasn't what he might have thought. She even spelled out her words to completely dispel any possible misunderstandings. Deciding not to question the dragoness further, the young man simply let her know that he understood her. After a short journey, they finally arrived at their destination. The scenery amazed the young man with its beauty. Before them stood a tall, elongated tree, surrounded by several leaves, right in the middle of Lake Garrett. The princess informed him that this very spot was the source of the arc-en-ciel. It was the rainbow Lake Garrett, around which rare rainbow crystals shimmered. Cillier looked around, spoke the name aloud, and expressed his admiration for the beauty of the place. The princess fully agreed with him. As they surveyed the area, they noticed small crystals growing on top of each other. Cillier asked if these were the arc-en-ciel. The princess confirmed his guess, adding that the crystals likely formed due to periodic changes in the lake's water level. Colette volunteered to collect them. Cillier offered his help, but the dragoness declined, assuring him that it was no different from regular ore mining and she could handle it herself. The young man decided not to insist and trusted her, watching as she began to absorb the crystals into her empty stomach. He suggested to the princess that they go hunting to prepare some meat later and try the rainbow salt. Jean approved of the idea. Venturing deeper into the forest, Jean noticed a moving figure among the bushes and pointed it out to Cillier. It was a wild boar perfect for a hearty meal. However, sensing a threat, the beast slowly began to retreat. Cillier noticed this. As he surrounded the animal with flames to prevent its escape, the boar looked back and then fixed its gaze on the young man. Instead of fleeing, the boar charged towards Cillier. Jean called out to him to save himself, but he didn't move. As soon as the boar lunged at the young man, he grabbed it with his bare hands, wrapping them around its neck. After killing the animal, the young man looked at his prey with satisfaction and was about to begin preparing the meal. Jean was amazed by Cillier's lightning-fast reaction to the boar and began to praise him. Cillier didn't quite understand her reaction. The princess suggested that the young man's physical strength in his human form had also changed and increased, perhaps almost as much as in his dragon body. Cillier understood what she was getting at, looking at the boar. He hadn't even noticed how quickly he had killed the boar and added that an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to handle such an animal like he did. The heroes built a fire and the young man began to try a piece of meat, using the spice they had acquired. Jean asked him how he liked the taste of the arc-en-ciel. After tasting it, Cillier admitted that it was delicious. The girl was happy that the young man liked it. He added that with each bite, the food became sweeter and then spicier, and he thanked her for helping him solve his food problem. Cillier didn't forget to thank the dragoness either, who had managed to collect enough crystals. It was routine for Colette, but she accepted her master's gratitude with a satisfied smirk. Something else about himself also piqued his interest. He only realized his physical stats had improved after feeling his muscles. Colette asked him how much they had improved. Clenching his fist, he added that they had improved within human limits. This was a nice bonus, meaning he wouldn't have to transform and expend extra energy every time. Colette suggested refining and strengthening his dragon form to avoid excessive energy consumption in battle. He sighed and admitted that it would be good, but it wouldn't be easy. Colette again asked why Cillier thought so. Cillier reminded her that after activating the power of immortality, Louise and the others had shared pieces of their horns with him, but he still hadn't been able to swallow them. Lost in thought, he came up with a theory. He theorized that the primordial dragon's claw came from the body of one of the fallen, and the phoenix's horn came from Chris's immortal body. Perhaps all this power was somehow connected not only to the body but also to the soul, to the very life energy of dragons. Hearing his theory, Colette doubted she would be able to help him now. Jean admitted that she couldn't understand Colette's abilities, but she suggested that they needed dragon remains. Cillier acknowledged that it was just a theory, but he still wanted to test it. The princess offered to share more materials with him so he could try out the idea. She added that she had many similar artifacts available for use. Cillier then understood Jean, remembering that she was from the royal family. Jean smiled and added that the artifacts were stored in the treasury. She took a necklace from her pocket, which was the artifact she had been talking about. Looking at the necklace, Cillier asked if it was a gemstone. Jean corrected him, saying it was a Mizuchi scale. Cillier said he had never heard of such a species. Jean clarified that it was an extremely rare species, also known as phantom dragons. She explained that with special processing, dragon scales could become artifacts that create a protective barrier. Such barriers are installed on carriages and conveyances to protect high-ranking individuals. Cillier recalled the time he first met Jean. Back then, her carriage had plummeted off a cliff, the knights had died, the carriage itself was destroyed, but she hadn't had a single scratch. The girl, realizing what he remembered, added that she had worn this artifact as a talisman ever since, gazing tenderly at the necklace. She extended her hand with the artifact to Cillier and asked him to take it for future use. He tried to decline the offer, saying it should protect the princess herself, but Jean insisted. She confessed that even without the artifact, she felt safe by his side. Cillier smiled at her after hearing her explanation. He accepted the princess's gift. Taking the artifact in his hands, he made an internal promise to himself that next time, he would protect the princess personally, no matter what. Suddenly, the artifact began to glow. He looked at his glowing hand in surprise and opened it. The artifact remained unchanged, and the glow stopped. Colette asked Cillier how he felt after such a glow, but the young man was interested in something else. Jean asked the young man what had happened, and he replied that the smell of roasted meat was gone. The girl sniffed and agreed with him. Cillier decided not to delay and transformed. Unexpectedly, the ground beneath their feet outlined a circle that began to compress the support around them, which the heroes immediately noticed. Returning to his human form, Cillier caught his breath. Jean noticed his fatigue and became worried about his condition. He assured her that everything was fine, though he admitted his strength was running out. It was getting harder to recover each time. Colette asked again if he really felt it and received confirmation from him. The power of the scale created a protective barrier around them, he said, looking at his hands with a smile. Jean, delighted by the newfound ability, realized that this could help the hero. The remnants of the dragon's power were now seeping into his human form, which is why the smell of meat had disappeared. Now he needed to learn to control this power so as not to endanger others. After making human figures out of mud, Colette called out to Cillier, asking for his opinion. Praising the dragoness for her work, he asked her how she managed to create such perfect figures. Colette brushed it off, saying it was no trouble at all. She explained that she simply ate enough dirt and compressed it all in her stomach. Cillier noted that it was similar to working with clay, but admitted he hadn't known Colette had such skills, praising her again. Colette's cheeks flushed after hearing the praise, and the dragoness simply smirked. Louise called out to the young man. Turning towards Louise, she asked him what he was going to do with these forms. Cillier replied that thanks to the rainbow salt, he had been able to satiate himself. Therefore, he wanted to do a little training and asked the others to step aside. Louise and Jean obeyed him. But Lee ran up to him and asked what her dad was doing. He bent down to the child and asked her to step back, explaining that her presence there could be dangerous for her. She smiled at the young man and nodded in understanding. She hurried over to Louise and Jean, who were waiting for her with smiles on their faces. Colette, seeing such a warm scene between her master and Leia, felt embarrassed and squinted at the young man. When he noticed her gaze, he asked what was wrong. But Colette just lifted her head and replied that everything was fine. Chris burst out laughing loudly. Noticing her strange behavior, he slyly remarked that there was nothing wrong with being a little selfish and asked if she wanted him to ask his friend to pet her too. To shut him up, Colette jumped on him and bit his neck. Cillier tried to calm the dragons, but Chris just told him to ignore them. The young man smiled slightly at this odd scene and put his trust in Chris. Chris, with collet still hanging on his neck, proudly stood up and shot a stream of flame towards the hero, behind whom the clay figures were hiding. But the hero didn't back down. He stood as if protecting these clay dolls. As he transformed into a dragon, a protective barrier activated, enveloping him and the clay figures against the fire. Chris continued his fire attack while the female dragons and Jean watched anxiously. After finishing the training, Cillier returned to his human form. Everything went successfully, and neither the clay figures nor Cillier himself were harmed. The protective barrier from Jean's artifact withstood Chris's fire. The young man noted that the defense proved to be strong and reliable. Jean breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that he had managed to scare her again with his ideas. The young man thanked Chris for his help. The dragon replied that he was the strongest of all humans. He also thanked Collet for creating the clay dolls for training. The female dragon suggested testing the barrier on living creatures. But the young man refused, explaining that he couldn't just put them in danger for a simple training exercise. Jean pointed out his concern for others, but not for himself. He continued, explaining that his transformation lasted no more than 3 seconds, even if he had eaten well and accumulated enough energy. He needed at least 30 seconds to use the transformation in a real fight. Chris pondered, looking at the young man. The dragon replied that they needed to increase the amount of stored energy in Cillier, and reassured him that there were many solutions for this. The young man was delighted to hear this. Chris asked him if he wanted to know the options, to which he received an affirmative answer. The other female dragons also began to listen attentively. He announced the first option, which shocked Cillier. He needed to eat a dragon. By eating a dragon, he would also consume its soul, noting that it was an effective solution. But Cillier interrupted him. With a changed expression, Cillier told him that he was angry after hearing the proposed option. Chris laughed and said it was just a joke. But Cillier hoped it really was a joke. Chris repeated that he wasn't serious, but added that he could see how genuinely the guy cared about dragons. Cillier simply replied that anyone would be angry at such a suggestion. However, the dragon said that because of his anger, the guy missed the point of his words. Louise interjected and explained that this was just the first method to increase energy storage. Cillier realized there were other options. Collet demanded that they stop these tests, and Chris, still laughing, said he didn't mean any harm. Cillier sighed and rubbed his head. He asked Chris what the real way to increase energy storage was. Chris replied that they needed to use the power of the dragon sphere for that. After saying the name of the ability, he looked back at the dragonesses and asked them how it was used. Louise couldn't answer because she didn't know, and Emma had never heard of such a power. Collet asked Chris what kind of ability it was. But the dragon replied that explaining it would take a lot of time, so it would be better to show everything in practice. Cillier clarified with Chris if they had to create this dragon sphere themselves. The dragon replied yes. Chris said they could create a drop sphere right there. Hearing about such an easy way to create the sphere, Cillier smirked. The dragon looked back at the other dragonesses, wondering who could help them with the creation. He immediately warned that Collet wouldn't be suitable, which caused her to protest. She asked him why she couldn't, but Chris, laughing, just said she couldn't be of much help in this case. But Collet didn't like that arrangement. However, Chris shifted his attention to the others. He asked them who had eaten the least recently, which surprised Collet. She asked him if eating little was mandatory for creating the sphere. The dragon replied yes, because without it, they wouldn't be able to acquire the power. Collet smirked and looked away. Cillier noted to himself that the type of dragons Collet belonged to ate the most, and because of that, she wouldn't be able to participate in the process. After a brief thought, he suggested Lee, the small dragoness, as a candidate. Lee, hearing her name, immediately responded. But realizing she was too young for such a risky endeavor, he changed his mind about the idea. Lee didn't quite understand what her dad meant, but left it at that. Cillier assumed that something needed to be eaten to create the sphere, so Chris asked the dragonesses who had eaten the least today. The guy looked at his companions. He said that Louise was the best fit at the moment. The dragoness herself nodded and agreed with her master, clarifying that she was a herbivorous dragon, unlike the others. Emma, feeling upset, admitted that she couldn't help with this matter either. But the young man reassured her, reminding her that she eats a lot for her energy, so it wasn't her fault. These words calmed the dragoness. Trusting Louise, Chris also advised her to eat a hearty meal. Jean asked why not let Louise eat with the arc-en-ciel, but Cillier rejected the idea. He wasn't sure if human seasonings would be suitable for dragons. Looking at Emma and Collet, he asked if he was right about that. Collet suggested that if swallowed whole, nothing bad would happen, but Emma hesitated, saying that there's a tingling sensation after consuming seasonings. Cillier was convinced it was a pointless endeavor and abandoned it. Jean understood him and decided not to try to persuade him otherwise. The young man thought it was unnecessary to give dragons extra additives, as human taste buds and nutrition are very different from dragons. Jean understood and remembered this observation. Cillier also added that dragons prefer raw meat to cooked, which Emma confirmed. The princess and the young man exchanged smiles. Dragons are still not like humans, Cillier added. After eating her fill, Louise refused to continue eating. The young man praised the dragoness for her hard work and help, and Chris prepared her for the next task. He was going to teach her how to create spheres. Pulling a glowing sphere from his forehead with his paw, he directed it towards Louise, who watched the process with amazement. As she accepted the power, a magical connection formed between them. As soon as the sphere entered Louise, she lit up. Returning the sphere to his head, Chris asked the dragoness if she understood how it all worked. The girl replied that she did, but with a slight lack of confidence. Cillier watched the dragoness with surprise. She decided to try creating a sphere herself, and Cillier supported her. Louise got ready. A bright glow formed around her. Spreading her wings, she felt a surge of power and created a sphere. This newly created sphere by Louise glowed very brightly, but it wasn't large. Chris looked proudly at his creation and praised the dragoness. Since the sphere wasn't large, Cillier held it with his fingers. Jean noted the sphere's resemblance to a transparent pearl, looking at it with interest. The young man agreed with the princess's comparison and asked what he should do with this small sphere. Chris told him to eat it. He suggested chewing it first, but advised swallowing it whole for the first time. After examining the sphere, he agreed and swallowed it whole. Suddenly, he felt something. Noticing this, Chris asked if the process had begun. He felt strange sensations in his stomach. Jean asked worriedly what was happening. As the sensation stopped, the young man felt something growing inside his stomach. Laughing, Chris said that if the young man had bitten off a piece of the sphere, it would have expanded immediately in his mouth. But Cillier didn't laugh. He just cautiously remarked that it would have been unpleasant if that had happened. Observing his sensations, he asked if a ball of energy had appeared in his stomach. Chris answered in the affirmative. He explained that a dragon sphere is a compressed ball of dragon energy. Dragons produce a lot of energy, so this would be enough for an ordinary person. Cillier noted that it was a significant reserve. He realized that with such power, he wouldn't need to eat much. His dragons could feed for him and produce spheres, which he would then consume to increase his energy reserves. Chris also advised him to eat more spheres, as this would make energy production more efficient. Cillier was amazed by such valuable information, but Louise had doubts. She said she could only make one sphere at a time and she wouldn't have enough strength for another. The dragoness also noted that the young man's energy hadn't increased much, but he reassured her that one sphere was quite enough. Chris, laughing loudly, said that this wouldn't be a problem for them. He shared his observation with Cillier that dragons were clearly drawn to him. Thanks to this, they would be able to produce more energy spheres. Louise agreed with the dragon's remark, but Cillier thought he was just exaggerating. He suggested checking his energy reserves after eating the sphere and instantly transformed into his dragon form. A little more time passed than usual, and he returned to his human form. The transformation took only 5 seconds, which pleased Cillier. He noted that if one energy sphere provided 5 seconds, that was already significant progress compared to before. Silas thanked the dragon for his help, noting that with the increase in energy consumption, his opportunities had also greatly expanded. Chris nodded contentedly at his master's gratitude. He stroked Silas with his enormous paw, twice the size of the young man himself, and said he was looking forward to seeing what interesting things Silas would do with his new powers. Silas headed southwest from Borsal to Marzin Valley. He stood alone in the valley, facing the predators. Without losing a second, he transformed and quickly moved towards the wolf pack. His mission today was to eliminate the Tonbin wolf pack, which consisted of 100 individuals. Seeing their approaching enemy, the beasts snarled and prepared to attack. But before they could even strike, Silas instantly decapitated one, then a second, and then several more wolves, leaving the predators stunned. However, he felt that he didn't have much time left in his dragon form, only about 10 seconds, so he dodged to the side and reverted to his human form. He was immediately caught by Louise, who then prepared a new sphere for her master. The young man noticed a glow. After absorbing the sphere, he thanked the dragoness and transformed into a dragon once more. Silas returned to the remaining wolves with renewed strength. This pack could be more dangerous than experienced bandits. Silas had learned about this mission from Jean. The dragonesses watched the events unfold from a distance. He again felt his energy dwindling, but then noticed that wolves had stealthily surrounded the dragonesses. As he dealt with the nearby predators, he noted their intelligence. Silas returned to his human form and crouched down to catch his breath. Emma immediately noticed him and generated a new sphere. Silas was glad they were on alert when the predators snuck in. Back in action, he was ready to continue the mission. Mission accomplished. Heroes and Rose were already standing by the government building in Borsal. He called Colette, who immediately understood him and opened her maw. The first wolf head emerged from the dragoness's maw. A mountain of half of the predator's heads was already piled before the girl. Holding up her hand as a stop sign, she said that was enough. She confirmed the mission's completion and praised Silas for his work. The young man asked Colette to leave the heads, and she inquired what to do with the remains that were still in her stomach. Sillier pondered for a moment and then suggested that Colette eat the wolves if her stomach could handle it. She replied that she easily could, but a girl stopped them. She explained that the wolf heads were needed as proof, an instruction from Princess Jean herself. Sillier was surprised to hear that the princess had given such an order. The princess had officially assigned this task. Sillier thought it would have been simpler if she had approached him directly instead of through the state. He assumed she must have had her reasons. Rose then asked them to move the remaining heads to the storage room. Colette began pulling the heads out of her stomach while Sillier and Rose watched. Seeing the girl about to leave the storage room, he asked her what they should do next. The girl informed him that the state would conduct an investigation, which raised questions for the young man. The girl asked if he knew that dragon knights received titles. Sillier was surprised and admitted he hadn't heard of it. He clarified if this title could be obtained not only by a guild but also by an ordinary person. He added that such things didn't particularly interest him. Rose replied that this was usually how the government operated. But this time, the title would be personally awarded to Sillier, and it wouldn't be so simple. The girl continued, explaining that if the investigation confirmed he had honestly completed the task, Sillier would be granted the title of First Star Dragon Knight. The young man was shocked by the news. He couldn't believe he would receive such a noble title. Rose chuckled softly. She reminded him that he had single-handedly wiped out an entire pack of Tauban wolves, noting it was an outstanding achievement. He smirked to himself, realizing that even an amateur like him understood what star meant in the upcoming title. The title of Star Dragon Knight is bestowed by the state for a great feat accomplished by its holder. Sillier clarified with Rose that there seemed to be no clear criteria for receiving such a title, as stars were known even outside the circle of dragon knights. Rose explained that the first star is given for achievements in one area, the second for contributions in multiple areas or as a rank promotion, and the third for an unprecedented feat. There haven't been many such knights in the kingdom's history. Rose also added that it was simpler for civilians, which the young man agreed with. He said that receiving such a title was a great honor. She informed him that the investigation results would arrive in a few days and asked Sillier to wait. Sillier smiled contentedly and looked up at the sky. He mentally thanked the princess for the opportunity she had given him. 3 days later, Sillier received a letter. It was an invitation to the government building. A butler greeted him, bowed respectfully, and asked him to wait a moment, leaving Sillier in a bright room with richly decorated interiors. The young man awkwardly sat on the sofa, noting to himself that he wasn't used to being in such places. Someone knocked on the door and Sillier gave permission to enter. It was a maid who brought him tea and apologized for the wait. She proceeded to serve him, placing the teacup on the table. He, feeling a bit embarrassed, thanked the maid. After tasting it, he realized it was likely an expensive blend and wondered why he was being treated with such respect. There was another knock at the door. Sillier gave permission to enter. It was Rose. She entered the room, apologizing for making him wait. The young man was surprised by her sudden arrival. As he looked around the room's furnishings, he asked how he was supposed to react to all of this. The question piqued her interest. Smiling, she replied that it was the appropriate treatment for a first-star dragon knight. Now he understood what all of this was about inside. Cillier was surprised by how much a person's treatment changed when they held such a title. The girl confirmed his thought. After drinking his tea, he admitted that the first stars were truly remarkable individuals. Rose then asked him what brought him to the government building. He apologized to her for them having to arrange such a reception in honor of his arrival. Cillier stated that he came to inquire if there was any work available. Rose replied that they currently didn't have any suitable requests for a night, which surprised Cillier. He had thought that after striking a deal with the Countess there would be more assignments, but Rose informed him that they had declined most of the requests. The young man asked why they had done so. Rose's reply was brief. It was because Cillier had become a first-star dragon knight. Seeing the young man's puzzled expression, she quickly explained that they had decided to assign him clients appropriate for his new rank. She asked if they could really send him to catch some imperial family supplier, offering only a loaf of bread as a reward. Cillier was surprised that such tasks were not fitting for a first star. In other words, he would now only receive serious and important assignments. Rose agreed with him. When he informed the dragons of this news, they were surprised that there was no work for them at the moment. But he encouraged them, saying that his efforts would finally be truly valued. He had, in a way, achieved one of the goals he set for himself after being expelled from the guild. The dragonesses understood their master's line of thinking. At that moment, Louise pointed him towards where the townspeople were already gathering. The townspeople looked at him with astonishment and pride. Cillier was surprised by the sudden attention they were receiving. Soon, he heard a voice behind him. It was children who recognized him and were joyfully excited to see a knight in person. They confessed that they were his fans. One of them even asked for permission to shake his hand. Cillier hadn't expected such attention, but he extended his hand. The boy beamed with joy. He said that he dreamed of becoming a dragon knight just like Cillier, along with his friend. His buddy echoed the sentiment, adding that they wanted to be just as brave and noble. Cillier was touched by their words. He realized that such a title was an honor for adults and an inspiration for children. The boys continued to ask the knight how they could become like him. Smiling at the question, Cillier pondered. A man with dark, styled hair and a mark under his eye addressed a group of young people. With a friendly smile, he asked them to remember one important piece of advice. The warrior explained that dragons must be protected because they are irreplaceable companions. The girls listened attentively, and one of the boys present confirmed his words. The group was impressed by what he said, after which the man added that with proper care, dragons could become great dragon knights. The girls were inspired by his words and happily promised to cherish and protect the dragons. Watching them, the dark-haired warrior thought this might be the best thing that had happened in a while. A horned creature next to him looked at him questioningly. The young man understood that changing the views of adults with their established beliefs was almost impossible. However, children were much more open to new ideas. Looking at the playing kids, he felt hope for the future. He acknowledged that some of his traits would not change and decided to remain true to his principles. In response, he was called master. The scene then shifted to the Jeeg Trading Company, where manhwa was sold. Various goods were neatly arranged on the counter. A long-haired customer entered the shop and, as usual, asked the dark-haired seller for dragon's tears. The seller silently accepted the order. The long-haired man evaluated the purchased item and noted its high quality. He then asked the dark-haired seller if the supply volume could be increased. The customer explained that the product was in high demand and sold out quickly. He understood that increasing supplies might affect quality, so the seller pondered his request. The problem was that the seller had few dragons, making mass production impossible. However, they still managed to establish raw material production for dragon's tears at a special facility. Dragon's tears were of the highest quality and easily affected consciousness. Even the widow of a noble was satisfied with the product because she was able to see her late husband's face. The customer asked if they traded with aristocrats. The seller confirmed that due to the product's quality, their goods were suitable even for nobility. The customer asked them not to lower the quality, as demand for the product remained very high. The seller understood his concerns and took the request into account. The customer then stated that he had another important matter unrelated to dragon's tears. The interested seller asked for details. The long-haired man asked if the seller knew about dragon masters. The The seller replied that he had already heard about them. After that, he explained that dragons are capable of laying eggs even without mating. However, a dragon born this way usually becomes female and cannot reproduce. His interlocutor clarified if that was why most dragons were born female, connecting it to their unique reproduction. The man then explained that dragons typically mate closer to the end of their lives. In such cases, special females capable of continuing the lineage are born, and they are called dragon masters. The dark-haired merchant noted that human and dragon biology are vastly different. The merchant asked how much an egg from such a dragon might cost. The long-haired man confirmed that dragon masters and their offspring are incredibly expensive, which visibly surprised the merchant. At that moment, the merchant tried to recall something important, but the thought slipped away. His companion noticed his confusion but asked him to continue the conversation. Then a dark, unusually shaped egg laid by an unknown dragon master was shown. This was the egg the next dragon master was supposed to work with. The man explained that even a regular dragon master's egg costs a fortune, so the merchant's task was simple: guard it until it hatches. He added that such a task could only be entrusted to a reliable person. Therefore, the merchant was allowed to use the powers he had already demonstrated in the fight against the Tabini wolves. The merchant confidently stated that he would handle it. He also realized that rumors of his recent promotion had already reached this place. The man informed him that the job would pay 3 million lira. Hearing such a sum, the merchant was surprised, but after weighing the conditions, he agreed to take on the assignment. Colette, a creature with a crest on her head and an unusual tail, was nearby. As if understanding the importance of the deal, she smirked and approvingly called it amazing. The companions noted that 3 million lira was a huge sum. The merchant added that while money was important, the opportunity to strengthen their reputation was even more valuable. Noticing Colette's strange reaction, the merchant asked what was wrong. She mumbled something back shyly, and he admitted that this was the first he'd heard of a dragon master and wasn't sure how to describe it yet. Colette remarked that an egg left by a dragon before its death was similar to Lee's situation. Hearing this, the merchant finally remembered an important detail. Little fluffy Lei with wings suddenly appeared nearby, and he immediately recognized her. Lee was found near the remains of a deceased dragon and an empty eggshell. It became clear that she had emerged from that egg and was a primordial dragon. Realizing this, the merchant asked Colette if that dragon had been a dragon master. His companion looked at the glowing object with surprise and, disbelieving his eyes, tried to touch it. At that moment, he turned to Lee with a question. The conversation continued, and the man admitted there was no proof, but the theory sounded plausible. The dragon added that compared to humans, dragons are much purer beings. A man and a small dragon stood on the road. The young man called him a balor, and the dragon confirmed it. The man then suggested that his instincts were compelling him to find a suitable place to nest and lay an egg. The man was surprised by this turn in the conversation. He looked at the dragon, not understanding. The dragon asked if the man thought she was puzzled by something. He asked why the man thought that. He questioned him about what this small individual. The young man looked at the dragon with surprise. He said the dragon was too close. He couldn't help but be surprised. The man asked if this bothered his companion. The dragon reacted sharply to the question, shouting that it wasn't like that at all. He denied being worried, but then admitted that wasn't the point. The man looked at the dragon's paws, which were flustered. The dragon mumbled something unintelligible, then lifted and hid his paws. The young man looked at the dragon in confusion. The dragon, looking embarrassed, said he was just thinking about the children, his face sad. The young man asked what was going on, curious. 2 days later, events unfolded at the Paslan base, located in the mountains. Suddenly, a small, fluffy creature ran up to the man, joyfully calling him Dad. The young man happily greeted the fluffy creature, who said he was finally back, calling him Dad. The man replied that he was home. The fox cub also expressed joy at his return. He picked up the little creature and asked if everything was all right. The man said he was sure the fox cub could handle everything. The fox cub thanked the baggage carrier, calling him amazing, then immediately contradicted himself. The small, fluffy creature suggested the man play with him, proposing a game of tag. The man replied that he needed to rest a bit. He apologized to the creature, explaining that he was very tired from his journey home. The creature looked disappointed and made a sad sound. The young man thought that playing with her required a lot of energy since she was an eternal child. The young man suggested the fluffy creature test his speed. He told him to run around the base, and the little creature happily agreed. It dashed forward at incredible speed, leaving a whirlwind of dust behind. The young man was amazed by the creature's speed. He thought it was incredible and said he had expected as much. The man struggled to keep up, noting that even in his dragon form he couldn't match its pace. The creature turned around and asked why the man wasn't faster. The fox cub said that if the man tried to catch a flying creature, it would take him 10 seconds. He then added that in such a case, the man wouldn't have enough energy. The young man replied that that was precisely the point. The fox cub was surprised by his words. The man smiled and said that was the whole mystery. The dragon raised a paw and asked what about him. He said that with him, the man would have at least 5 dragon spheres. The man chuckled and agreed with his words, thanking his companion, who was very pleased. The little creature suddenly got scared and turned to the man. Another woman appeared in the distance. The man and the little creature looked in her direction. The young man looked at the fluffy creature in confusion, asking what was wrong. The creature was shocked. The long-haired woman looked at the carriage in surprise, saying she hadn't seen it before. She addressed the princess. The young man asked what was happening and who she was. He looked serious. The woman apologized to him, saying she was sorry for her sudden appearance. The man replied that it was fine. She explained that it was a merchant who had made a deal with the royal family. She added that he really wanted to meet the man and she couldn't refuse him. The young man asked what the merchant wanted to talk about. The woman replied that she couldn't refuse him. She noted that his position wasn't the lowest. She explained that he insisted on a personal meeting and it was about a major deal. The young man said he understood everything. He admitted it seemed suspicious and added that he would talk to him. Soon, the man was sitting opposite the merchant. The merchant said it was a great honor to meet the man. He introduced himself as Pierre Gunnon. The young man introduced himself in return. He asked the merchant to speak without preamble and inquired what he wanted. The merchant apologized and said he would get straight to the point. Cyril explained that the princess had asked him to arrange this meeting. The young man asked if it was really that important. Gunnon reported that he had recently been playing with a dragon. The young man was surprised by this and asked if he meant Leah. The merchant asked if he could take another look at the dragon. The man asked why, and the merchant replied that he just wanted to see it, adding that he didn't sense any ill will from it. The other person offered to stop the dragon if it went berserk, and the man agreed. He called the dragon by name and asked if it was there. The young man was surprised that the dragon came too close. The dragon sharply objected, but then became flustered, hit its paws, and explained that dragons are much cleaner than humans. Hearing that she was a Balor, the man realized her instincts were driving her to find a place to nest and lay an egg. The dragon was surprised by his guess and asked why he thought so, after which he pointed to the small creature next to her. Cyril was asking Lee. 2 days later, the man returned to Paslan's base. The small, fluffy creature joyfully called him Papa. The man smiled and replied that he was home. He picked up the creature and asked if everything was all right. The man gave the merchant permission to examine the creature closely, saying that it was fine. The man looked at the dragon, who was too close, with surprise. He asked if it bothered the dragon. The dragon denied being bothered but looked confused and hit its paws. Then the dragon said that compared to humans, they are much cleaner creatures. The young man spoke the dragon's name and said it was a Balor, which the dragon confirmed. The man then suggested that the dragon was looking for a place to nest. The merchant carefully examined the fluffy creature. He exclaimed in surprise and thought there couldn't be a mistake. He informed the young man that it was a dragon master. The merchant added that it was also an original species. The young man looked at the merchant with surprise. He asked what the merchant was talking about. The merchant smiled, thinking that Jeeg hadn't lied. The merchant told the woman that he had received information from a man named Jeeg. He added that he had accidentally overheard their conversation at the entrance of the shop. The young man understood what was happening and remembered that he had already discussed this. The man looked at his companion in surprise when the merchant called the creature a witch. Then the merchant moved on to the question he wanted to discuss. He asked if the man would sell him this child. The man was shocked. The merchant offered 1,000,000 lire. The man replied that he refused. Initially, the bearded merchant, confused, uttered only a few words without finishing his thought, and then asked the girl if she intended to pay 2,000,000 for the item. In response, the dark-haired companion quietly replied that 2,000,000 would not be enough. The merchant again wondered about 5,000,000, but she rejected that amount too, which left him completely bewildered. The one-eyed young man next to the girl declared that the item was not for sale. His face was serious and he seemed unyielding in his decision. At that moment, the merchant, changing tactics, asked if his interlocutors knew who he was, clarifying that he was currently the strongest. He looked self-assured and slightly arrogant, expecting his words to make an impression. The man in the hat, looking puzzled, asked what that statement referred to, but the one-eyed interlocutor interrupted him, asking for the guild's name. The bearded merchant, taken aback by this turn in the conversation, first looked away in confusion, then, gathering his thoughts, finally answered the question. He named the guild Dragons first. The one-eyed young man, with a serious expression, asked the man why he thought they were selling a dragon for money. The merchant, who had been very confident until then, showed deep regret on his face. He bowed and offered his sincere apologies for his behavior. The man admitted that he had acted rashly when he offered them the deal. The man in the hat, with deep regret, apologized for taking up their time and for the entire incident, then fell silent. The young man watching him replied that it was good he understood his mistake. The interlocutor nodded in agreement. Then the one-eyed young man made an important remark, stating that he wanted to give a warning, just in case. He stroked the small creature, which turned out to be a dragon, on the head, clarifying that if anything happened to the dragon, the merchant would be the first on the suspect list. Hearing this, the man was greatly surprised and exclaimed in disbelief. He looked at his interlocutor with complete bewilderment. The dark-haired woman said that she understood the warning, and the merchant confirmed that he also understood it. Then the girl reminded the man that he was a supplier to the royal family. The man, clearly flustered, wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by the young man, who stated that the merchant might try to steal the dragon by force. The merchant replied that he would never do anything like that. The young man explained that it was just a precaution. He continued by saying that if necessary, they would consider every possible version and the merchant would still be first in line. The man swallowed slightly, looking at his interlocutor with undisguised anxiety, but couldn't say anything in response. The young man, addressing the merchant, expressed hope that he would understand, and the merchant mumbled an affirmative reply, looking scared and sweaty. The dark-haired girl, observing the scene, thought that it was all strange. The small creature, who turned out to be a dragon, was also nearby, listening intently. The girl addressed the young man, calling him Sir Cyril, and apologized. She felt genuinely sorry for what had happened and looked away. Then, turning to Cyril, she said that if she had known what he wanted to talk about, and trailed off. The young man, watching her, replied that it was nothing serious. The girl, tilting her head, stated that she regretted it, to which the one-eyed young man replied that it was just a normal business transaction, and such things were common in their world. He continued, saying that the merchant had simply disappointed him this time, but overall he was reliable. The girl asked why the young man had threatened the merchant, adding that she thought she understood him. She also wondered if he was really that influential, and looking guilty, apologized for her question. The young man turned his head and looked at her, not responding to her words. The young man, smiling, stated that the merchant had learned about Lee's nature and believed she could become a wall. The dark-haired girl, confused, asked what he meant by wall. The young man explained that he certainly didn't believe the merchant would harm Lee, but if he found out she was going to be kidnapped or something, he would take action. In that case, he wouldn't let them get to Lee and would protect her instead of them. Hearing this, the girl exclaimed in surprise that she agreed with this approach. Her face showed genuine joy and relief at his words. The girl, clasping her hands in admiration, joyfully exclaimed that Sir Cyril was magnificent, and the young man, smiling, watched her reaction. Lee was next to him, looking puzzled. The little dragon stated that he didn't understand what they were talking about, but it probably meant "Dad is cool," and his words were filled with enthusiasm. Cyril smiled and, patting Lee on the head, laughed, saying that Dad was indeed cool. The girl smiled and thanked him. Then Cyril, stroking Lee, called her by name, and she, in turn, expressed her gratitude to him. Cyril, addressing the little dragon with a kind smile, said that he would protect him, asking him not to worry. Lee, hearing this, looked at him with bewilderment. Then the young man turned to the big dragon, asking him to guard Lee while he himself guarded the egg. He clarified that this was his plan, and the big dragon, named Chris, looked at him thoughtfully, then turned his head and asked himself if he was being addressed. The big dragon nodded affirmatively in response, and the young man in turn said that he would feel much calmer if he took care of it, as he was their main trump card. The young man clarified that this was true and added that he had certainly scared the merchant well, but why had he even asked for it? The big dragon, laughing, exclaimed, "Of course it is." Then he turned to Cyril, confidently stating that the matter could already be considered done, and asked what he thought about it. The young man, watching him, said that he could certainly prevent the kidnapping, but at this, the big dragon interrupted him, saying that it was already done. Cyril gratefully thanked him and the dragon nodded. The young man, closing his eyes and scratching his chin, said that he wasn't the smartest person in this world and that people didn't always behave as he expected. At this moment, the big dragon turned and yelled at him to be quieter, and the little dragon cried out in fear from the noise. Cyril, with his eye patch, watched the scene. The big dragon, turning to the young man, laughed and said that unlike most, sleep was needed here. He looked very confident. The big dragon grunted thoughtfully, and the one-eyed young man asked him why he was laughing. Then the big dragon said that he felt relieved. He was glad that his friend had made a wise decision and clarified that he had been testing him again. The young man, observing him, noted that most people weren't that smart and explained that although the merchant could help them, he wasn't all-powerful. He added that this was why he had turned to the big dragon and that everything was clear now. The big dragon told the young man that as long as he was there, the little dragon would be safe, and that the young man could calmly go on his mission. He called him his friend, to which the one-eyed young man, smiling, thanked the dragon, addressing him by name, Chris. Then, the next day, the black-haired young man, who turned out to be Cyril, and his companion Colette set off for Saint Simon to complete their mission. They are shown walking along a mountain road. Chris told Cyril that they were traveling together again this time, and the young man nodded affirmatively in response. Cyril added that few would be suitable for this task. Smiling, Chris asked why he had chosen him. Cyril replied that there were 2 reasons, and addressing his companion, he said that, as he had mentioned, the 2 of them would have many dragon spheres. Chris nodded in agreement and asked what the second reason was. The dragon Chris hummed thoughtfully, and the young man, looking at him, said that if anything happened, he could swallow the egg. The dragon replied that he understood. Then the young man explained that if it came to that, the dragon could be in danger. Chris responded that he would manage and asked the young man to rely on him. He added that the young man didn't need to worry. The dragon looked very determined, and the one-eyed young man thoughtfully said that he understood everything. The dragon, smiling, confidently stated that he would, of course, manage, and the young man replied that he would then rely on him. He thanked his companion, calling her Colette. Then, walking along the mountain road, the young man thought that guarding the dragon master's egg was a very responsible task. He admitted to himself that when he first received this assignment, he didn't fully understand it. After yesterday's incident with the merchant, he realized how valuable the dragon master was. Colette, smiling, said that they would do their best, and the young man, also smiling, looked at her. Then he thought that he had assumed only his strength would be needed. At this time, he stood next to Colette, who was embracing him with her tail, with mountains and clouds visible in the background. Continuing their journey along the road to Saint Simon, the young man and his companion entered the postal town. Colette hummed thoughtfully, looking around. The young man noted that, in his opinion, the road was too narrow and it would probably be more spacious further on. Walking beside Colette, he looked at her, awaiting a response. The dragon nodded affirmatively in agreement. Then the young man thought that in this town, most of the houses and stables were designed for dragons, and that most of the town was equipped specifically for them. Colette asked the young man which inn they would go to which he replied that any would do. At that moment, he noticed that there seemed to be dragon knights here as well. Then Colette pointed to one of the inns and asked if it might work. The young man entered without answering. He told Colette to wait for him there, and he went inside the building. Inside, people were sitting at tables and talking. He looked confidently at his companion before entering. Passing by the bar on the first floor, the one-eyed young man addressed the person behind the counter. He said that he needed a room for one night and added that he had a Sirush cub with him. The person behind the counter, after listening to him, asked how many of them there were. Then the young man inquired about the cost of a room for a dragon. The person replied that a room on the second floor cost 50 lira, on the top floor 100, and a room with a window 200. He added that meals were included in the room price and asked him to settle the dragon in a free spot in the stable. The young man, watching him, said that he understood everything. The young man, smiling, declared that he would take the room with a window, as dragons were always treated well, and added that even people said so. The person behind the counter, replying that it was fine, asked for his name and guild name. The young man introduced himself as Cyril Laros and his guild as Dragons First. At this time, the people in the hall, hearing the guild's name, looked at Cyril in surprise. One of the patrons, picking up a mug, repeated the guild's name, and everyone else also paid attention to him. Cyril, noticing their reaction, asked if something was wrong. A dark-haired man sitting at a table told his companion that he seemed to be a celebrity and clarified that he belonged to the Dragons First Guild. Cyril, listening to him, replied that he would do as he was told. At that moment, one of the patrons, who looked drunk, smirked and addressed Cyril, asking what he should talk about with drunks. Then he clarified if he was referring to the rumor that someone got rich with the help of a woman, and laughed loudly. Cyril, not understanding what was happening, asked what that meant. The drunk patron, noticing his reaction, asked if he was angry and added that he was handsome. The characters gathered in the tavern, chatting merrily. One of them, smiling, noted that they had the princess's favorite. Another guy asked in response if he didn't know that. One of those sitting chuckled, suggesting that their princess was dating someone. They replied that she was just naive. The company laughed loudly, raising their mugs in a toast. One of the young men in a suit watched them, saying nothing. Other patrons in the tavern started making fun of one of the men. He looked puzzled, and then one of them called out to him. Another man with dark hair replied that the princess wasn't so frivolous. He apologized for his comment. One of the young men asked what he could do for them. At that moment, the dark-haired man began to transform. His appearance changed, and he said it was a transformation. He grew horns and fangs. The dark-haired man, now a demon, grabbed one of his tormentors by the arm. The guy was shocked by what was happening. The other patrons got scared, and beer mugs clattered off the table. One of them screamed in fear. The demon stared at them, his eyes glowing. He held his victim's arm, showing no intention of letting go. People in the tavern screamed in fear, and mugs continued to fall. One of them, still in the air, shrieked in terror. A man in a suit who had been sitting aside silently watched the scene unfold. He didn't say a word. One of the patrons asked what he had done. The dark-haired man replied that it was nothing special. The man, who had transformed into a demon, returned the keys to the establishment's owner. The owner noted that bar fights were a common occurrence. He said that fights were common and asked if he could leave. The owner of the establishment replied in the affirmative. Some of the injured lay on the floor. They remarked that their opponent was very strong and they were lucky to be alive. The owner of the establishment said he liked guys who defended a girl's honor. The dark-haired man looked embarrassed. The owner handed over the keys, wishing him a pleasant stay. The man thanked him. The dark-haired man left, leaving the owner alone. He went up the stairs to his room. The man in his room noted that he was bored. He decided to stay at the hotel to conserve energy. He wondered if he might get into another fight if he just hung around the bar. He figured he had spent almost a full second. He considered this 1/4 of his time. He looked at his hand, lost in thought. Near his room door, he saw a person. The man looked at him in surprise. A girl stood at the threshold, smiling. She was saying something, but the man looked puzzled. He took a step back, looking at the girl in surprise. She continued to smile. A beautiful girl stood by the door with a smile. The man noticed that she smelled like a dragon. He thought she was probably a dragon knight. The girl asked if he wanted to have a drink with her. In response, the man inquired about her business with him. The girl continued to smile, holding a mug in her hand. The girl entered the man's room, thanking him. He looked confused. He asked if there was an ambush outside. The girl was smiling while the man looked tense. He asked for her name. The stranger introduced herself as Lisa and offered him a glass. He thanked her, taking the glass. The girl raised her glass, suggesting a toast to their acquaintance. The man raised his in return, agreeing to the proposal. She took a big gulp from her glass, then asked her companion why he wasn't drinking. The man replied that he didn't like to drink when he didn't understand the situation, and he looked at her suspiciously. The man asked the girl if she had seen everything. She replied that she had been at the bar and heard that he was very strong. He confirmed that his name was Cyril. The girl said she wanted to feel the embrace of a strong man. Cyril thought she was being very direct. He noticed she was a dragon knight, very close to her dragon, and wondered if that was why she was looking for a strong man. He asked if she didn't find it strange. He stood opposite the girl, who was sitting on the bed and smiling, not answering his question. He observed her, noting her confidence. Cyril was puzzled by her behavior and her undisguised intentions. He couldn't understand why she had come to him. The girl continued to smile, awaiting his reaction. Cyril looked tense, trying to make sense of the situation. He noticed her behavior was unusual and very straightforward. He pondered her words and his predicament, not expecting such a turn of events. Cyril felt like the girl, Lisa, was looking for something more than just an embrace. He looked at her suspiciously, but she continued to smile. Suddenly, they heard some noise outside. Cyril asked what it was. The girl stood up, went to the window, and listened. Cyril also approached to see what was happening. He looked out the window and confirmed that it was indeed noisy. The girl stood beside him, watching intently. They both looked out the window, trying to identify the source of the noise. The man looked worried, while Lisa remained calm. He couldn't understand what was happening, but the noise was getting louder. The man and the girl remained by the window. Cyril and Lisa looked out the window at some commotion on the street. He noticed a carriage and said it looked like some nobleman had arrived. A man in a suit who was in the tavern looked out the door in surprise, wondering what was happening. Cyril was shocked to see that the nobleman had stopped at their inn. He stood by the window with Lisa, who was also looking out. The man in the suit, noticing this, also looked outside. He expressed his bewilderment, wondering what could make a nobleman visit such an inn. All three looked out at the street where a horse-drawn carriage stood. There were many people around, creating a commotion. Lisa remained calm, while Cyril and the man in the suit were surprised. Lisa asked in surprise if Cyril knew this nobleman. He replied that, of course, he knew him. Who didn't? The girl was shocked, her eyes wide. The man, in turn, was surprised by her reaction. Then he heard footsteps and noticed that the nobleman was looking directly at him. Cyril wondered if this person had come for him. The door to his room opened, and the nobleman stood on the threshold, apologizing for disturbing him so late. The man was puzzled, and his companion was surprised that the nobleman had addressed him. Cyril couldn't believe that such a high-ranking person had come to him. He was astonished and confused, trying to understand what was happening. The nobleman, standing at the threshold, announced that he was looking for the room belonging to Mr. Laros of Dragon's First. Cyril, who was indeed Laros, replied that it was his room. He invited the nobleman to enter, but the nobleman first saluted, then thanked him. The man in the suit, who had also come out of his room, was surprised that the nobleman was looking for Cyril. Cyril himself looked puzzled. He didn't understand why such a high-ranking person had come to him. The nobleman, bowing politely, entered the room. Cyril watched him. The nobleman apologized for the sudden visit and introduced himself as Charles Saber. Cyril and Lisa were surprised to hear his name. Lisa whispered that he was very famous. Cyril was also struck by his renown. Lisa stared at Charles with an open mouth. Cyril looked at her in surprise. Charles smiled. Lisa explained that Charles was the heir to a famous lineage. His final destination was Saint Simon, the capital of dragons. Charles confirmed her words. Cyril was surprised and thoughtful. He looked at Charles, trying to understand his motives. The man in the suit nearby was astonished. Charles looked politely at Cyril. Lisa looked at him with surprise. Charles, smiling, announced that he was the client for the request Cyril was currently fulfilling. Cyril, holding his chin, looked surprised as he realized this. Charles continued, saying it was a request for the protection of a dragon master. He noted that this was a remarkable aristocrat and asked why Cyril was here. The man, in response, suggested that it wasn't just about meeting, but about taking him along. He stated that he had come for him. Cyril was puzzled, but Charles remained calm and polite. He smiled, awaiting an answer. Cyril couldn't believe what was happening. He stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by surprised people. Charles explained that he was the client and had come to pick him up. Cyril was astonished. His expectations had not been met. He hadn't thought the client himself would come for him. Charles, being an aristocrat, didn't seem like someone who would solve his own problems. Charles apologized for his mistake, which had caused Cyril to have to stay at this inn. Cyril replied that he didn't mind being there. He thought it wasn't often that so many people were brought along for a simple escort. He asked Charles why he had come for him personally, given his influential status. Cyril was puzzled, while Charles smiled. The man in the suit stood nearby. Cyril looked at Charles with confusion. Charles, in turn, remained calm and smiled, awaiting a response. Cyril couldn't understand the motives of such an influential person. Charles noted that Cyril, by agreeing to demonstrate his strength, had acted rudely and disrespectfully. He added that only third-star knights make it into history. Cyril, for his part, said he was only a first-star knight. Charles replied that they all started as first-star knights. Cyril was astonished and Charles smiled. The man, listening to their conversation, noted to himself that Charles spoke very well. He thought that Cyril wasn't the type to cling to titles. Charles, smiling, said that they had prepared a place for Cyril to stay. He offered to escort him there. Cyril replied that it wasn't necessary but thanked him. Cyril was surprised and Lisa smiled, saying something to him. She said it was time for her to go. Cyril, a little embarrassed, said goodbye to her. He hadn't expected her to leave so quickly. Cyril was puzzled, but Charles remained calm and smiled. The man in the suit, who was nearby, silently observed what was happening. Lisa, smiling, said that he turned out to be more interesting than she had thought. Cyril, smiling awkwardly, scratched the back of his head. He didn't know how to react to her words. Lisa continued to smile, looking at him. Cyril was puzzled, but he looked pleased. He watched Lisa as she left. She said something to him as a farewell. Cyril was left alone in the room, watching her go. He pondered her words and his situation. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. Charles apologized for interrupting Cyril. Cyril replied that it was fine, and Charles noted that it seemed his conversation with Lisa had gone well. Then Charles asked if they could leave. Cyril replied no, explaining that the dragon he came with was currently asleep. Charles, smiling, suggested they set off tomorrow morning. Cyril agreed, and Charles replied that there was no need to worry about it. Charles in turn remained calm and smiled, awaiting a response. Cyril, embarrassed, agreed to his proposal. The man in the suit, who was nearby, silently observed what was happening. He was glad they had found a compromise. Charles, being an aristocrat, didn't seem like someone who would solve his own problems. He treated Cyril politely and with respect. Cyril, in turn, was surprised by his politeness. Charles explained that they had prepared something for their companion. Cyril was puzzled. Charles asked him to look outside. Cyril looked down and saw a cart. He was surprised and wondered what it was. He couldn't believe his eyes. Cyril, with a surprised look, stared at the cart standing outside. He began to think that something unusual awaited him. Cyril, in turn, was surprised by his politeness. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. Charles, being an aristocrat, didn't seem like someone who would solve his own problems. Cyril, embarrassed, asked if they had specially prepared a cart of that size for the dragon. Charles replied that they had, adding that they had specifically prepared for the dragon. Cyril was astonished, and Charles smiled, lowering his head. He said that they knew how much Cyril valued dragons and that this was their way of showing due respect. Cyril, embarrassed, replied that he understood. He was pleasantly surprised by such thoughtfulness. Charles, in turn, remained calm and smiled, awaiting his reaction. Cyril hadn't expected such a turn of events. He was astonished and confused, trying to understand what was happening. He hadn't thought that the client himself would come for him. Charles, being an aristocrat, didn't seem like someone who would solve his own problems. Cyril thanked Charles for his thoughtfulness and said he would gather his things now. Charles noted that "dragons first" was not just an empty phrase. He said that Cyril not only spoke but also acted, and that was amazing. Cyril went to gather his things. The innkeeper, seeing him leave, said that Cyril shouldn't worry about having to vacate his room. Cyril apologized to him, saying he was grateful for the room. He was amazed at how quickly everything had happened. Charles and his companion stood nearby. The innkeeper was upset. Charles, smiling, apologized for the inconvenience, and the innkeeper replied that it was fine and added that there was no need to worry about it. Cyril left the inn, and the innkeeper watched him. Suddenly, the dragon appeared, and Cyril asked him if he had woken up. The dragon replied that it was too noisy outside and asked what was happening. Cyril replied that it was nothing, just that they had to leave a little earlier. The dragon replied that it was nothing, but it was too sudden. Cyril, embarrassed, looked at the dragon. Charles and his companion stood nearby, observing what was happening. Cyril told his dragon to look at the cart that had been specially prepared for him. The dragon, surprised, asked if it was really for him. The dragon looked worried, saying he had a bad feeling. He asked Cyril what if they were planning something bad. Cyril tried to calm his companion, saying that everything would be fine. He was puzzled but tried to reassure his dragon. The dragon, in turn, was worried. He couldn't believe they had prepared such a large cart for him. Cyril laughed, reassuring his dragon, and said that he would protect him if anything happened. He assured him that everything would be all right. The dragon, in turn, calmed down. Charles, smiling, invited Cyril to get into the carriage. Cyril replied that he would go first. Charles thanked him. Cyril was puzzled, but he looked pleased. He watched Lisa leave, saying something to him as she departed. Cyril was left alone in the room, watching her go. He pondered her words and his situation, not expecting such a turn of events. Among a group of people traveling in a carriage, a dark-haired young man, looking puzzled, asked who that guy was. The fair-haired young man sitting next to him calmly noted that Seber himself was asking for him to go first. The carriage stopped in a bustling square filled with other carriages and passers-by. The dark-haired young man, now outside the carriage, declared that they had arrived. The fair-haired young man standing nearby noticed his shyness. At the same time, a young man in dark clothes, standing slightly behind, wondered aloud if they had already arrived. The dark-haired young man and his fair-haired companion looked around at a large, richly decorated building. Impressed by what he saw, the dark-haired youth asked if there was such a luxurious house here, adding that they were in an ordinary postal town. In response, his fair-haired companion smiled and explained that the entire inn had been booked specifically for them. The dark-haired young man seemed surprised by this fact and didn't know what to say. He only quietly responded that it was clear and tried to continue his thought. The fair-haired young man, noticing his confusion, told him not to worry about uninvited guests. The dark-haired young man, standing in front of the building, concluded that the rent for the entire structure was probably astronomical. His fair-haired companion confirmed that it was an inn for aristocrats. The dark-haired youth, puzzled, asked if that meant he and the dragon could stay there. The fair-haired young man answered affirmatively. In response, the fair-haired young man pointed to an annex and suggested he look there, adding that it had been specially converted for the dragon's needs. He also noted that the dragon could live there with him, to which his companion simply agreed. The fair-haired young man, still smiling, confirmed his intention, while his dark-haired companion looked at him in astonishment. The dark-haired youth wondered in surprise if they had really completely rebuilt the inn. As they approached, the dragon greeted the dark-haired young man, saying he could rest peacefully there and adding that it was all wonderful. The dark-haired young man seemed so shocked by what was happening that he couldn't say anything. His fair-haired companion, looking at him, wondered what a strange guy he was, while the dragon expressed doubt that he would be able to sleep now. The fair-haired young man, standing before the group, addressed one of them, asking Mr. Larrows to follow him. In response, his dark-haired companion merely uttered a surprised "aha." Soon as they entered the building, they were met by a long corridor lined with maids on both sides. Greeting the newcomers, they all chorused, "Welcome, Mr. Larrows." The dark-haired young man, seeing this spectacle, reacted with clear shock and surprise. His fair-haired companion, meanwhile, continued down the corridor, leaving the others behind. The dark-haired youth, walking surrounded by maids, noticed that they started to get flustered whenever he passed by because he wasn't Charles. He also acknowledged that they were true professionals. In response, the fair-haired young man, standing a little further away, calmly invited him to enter. Two maids with bowed heads watched the dark-haired youth pass by. One of them compared him to a masquerade. The dark-haired youth, walking thoughtfully down the corridor, said he had never felt so important and admitted that Charles had come here personally just to meet him. His fair-haired companion, noticing his state, asked if everything was all right, to which he simply replied that it was all clear to him. The fair-haired young man, walking down the corridor, turned to his companion, saying that nothing had happened. His dark-haired interlocutor noted with a slight smile that it was all well thought out. He also suggested that his companion was not using this method for the first time. The dark-haired youth mused about how funny it was to be paid for such behavior, adding that naturally he didn't want to rely on Polius. Then he suddenly addressed Charles by name. Finally, he summarized that the next day he and Charles set off for their destination, showing their horse-drawn carriage leaving the courtyard. Inside the carriage, the fair-haired young man turned to his companion, asking if he liked seeing dragon eggs in the wild. The latter seemed confused by the question and asked if he always approached his questions with such grandeur. His companion replied that dragons are different from others. The dark-haired youth, in turn, asked if that wasn't true for all eggs, to which the fair-haired young man shook his head and replied no. He explained that dragon eggs don't have a specific hatching period. The dark-haired young man, inside the carriage, exclaimed in surprise. At this time, the dragon standing nearby noted that some hatchlings emerge after a couple of minutes, while others take more than a year. The dark-haired youth seemed to be processing what he heard. He quietly confirmed that it was indeed true. The dragon added that even though they all belong to the same species, there are differences. Then he mentioned that the claw found near the nest was all that remained of her mother. Thus, a considerable amount of time had passed. The dragon wondered if her mother might have also been one of the impatient ones. Sitting in the carriage, the blonde young man noticed that there were no external signs at the beginning of the hatching process. The dragon next to him explained that if they were talking about the first dragon, she was most likely alone and looked after the egg until the very end. That was the most probable scenario. He then added that eggs could endure floods, fires, and earthquakes, remaining intact, but the dragon still wouldn't hatch. The blonde young man then turned to his companion, explaining that their task was to protect the egg for as long as needed. The dark-haired young man seemed puzzled by this statement. The blonde young man concluded that consequently he wanted to ensure the egg's maximum safety. The black-haired young man thoughtfully admitted that it was a very difficult task. Sitting in the carriage, the blonde young man expressed hope that Mr. Larrows would help him with this matter. The dark-haired young man in turn accepted, saying he would do everything in his power. Suddenly, the black-haired young man looked out the window and exclaimed in surprise, Before them lay a view of a majestic city with a dragon soaring above it. The building they were passing had intricate architecture. The young man seemed astonished by the sight. A soaring dragon was visible above the city landscape. The city turned out to be the dragon capital named St. Simon. As they drove through the streets, the dark-haired young man observed the architecture. Some building facades featured dragon imagery, and dragon-drawn carriages could be seen on the streets. The young man noted that it was the royal capital. He also paid attention to how the dragons pulling the carriages differed from the others. He exclaimed in admiration that it was something unimaginable. The dark-haired young man, continuing to observe the city landscape, noted that the city was enormous. His blonde companion confirmed this. The blonde young man explained that ever since dragons became part of everyday life, people started building more spacious cities. He then added that St. Simon was truly exceptional. He also mentioned that ultimately the most distinguished people in this world gathered in this city. His dark-haired companion, pondering this, asked if most dragon masters were in St. Simon. The dark-haired young man, still looking out the window, thoughtfully said that he understood, and that's how things were. Meanwhile, his blonde companion sitting opposite him noted that, to be precise, there were about 10 of them. The blonde young man described the city as prosperous, with magnificent roads and buildings. However, he added that due to its sheer scale, it looked empty. The black-haired young man agreed that he had a strange feeling. Then, the blonde young man pointed to a large building and said that was their destination. The dark-haired young man, looking at the destination, noted with surprise that it was right in the middle of the city. Several armored soldiers were lined up, waiting for them in front of the large gates. The carriage carrying the protagonist then slowly drove past these gates. The soldiers seemed shocked to see the carriage entering. They turned to watch it as it passed. Several more people joined them from behind, lining up to observe the carriage. The blonde young man, leaning out of the carriage, addressed one of the soldiers, stating that it was him and apologizing for the inconvenience, Mr. Sieber. The soldier, in turn, simply confirmed his words. The dark-haired young man, observing the scene, remarked that it was overly pompous. Stepping out of the carriage, he thanked his companion, who then invited him to follow. At the same time, the other young man in the carriage called out to his dark-haired companion. In the background of their conversation, the carriage could be heard, by its sound, entering the building's premises. The dark-haired young man standing next to the dragon confirmed that they could exit. He addressed the dragon by name, Colette, telling her to come out. Another dragon inside the carriage asked if he could also get down. Then one of the dragons jumped to the ground, its paws visible. The dragon that jumped down expressed its exhaustion. The other dragon in the carriage said it would rather walk home than ride in that carriage. The dark-haired young man seemed surprised by his words and, apologizing, promised he would talk about it. The blonde young man, standing before his dark-haired companion, asked if he could escort Mr. Laros to the egg storage room. The black-haired young man, surprised by what he heard, replied that he would follow him. The dark-haired young man, whose eyes widened in surprise, followed his companion down a long corridor they had already been in. The rest of their group followed behind them, keeping a small distance. In the spacious hall on the second-floor balcony, a group of people stood watching the events unfold. Among them was a tall blonde man standing with his arms crossed. Next to him was a girl in armor, and 2 more people were visible behind her. Meanwhile, downstairs, another group of people, consisting of a blonde girl, a red-haired man, and an older man, watched with undisguised tension. The gazes of all these people were focused on someone or something. Inside the building, on the upper floor, the same group of people was observing something. One of them remarked that they didn't want to stay there long. The dark-haired young man, standing next to the dragon, felt the atmosphere was very heavy. He quietly agreed that there was simply a murderous aura here. In the center of the room, on a pedestal under a strong light source, lay a large egg. Next to it, it was written that this was the Dragon Master's egg and that this was the target they had to guard this time. The dark-haired young man, looking at the egg, asked if this was the one they needed to guard. His blonde companion confirmed that it was a dragon egg. The black-haired young man, still looking at the egg, said that he understood everything. He asked if he could examine it a bit, and his companion gave his consent. The narrator then concluded that earlier Siller and Colette, who were tasked with guarding the egg, were heading to St. Simon. They were confused by the hospitality of Charles, the client. But finally they arrived in the city, and now they would find out what would happen next. In the building's hall, several people watched the events unfold with tension. One of them noticed that the guards grew more nervous as they approached. At the same time, one of the men standing nearby was completely focused on what was happening, his gaze very serious. As the man in dark clothes descended the stairs, he thought that despite Charles's permission, caution was still necessary. He also observed that, in his opinion, the guards seemed more tense. Meanwhile, a group consisting of a man and 2 women sat on sofas, watching the man in dark clothes come down the stairs. The young man with dark hair examined the egg, noting that it looked quite ordinary. The dragon standing nearby declared that he absolutely hated it there. The dragon on the other side suggested waiting outside, and the dark-haired youth, turning to him, told him to go. He also added that he should call if anything happened. The other dragon, who was on the stairs, reacted to their conversation. The dark-haired young man in the room thought that a strong killing intent emanated from the experienced guards, and he could sense Colette. The armored man standing nearby looked towards the group on the balcony. Another group of people, consisting of a man and a woman on the balcony, looked down. The armored woman among them addressed her companions, saying that the pressure was unbearable, like they were boiling in hot water, but she also wanted to see it through. The dark-haired young man thought it was time to wrap things up for the day. The dark-haired young man, who had just entered the room, wondered in surprise what had just happened and asked himself if a dragon was talking to a human. Then he turned around and asked, "What's?" The other dark-haired youth in the room turned to him. He was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. The dark-haired young man, who had just entered the room, looked at the egg and asked what it was. Then he turned to his companion, trying to say something but couldn't utter a word. He was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. He asked his companion if he even understood what he was talking about. Then he turned back to the egg to make sure it was still there. The dark-haired young man who had just entered the room addressed his companion in surprise, asking if he was talking to him. He also asked if a child was now inside the egg. One of the guards standing near the egg remarked that everything was clear here. He told the person inside to come out immediately. Another guard standing nearby added that he didn't want to hatch with such pressure around. Hearing this, the dark-haired young man turned to his companion. He was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. The dark-haired young man who had just entered the room addressed his companion in surprise, asking what he was going to do. He also asked if he was going to hatch already. Then he asked in astonishment what had just happened, to which the other person replied that he could have done it a long time ago, but the atmosphere outside was so unpleasant. The dark-haired young man, looking at the egg, wondered if that was the only reason. The blonde youth walking down the corridor addressed his companion, asking what was wrong. In response, the companion called him by name in surprise. Then one of the guards on the balcony asked if they could step out for a moment. Meanwhile, another guard standing nearby looked at him with clear irritation, and the woman nearby also looked displeased. The dark-haired young man seemed stunned by what was happening. The dark-haired young man who had just entered the room looked at his companion in surprise, asking when he would hatch. The blonde youth, in turn, asked for what purpose. He added that he could hatch once everyone present had left. The blonde youth wondered on what grounds. Then, stepping aside, he asked why his companion, who had been with him and Colette all this time, had never brought up the topic. The dark-haired young man sitting in the carriage thoughtfully admitted that he was surprised too. His blonde companion asked if he was still in the egg. The dark-haired youth, turning away, confirmed that it was the same. Then the blonde youth, addressing everyone, asked them to go outside. In response, the dark-haired young man agreed, saying that he trusted them. The door burst open with a loud bang. The dark-haired young man nearby asked in surprise if this was all really happening. Meanwhile, the group of people who had been on the balcony earlier headed towards the carriage. Then one of them addressed the dark-haired youth, telling Charles he could enter and adding that everything should be fine. The dark-haired youth seemed puzzled but decided to follow his companion. The blonde young man holding a book smiled broadly and told his companion he was very grateful. The dark-haired youth next to him exclaimed in surprise that it had actually hatched. The blonde young man, still smiling, once again expressed his immense gratitude. After that, the dark-haired youth, deep in thought, sat on a sofa in a spacious living room. There was a fireplace in the room and a calm atmosphere prevailed. The dark-haired young man seemed impressed, noting that the egg had hatched before the guards could react. He added that he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. The dragon standing nearby, looking stunned, said he thought he heard a voice. Soon, a small, curled-up creature that had just broken its shell was visible. The dark-haired youth, addressing the dragon, asked if it had heard what was happening outside while it was in the egg. The dragon, avoiding a direct answer, vaguely said that it had. The dragon wondered in surprise how it could have talked like that, hiding in its shell, if it had known there was someone so kind there. Then he added that some children are afraid of pressure and find it difficult to understand dragon language. He explained that this is why the process can take so long. The dark-haired young man seemed to be processing what he heard and said he understood everything. Then he mused that perhaps it wasn't so bad or unusual, and that this stage depended on the dragon's feelings. The blonde young man turned to his companion, apologizing for the wait, and asked if everything went well. The dark-haired youth, in response, asked if everything was all right. Then the blonde young man, with a smile on his face, declared that everything was simply wonderful and added that the baby dragon was perfectly healthy. At this moment, the dragon standing next to the dark-haired young man said that's how things were. The dark-haired young man accepted this, replying that it was indeed good. The blonde young man seemed surprised, asking his companion if he could really talk to dragons. Then he closed his eyes, considering the answer, and said that now he understood everything and that's how it was. In response, the dark-haired youth, looking at him thoughtfully, confirmed that it was so. Then the blonde young man explained that the little one said the guards looked bad, which is why he didn't want to hatch. The dark-haired young man noted in surprise that it was the first time he had seen such a calm reaction, and admitted he was surprised at how easily his companion took it. In response, the blonde young man explained that this is precisely why they are special, and there's nothing surprising about the best dragon knights possessing unique skills. Then the dark-haired youth seemed to understand everything and said that it was all clear to him now. He thoughtfully stated that this is how things were, and he understood everything. The dark-haired young man, seeing his worried companion, asked what was wrong. The blonde young man admitted he had been terribly worried, and explained that if it weren't for his companion, he would have been tormented by the weight the whole time. He wondered when the baby dragon would hatch from the egg. The dark-haired youth sitting nearby asked if that was true. The blonde young man suggested that in that case, the baby dragon would have burrowed even deeper into its shell. He also added that the security would have had to be strengthened even more. The blonde young man told his companion that it was good he had come to him, and added that he no longer had to worry about what might have happened. At that moment, a hand placed money on the table in front of the dark-haired young man, calling it payment for his work. The dark-haired youth seemed stunned and asked what it was. Then he looked at the money and then up at the person who gave it to him with a surprised expression. The dark-haired young man, shocked by what he saw, exclaimed that it was 6 million lira. The blonde young man, smiling, confirmed that it was. He then called his companion a true hero for solving his problem and asked him to accept his gratitude. The dark-haired young man thanked him, muttering to himself that it should have only been 3 million, and looked extremely surprised. The young man with dark hair accepted the offer and said he would, of course, help. Then, the blonde young man smiled and asked him not to refuse them if they needed help again. After that, they shook hands. The blonde young man thought that the best outcome of this story was meeting Charles. Meanwhile, the dark-haired young man was pondering that he had received over 6 million lira, his eyes wide with surprise. The young man with light hair stood before his companion and expressed his immense gratitude. Then, the dark-haired young man accepted it and began to walk away from the house. At that moment, one of the men by the door asked if everything was all right and said that Laros had promised to escort them to Paslan. The dark-haired young man seemed disappointed, thinking to himself that he shouldn't have refused. The young man with dark hair and his dragon companion arrived in St. Simon. The young man expressed a desire to look around as he wanted to see everything there. He added that excessive attention was tiring, and he no longer wanted to be coddled like that. The dark-haired young man, looking thoughtfully at the dragon, concluded that Colette apparently didn't appreciate such good treatment. The young man with dark hair turned to his companion and asked what other form of attention he would prefer. The dragon in turn asked, "Attention?" The dark-haired young man smiled and clarified that was exactly it. He also added that it was hard to immediately understand what Colette liked and that it could be difficult for others to fully express their feelings too. In the end, the dark-haired young man said that perhaps he shouldn't have put it that way, as the money had come in very handy. The dragon requested a separate room where he could eat. The young man with dark hair responded by asking why he needed that. The dragon explained that he had been used to carry luggage. The young man confirmed this. The dragon added that if it was noisy around, he couldn't feel anything and that the food didn't go into the same stomach. The dark-haired young man seemed surprised and said he hadn't expected that. The dragon explained that they chew food and regurgitate it from their stomach. According to him, the second stomach fills up and they can chew the pulp for a whole month. The young man with dark hair seemed surprised by this fact. The dragon asked if it wasn't lonely to eat separately, to which the young man replied that it was true and that it was better to chew now than later. Finally, the dark-haired young man agreed with the dragon and said that when they returned to Paslan, everything would be arranged. The black-haired man with an eye patch over his right eye said he was sorry his companion hadn't informed him of this information sooner. He crossed his arms over his chest and smiled slightly. In response, his lizard-like friend, wearing a bow around his neck, suggested he shouldn't hesitate to approach him with any questions or comments. He noted that if there was anything to add, he was ready to listen. After this, they both found themselves on a street with old buildings. The long-haired man thanked his comrade who stood nearby. Then, looking at the sky, he thoughtfully remarked that since they understood each other, they shouldn't be afraid to communicate and should strive for complete mutual understanding. His companion with a bow on his head responded briefly and affirmatively. The man with the eye patch also smiled as he spoke about this, emphasizing the importance of open and honest communication between them. The dark-haired hero stated that there were quite a few specialized shops selling dragon equipment here. His reptilian companion with the bow confirmed that there were indeed many. Then, the long-haired man wondered if there might be equipment made for dragons unknown to him among them. He assumed he would need to walk around and inspect them all anyway. The reptilian explained that most shops here specialized in goods used for selling or on the dragons themselves, rather than equipment. He also compared this place to the city of St. Simon. After this, his companion smiled and said that was good. The dark-haired man with the eye patch asked where a good shop was located here. The reptilian with the bow around his neck pondered and responded with an interjection. The fighter with the eye patch, looking at his comrade, said that was excellent. Then he noticed a small building ahead and exclaimed, wondering about it. His companion with the bow on his head also reacted with surprise to what he saw. The black-haired interlocutor, seeing a small shop in front of him, remarked that it looked smaller than the others. He also added that this shop looked old-fashioned. A dark-haired man with an eye patch thoughtfully said that they would go into this store. His reptilian companion reacted with surprise, wondering why they were doing that. In response, his companion with his arms crossed pointed out that there were newer stores, implying they could go to one of those. The man with the eye patch uttered an interjection and then wondered if it was a premonition. The reptilian with a bow on his head sighed quietly, looking at his friend. Then he replied, "All right," agreeing to his suggestion. The long-haired man with an eye patch said he didn't know why he was so drawn to this place. He pondered this, resting his hand on his chin, his gaze fixed on the old shop. He then added that he had a certain feeling. In the foreground, his boots, which he had just placed on the ground, seemed firmly planted. At the top of the page, a person's feet are shown standing still in front of the store entrance. Then, the man with the eye patch said he was sorry and went inside, followed by his reptilian friend. They found themselves in a rather dusty room. The reptilian with a bow on his head exclaimed that it was so dusty in here. Once inside, the heroes saw many crates, boxes, books, and various items, creating a sense of disarray. An elderly man with a beard and glasses sat at a table and greeted them, saying he was glad to see them. At this moment, the long-haired hero with an eye patch exclaimed in surprise, wondering what kind of place this was. His reptilian companion with a bow around his neck leaned in and remarked that there were a lot of items here. He also wondered if there was anything useful. The dark-haired man, looking at the person sitting at the table, thought that he seemed to still be working, but something felt off to him. The man with black hair noticed that there were old tools everywhere and it was a complete mess. He pondered for a moment, then turned and told his companion that he would look around a bit. The reptilian with a bow around his neck reacted with surprise. The young man walked further into the room, moving away from his companion. He was sure there was something there. His friend, sighing heavily, replied that there was nothing to be done and resignedly accepted his comrade's decision. Inside the store, the dark-haired man with an eye patch asked the elderly owner if he had called them. He then added that he wanted to ask him for some help. The shop owner, who was reading a book, looked up in surprise and uttered an interjection. He asked what they were looking for. The young man, looking at the old owner, inquired if there were any tools or equipment for dragons here. He looked a bit confused as he said this. In response, the elderly man, without looking up from his book, replied that there was something lying around and suggested the guests look for themselves. The young man sighed, but then agreed and said, "All right." The dark-haired man with an eye patch sighed, thoughtfully pressing his hand to his forehead. He looked around, surveying the cluttered room. Then he looked back at his companion, his gaze bewildered, and exclaimed. After that, he sighed again and wondered what was happening. He noticed his feet wanted to take off and asked why this was occurring. At that moment, his booted feet were visible in the foreground. His reptilian companion, standing behind him, looked at him with confusion. The man with the eye patch, looking at his feet, said that it couldn't be. In the foreground, one of his feet was shown glowing, and it looked like claws were protruding from his fingertips. At this time, the hero's reptilian companion said that these were claws, part of the equipment that mimics a dragon's form. He added that these claws merge with the dragon's body. The dark-haired hero pondered and said that perhaps it was so. The character with long black hair, standing with his back to us, said that they were reacting to something. Then he loudly exclaimed that there was something here. His feet slowly moved forward and he began to walk deeper into the room. In the background, it was visible that he was heading towards a part of the store where more items lay in disarray. The man with the eye patch stopped in front of a crate from which some equipment was sticking out. He exclaimed in surprise that it was a saddle. Then he wondered if it was meant for a dragon. He looked at the find with astonishment. At this moment, the elderly shop owner, who had been sitting at the table all this time, got up and approached him. He remarked that young people nowadays have excellent intuition. As he said this, he looked at the hero with the eye patch. The young man, turning around, exclaimed, looking at the old owner in surprise. The young man examined the saddle he found in the old wooden crate with surprise. He noted that it was a unique dragon tool, and his tone expressed genuine admiration. The saddle, made of unusual materials, had an intricate and elegant shape, making it truly special. The elderly shop owner, standing nearby, confirmed his guess. He explained that this saddle was one of a kind, created specifically for a certain type of dragon. The old man carefully observed the visitors' reactions, expecting them to understand the true value of the found item. Meanwhile, the hero's companion, a reptilian with a bow around its neck, was also intently examining the saddle. He pondered whether it was a coincidence or not. The saddle's shape and size seemed incredibly familiar, and he couldn't believe such a rare artifact would be found here. The reptilian exclaimed in surprise that this saddle was perfect for Sirush, a statement that seemed to shock even himself. The dark-haired hero with an eye patch asked the old shop owner what the saddle was for. He then inquired if it had any special properties, looking at the shopkeeper expectantly. The shop owner, adjusting his glasses, replied that once this saddle was put on, the animal would no longer grow in size. He added that no matter how much was stuffed into it, it would always maintain its original form. The hero with the eye patch exclaimed in surprise, wondering if that was true. The reptilian with a bow on its head joyfully exclaimed that he wanted the saddle, his entire demeanor expressing strong desire. His eyes glowed and he looked very excited. The young man with the eye patch reacted to his words with surprise. He then asked his companion if his name was Colette. The companion himself looked confused and flustered. The dark-haired hero uttered an interjection, and his friend looked thoughtful. The reptilian, standing on its hind legs, asked if the main point wasn't about that, but about its appearance. He then thought that he didn't know exactly how, but Sirushes use energy not for digestion, but for movement. The young man with the eye patch said, "All right." After that, he asked the old shop owner how much the saddle cost. His companion with a bow on its head excitedly exclaimed that the price was 5 million, looking very pleased. The dark-haired man, hearing this, said in surprise and exclaimed that he would buy it. The old shop owner smiled, looking at them. The companion with a bow on its head turned to the dark-haired man with the eye patch. He tenderly said that he wanted it, didn't he? In response, the dark-haired hero, looking a bit puzzled, asked in surprise if that was normal, adding that the price was simply astronomical. At that moment, his reptilian friend looked shocked and loudly exclaimed, questioning what was said. Afterward, the hero with the eye patch chuckled, looking at his comrade and thought, "Why not buy it?" He then added, "If that's the case, then why not buy it?" The hero's friend, hearing his words, became flustered and looked down. He looked very touched by this gesture and didn't know what to say. The shop owner pondered, looking at the hero. His companion with a bow on its head exclaimed that he thanked his friend. He looked very happy. Then the old shop owner turned to the young man and asked if he wouldn't even check the saddle. The dark-haired man replied that he could already see the saddle was genuine. He added that he therefore wouldn't check it. The shop owner, adjusting his glasses, asked in surprise why he thought that. The dark-haired hero smiled and explained that he could see it was real. The man asked in surprise what the 2 million was for. The shop owner replied that it was the price he had set. He then thoughtfully said that it seemed to him the saddle had called out to him. The dark-haired man exclaimed, questioning what was said, and added that this shop didn't operate for profit. He clarified that despite this, he wouldn't buy the saddle. The shop owner, adjusting his glasses, stated that he liked the precision with which he found the saddle in the pile of junk. He offered the hero to take the saddle for free as a gift if he liked it so much. The young man replied, "No, that's too much." The dark-haired man with the eye patch thanked the elderly shop owner. He then said, "Here's 2 million. The old owner replied, "All right." After that, the man with the eye patch turned to his companion, whom he called Colette, and asked if she wanted to try on the saddle. She enthusiastically agreed, saying, "Yes." After putting on the saddle, she exclaimed that it was so light. She added that she didn't even feel it. The shop owner said that there was almost nothing in it right now, so it would be difficult to judge. He added that if that was the case, he would put something else in. The man agreed. The shop owner explained that a master usually works on something like this their whole life, and sometimes they can't even replicate the invention. He then asked the hero how this unique item was made. The young man replied that he understood. One of the interlocutors asked if this creation was a masterpiece in its own right. The wise old man with a beard and glasses replied that it was. He added that he knew some of the secrets of its creation. He clarified that these secrets were not unique. The dark-haired youth, listening intently, asked if parts of a dragon's body, specifically claws and bones, were used in these creations. The old man confirmed this. The narrator then explained that these parts allow one dragon to absorb another, and those are what it processes. At the end of the frame, the old man with a beard expressed his surprise at how this happened. The dark-haired youth asked again in surprise if these bones were fed to another dragon. At the same time, he noted that the bones resembled a phoenix horn, and his facial expression showed deep shock. In response to his words, the old man with a beard and glasses corrected him, saying that it wasn't quite like that. He added that it was something else, an item that was unique and sacred in itself. He also noted that his interlocutor was very knowledgeable about phoenixes for such a young age, and the dark-haired youth mumbled something in response, embarrassed. Then the old man explained that it was completely different. The youth said that he understood now. The old man with glasses and a beard noted that every dragon is valuable for experiments, which is why there are so few of them. He added that the meaning is essentially the same. He then pointed out that a dragon's body itself possesses considerable power. According to him, with skillful processing, it transforms into a unique tool. At this moment, the black-haired young man with his head down said that he had learned a lot. The elder continued his story, adding that eggshells are also often used. The young man, raising his head in surprise, asked if they really used eggshells. In response to the young man's question, the old man explained that the shell serves as protection for the unborn hatchling, and within a dragon's body, it carries a special power. He drew an analogy, saying that humans also make medicine from placentas. Then, the black-haired young man, thoughtfully lowering his gaze, said that it must be an egg then. The elder added that even in the shell there is power, to which the young man replied with surprise. At that moment, he raised his head and his eyes widened, realizing what he had heard. After a long conversation, the black-haired young man finally thanked the old sage for his help and informed him that they were about to leave. The old man with glasses kindly replied that they were always welcome there and invited them to come again. The young man's companion, a small dragon, confirmed that they would definitely visit next time. Then, once they were outside, the little dragon surprisingly asked his companion why he was in such a sudden hurry and what was going on. The young man stood on the street, looking down and pressing his lips together. The black-haired young man, continuing the conversation, mentioned that eggshell. The little dragon, turning his head, asked what he meant. The young man explained that it had probably been left behind and added that it wasn't just a balor but his progenitor, his egg. The dragon, with wide eyes, expressed his disbelief. The black-haired young man, continuing the conversation, said that he had a premonition, and if they turned it over, something significant would come out. He then resolutely declared that they needed to go back. His companion, the little dragon, agreed with him. It shows that 2 days have passed. The young man and the dragon are standing in the middle of a mountainous area. The dragon asks, "It must be somewhere around here, right?" The young man confidently replies. The dragon noted that this was the first time they were walking with the young man. He added that he usually walked with Lisa. The black-haired young man explained that this was the very mountain where he met the princess and Lisa. The dragon pondered and said that it was an irony of fate. Suddenly, the young man, pointing somewhere, said that if he remembered correctly, it was just around that bend. The dragon surprisingly turned his head in the direction the young man was pointing. At that moment, the young man turned his back and walked in the direction he had indicated, and the dragon followed him. The dragon noticed that there was something there, to which the black-haired young man pointed his hand in the same direction, confirming that there was indeed something there. Then the young man asked the dragon to wait there, as they might have to fight. He warned that it would be dangerous, and the dragon, upset, asked why he had to stay and said that he wanted to help too. The young man, ignoring him, turned his back and continued on his way. After talking to the dragon, the black-haired young man, patting him on the head, said thank you. The dragon, sighing, agreed to wait. When the young man left, he noticed a small, rabbit-like creature sitting over something that strongly resembled his egg. Looking at it, the young man saw that it was sitting over the fragments of his egg. The creature, seeing the young man, was not afraid. The young man, raising his eyebrows in surprise, approached it. The small, rabbit-like creature held a piece of eggshell in its paws and began to eat it. The black-haired young man, seeing this, said in surprise that the creature was eating the shell. Suddenly, the rabbit changed dramatically, its body enveloped in dark energy, and it transformed into a monstrous creature. The young man, stunned by what happened, reacted to it. The black-haired young man, overwhelmed by what had happened, watched in horror and wondered what it was. At that moment, the little dragon ran up to him, also shocked by what he saw. He exclaimed that this monster had eaten a part of the dragon's body. The black-haired young man, continuing to observe the monstrous creature, realized that this must be the very dragon the old sage had told them about. He understood that this was what the old man had been talking about and that it was now before him. He looked at it with a serious and tense expression on his face. The black-haired young man, still watching the monster, guessed that the creature resembled the dragon leader, Vector. He then remarked that it was an unexpected encounter. The creature, as if hearing him, lowered its head and froze, preparing to attack. Realizing this, the young man exclaimed. The monstrous, dragon-like creature lunged to attack. The black-haired young man covered his face with his hands and managed to dodge the blow. He stumbled back, a look of pain and surprise on his face. The monster stopped, staring at the young man, seemingly waiting for his next move. The little dragon, who was waiting nearby, anxiously called out the young man's name. The black-haired youth replied that he was fine and told the dragon not to worry. He then added that if it was just about speed, he wouldn't be too hurt even without protection. At that moment, the monster began to transform its paws and long, sharp claws appeared on its hands. Seeing this, the young man realized the situation was getting serious. The monster continued to transform, taking on a figure with dragon horns and a tail. It attacked the black-haired young man, but he managed to dodge the blow. Just then, the little dragon arrived, looking at him in surprise as he greatly resembled a dragon but in human form. The dragon, seeing him, was also astonished. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed in surprise. The creature, now in the form of a female dragon, attacked again, moving at incredible speed, and she noted that he was faster than she expected. The black-haired young man, still dodging, said something. He, in turn, stated that after the transformation, he didn't feel any damage from the believer. He added that in this form, he had superiority in attack and defense, however. He watched the young man closely, not letting him out of his sight, and it seemed he was targeting him. The black-haired young man, smirking, said that he wouldn't last long in a prolonged battle. At that moment, his legs gave out and he fell to one knee, breathing heavily. The little dragon, seeing this, anxiously called out his name and shouted about the dragon stone. The young man, gathering all his strength, stood up, shouted Colette's name, and crouching, threw something towards the female dragon. The little dragon also watched the events anxiously. After throwing it, the black-haired young man, smirking, said that it was very timely. The dragon-like monster lunged to attack, but he dodged. Then, looking at her, he said that he could easily handle this. He was very confident in his abilities, and a serious expression appeared on his face. The young man, dodging the attack, exclaimed in surprise that he had been bitten. He jumped back, looked at the female dragon, and said that if things continued like this, they would be in trouble. He called Colette again and said they would have to retreat. Colette sighed and agreed. The monstrous dragon-like creature stood on the mountain, looking down at them. The black-haired young man, breathing heavily, said that the dragon stone's power would only last for a short time in the female dragon form. He then added that if there was even one way out, they would manage. He raised his head, looked at the creature, and seemed to start devising a new plan. The black-haired young man, standing next to his companion, pondered. He looked at the rocky cliff and asked if it was the same cliff where he had saved the princess. The little dragon also seemed to be thinking. Without waiting for an answer, the young man called him by name. The little dragon turned around and asked in surprise what he meant. The young man, it seemed, had come up with a new plan involving that cliff. The black-haired young man, having devised a plan, resolutely ordered his companion to run as fast as he could and not look back. The little dragon, hearing this, asked in surprise what he was going to do. The young man, with a smile on his face, told him not to worry about him and just run. The little dragon, looking at him anxiously, said he was a fool but ran off anyway. The black-haired young man, left alone with the monster, said that now he was truly angry with him, and that was excellent. The monster seemed to hear him and lunged to attack. The young man dodged the blow and jumped aside. A serious and focused expression appeared on his face. He was ready for battle. The monstrous dragon-like creature lunged to attack. The black-haired young man, dodging the blow, exclaimed, "Go," and ran towards it. The monster seemed to hear him, turned around, and also lunged to attack. The young man, dodging the blow, exclaimed again, and it seemed he was ready for battle. The monster in turn began to transform, and long, sharp claws appeared on its hands. Seeing this, the young man realized the situation was getting serious. The young man, transformed into a dragon, lunged to attack. He moved at great speed, and a determined expression appeared on his face. Then he stomped his foot on the ground, and a pillar of black energy shot up from it. The young man, dodging, looked at the dragon in surprise as it was very strong. The young man, in turn, transformed back into a monster. He lunged to attack, and a malicious expression appeared on his face. The young man continued his assault, exclaiming that it was magnificent. He was incredibly confident in his abilities and seemed to be relishing the fight. At that moment, he slammed his fist into the ground, causing a pillar of black energy to erupt. The young man dodged it, noting that while it might not work on the ground, he had a chance in the air. He looked at the dragon, seemingly ready with a new plan. The monstrous dragon-like creature stood atop the mountain, looking down at him. The black-haired young man, breathing heavily, muttered that he was starting to lose his sense of self. He glanced at the dragoness, appearing ready with a new plan. The dragoness, in turn, transformed back into a monster. She lunged into an attack, a malevolent expression on her face. She attacked the young man, but he managed to dodge. He seemed to be formulating another plan.